then we do the other stuff.
You know what jerseys I think are incredibly dumb? The Eagles, when they wear that jersey from like 1936, and the Steelers have that one that's like
That look like they're going to the jail.
Yeah. But they're good, so everybody's into it.
There you go. There you go.
I am not. What you are saying is completely correct. Wins and losses matter above all else. But for the fans that care about the jerseys, I think it's cool.
The guy that's sitting up here trying to diss me just now about some damn jersey, I've never seen him with a jersey on.
Who's that? The great
Landfill.
Landini?
What the hell he's talking about?
Landfill.
I saw him with a big old hat that had Eagles on it.
Landfill, didn't you wear a Noggin Boss hat? Like the big hat energy?
I did actually, yeah.
No, I think it just said Boss or something.
But he had an Eagles hat. So remember, we bought it for him because he wanted one. He became a fan.
All right, let's do a quiz here. Did you ever own a sports jersey in your life?
I know a guy who wore an Eagles jersey. What are you talking about?
That's true. You did.
I did, yeah. And they paid me to wear it.
No, I know a guy who wore a Giants jersey too.
Damn straight, because they paid me because the other team was stupid and let me go.
All right, hold on now. Did you ever own a jersey? Like when you were a kid, did you have
somebody else's jersey?
Yeah.
No.
Even as a child?
No.
Okay. I believe you.
I had only person I had a hat that said Muhammad Ali because I was a Muhammad Ali fan.
Yeah, but that's because B-Mitch grew up in the 50s before wearing jerseys was a thing.
How about Chef Cooks on the stream just said B-Mitch is the fun police, which may be accurate.
I'm the fun police?
Yeah.
Or I'm the no fun police? Which one is it?
Either way, dude. Either way.
I'm not the police. I just I
whoop whoop. That's
when
the sound
I hear
of the
people
police
discussing this team, it's like some of the topics are so asinine.
There's avenues for different conversation. Dude, B, this is, if I may, and I'm not taking a shot at anybody here, this is the team announcing this. This is their in-house media.
I know what you're saying, but I'm just saying sometimes I'm like, okay, the other thing is more important than all that other crap. So that's all I'm saying.
You're not incorrect.
Yeah.
But people do care about the other crap.
I know.
All right. Landfill, what's the last jersey you owned? I'm guessing LeVar Arrington Redskins.
I think it was probably Daryl Green or Champ Bailey.
Okay. Now, did you have any Yankees jerseys?
You got a picture of you in it. I need to see that.
No, but I had a lot of jerseys.
Jerseys.
Tino Martinez?
Jeter. What are you talking about?
Jeter. Okay. Jeffrey. The last jersey Jeff owned is Sean Taylor, is my guess.
Hey, yo, that was fire. Yo, I literally that was the first jersey like I bought. Like I saved up my money. I worked that summer. I was like, I'm going to buy this jersey, and I bought it.
All right, I got you.
I like it, Jeffrey.
Way to go, Jeff.
And then I haven't bought any jersey lately because I didn't know if that person was going to be here for at least 2 or 3 years.
Yeah, I mean, dude, it's funny. If somebody was asking me now what jersey to buy, it's a little different with Jaden Daniels because if a quarterback hits, that's a cool jersey to have, and normally they would be around a long time. But I would.
What's the last damn jersey you had for the football team? Because only jersey I ever seen you wear was a red Ovi jersey.
I have the Ovi. I have a Taylor.
I've never seen you wear that.
I'll be honest. I'm not judging anybody else that wears it. I feel kind of uncomfortable wearing it. It just seems weird to me to wear a jersey of a person that, passed in that manner. I had
giving credence to the person.
Totally. I'm not knocking anybody else for it. It's not for me. I have I had a Portis jersey when I was in college. That jersey got a lot of run. I'm trying to think as a kid. I had my favorite article of clothing I've ever owned, ever in my life. It was in 6th grade. I got a Redskins starter jacket that was like the pullover joint with the the half zip and the logo on the back. It was black and said Redskins across the front. It was the dopest jersey I've ever owned. The dopest article of clothing I've ever owned.
Yeah.
Like nowadays, I don't even know that I have anything that I care about like I cared about that starter jacket.
I wore the little
clothing.
shirt my daughter gave me that looked like a baseball jersey, but it's actually a Commander's deal. I like that.
Okay.
Because it's different than anything else.
All right. Here is your official jersey schedule for those that care. Week 1 at Tampa, Burgundy. Week 2 at home against the Giants. That's the home opener. Jaden Daniels' debut, most likely, Burgundy. Week 5 at home, Cleveland, Burgundy. Week 7 at home, Carolina, Burgundy. That is also the Daryl Green jersey retirement, right?
Cleveland game?
No, the Carolina, I thought.
I don't remember. I don't know. Let me pull this up.
Yeah, see if you can pull that up. Week 10, they got the Steelers. They'll wear Burgundy. Week 12, Cowboys at home, Burgundy. Week 16, Eagles at home, Burgundy. Week 17, Kirk Cousins, Atlanta Falcons, Burgundy. They'll be wearing white on the road. Monday Night Football against the Bengals. At Arizona, week 4. At Baltimore, week 6. At New York, week 9, which, come on, good weather. We'll play some good golf that weekend. Week 11, Thursday night in Philly. Week 15, New Orleans. Week 18, last game of the year against Dallas. You get the black jerseys at home against the Bears. Good God, don't be losing 27-3 at halftime. And week 13 against the Tennessee Titans. There you have it. There's your jersey schedule, folks.
All right.
Now, as dismissive as you are of the jersey schedule, you do think them retiring Daryl Green's jersey is a worthy kind
I
of
think that is definitely worthy.
non-football
Because
event.
The reason is because what Daryl Green did for 20, 21 years for this team was super out this world. And you know what? You should honor a person who did something at the level that he did it. The thing about the jersey, I'm not necessarily dismissive of it, but I think we make it into something bigger than what it normally should be. That's all I'm saying.
Whoop, whoop. That's the sound of the police. Yo, it is JP Finley here, and I got to tell you about my friend Paul Henry. Working with Paul Henry has changed my home. You've heard me talk about it over and over. Lowered my utility bills. Just made our house way more comfortable. When you buy a house, you should be comfortable in your own home, and it's worth it to get new windows and doors because it's going to keep it cool in the summer and a lot warmer and cozier in the winter. And working with Paul, it's working with the family, man. He comes out, gives you an estimate, then his son comes and does the work. That's a good gig. You do the estimate, then make your boy go do all the work.
Yeah, you got to get him. You took care of him all your life. Now you got to make sure he takes care of you.
If you call Paul this month, you get $100 off each window with a 5-window minimum and $500 off doors.
And the thing about JP, he mentioned that you said it's a family business, and I love working with businesses like that because they take it serious because they want to make sure that name that you hear, Paul Henry's Windows, that you have a lot of respect for them. And they go out there and they handle business just like that. When they came to my house, they told me what they were going to do, and I have never questioned anything about them since. They did exactly what they said. They did it in a time, well, quicker than what they said they were going to do it, which is also great for me. And when they left the house, you could tell that they acted as if they hadn't been working there. You know, a lot of people come in, they do stuff at your house, they leave it all junky. Paul doesn't do that. He does a great job, and he's honest and he's trustworthy. And he doesn't try to rob you like a lot of people do. He'll come in, and I know the guy in the thread was talking the craziness the other day.
Don't let that guy
He is
bug
not
you.
that dude. He's going to make sure he does it right because he wants, the next time you need some work done, he wants you to call him back. So if you want to get some windows and doors at your house, reach out to Paul right now. You get $100 off each window with the 5-window minimum and $500 off each door. Contact Paul Henry's Window Installation today and tell him B. Mitchell Finley sent you. PaulHenry'sWindows.com, your clear home improvement choice.
I was like, Emilio. Listen, man, you got me and B-Mitch in South Florida. I don't think we need to start Scotty's Vodka Red Bull Friday any earlier than necessary. It officially kicks off at 11 a.m. Brian, I just saw something that I frankly don't like.
What's that?
Apparently they're going to make a movie about John Madden's life. That I like.
Yeah.
If you had to guess like an actor to play John Madden, who do you think has the... Because Madden was kind of everything. He was a tough guy, but he was funny. He was kind of fat,
Who's the guy that does all the voices?
Frank Caliendo?
Yeah.
Caliendo would be good. He nailed the voice.
He'll be it.
I think he might be too old now, but I feel like John Goodman would be really good at it.
He would be, but they have great makeup in Hollywood. They can make him look old and young.
I think John Goodman would be awesome.
Because most of the John Madden's life is when he was old.
That's true.
So
Landfill,
because Caliendo won't play when he was young,
right?
Doing of his life.
Who would you think of for a John Madden, the actor to play John Madden? Landfill, Jeff, everybody, fire away here.
Matthew McConaughey.
It'd be fun. I like McConaughey. He kind of becomes the McConaughey show.
All right.
But I got no argument if you told me it was Matthew McConaughey. I think he died, but the dude
Matthew McConaughey is not dead.
No, I'm thinking of another dude. You know that scene with Ben Stiller where the guy's shooting jump shots and keeps yelling Kobe and he's awful?
Nope.
No.
He was also in Mission Impossible.
Tom Cruise, he's too short.
No, dude, not Tom Cruise.
He's too closely associated with Dan Snyder.
He died. The guy that died. I don't know why I keep bringing him up because clearly he couldn't play Madden now. Jeff, you got any possible Madden actors?
Not at all. I don't
really.
I don't know who would play Madden, young or old.
Haley Joel Osment.
Is that the I See Dead People guy?
Yeah.
Here's what I know. I know somebody that should not play John Madden in a movie.
Who?
Beyonce.
The guy that's going to play him in
Who is he?
Well, Beyonce be one person, yes.
Who is it?
Nicolas Cage.
Nicolas Cage is a great actor, Jay.
I hate that guy.
Why you hate him? He's a great actor. So
I just think he's terrible at everything.
what did he do to you?
John Candy, is he alive? He'd be perfect. He looks like him.
Yeah, but John Candy,
I think he might be dead.
I don't know if he could pull it off.
I also think he's dead.
But
Landfill, is John Candy alive?
I feel like John Candy probably died in the 90s.
Yeah, he died in 1994. I mean, that is 20 years ago.
Oh my Lord.
Or is that 30
No,
years
bro,
ago?
you gotta stop with the numbers. Just let somebody else do it for you.
Is that 30 years ago?
Yeah.
Damn.
But you
John
said
Candy's been dead 30 years, and we said he should play John
we didn't
Madden
say
in the movie.
nothing. You said it. You said it.
He died in Mexico. You know, one thing I think people shouldn't do that people obsess with? Whenever a celebrity dies, people are like obsessed with finding out how.
Or they want to go to the place where it happened.
And a lot of times, unfortunately, the how is pretty sad, and there's all sorts of things. The person died. Just let him be.
Yeah. I'm with that.
All right. So I think we've talked about this yesterday, B, that we were pretty impressed with how the Commanders looked yesterday. I thought defensively we saw a lot more of what I think they'll do in games. Not necessarily what we'll see tomorrow night when they'll keep it pretty vanilla, but when they were running that red zone right in front of us and we saw some of those double fire blitzes and where they were lining up some of their defensive linemen and the coverages.
Yeah.
I was pretty impressed. I think,
but I think the thing about it is, Jay, he has said those things in press conferences where they're going to have multiple ways of setting out their attack.
Right.
You're going to see people lined up in different positions. You're going to see a combination of people you wouldn't ordinarily see on the field. And the play when Mikey made his play on Tyreek Hill yesterday, one of those things happened. And I'm not surprised when I see anything anymore because I have gotten to the point where I actually just listen to what Dan Quinn is saying. He tells you what he's doing. He's not one of those coaches who just throws stuff out there to throw you off. He's very honest in his answers. His whole staff is.
I agree. The level of honesty, it's easy for a coach to be honest and cool and everything right now because they haven't lost a game. There hasn't been a fumble. You know what I mean? Like life gets a lot more real 6 weeks from now. But Philip Seymour Hoffman, thank you. That's the name I was looking for, but I'm pretty sure he's dead. But Brian, the other thing, so defensively, I was impressed yesterday. I don't know that Miami really opened everything up. They also didn't have Waddle out there, and they were down a few offensive linemen. And what do you know? Down a few offensive linemen makes an impact. The defensive line starts to perform. I think a big part of why the Commanders' offense had more success, and let's be clear, Jaden Daniels in red zone drills threw 5 touchdowns. Would they all be touchdowns? It's hard to extrapolate directly from practice to what a game could look like. I think it's a little silly because the quarterbacks can't get hit. So sometimes even pressures aren't exactly what they would be in a game. Mm-hmm. But still, Daniels looked good. And I think having, what do you know? You had Lucas and Wiley back out there makes a huge difference.
It does. And I think that's the ultimate thing. But we have to look at this fact as well. I know you said that some of their people were down. They may be down in the game.
Yeah.
Okay. And I know we put so much emphasis on certain names and certain players, but they're all professional athletes. They all get paid to play football. And if you have success against them on that day, you won that day. That's all that matters. I don't care who their starters are supposed to be because I don't know any team that every starter plays every play every year.
You know what's funny is, I mean, seriously, on a football team, the only position there are 22 starters.
Yeah.
Right? There are 6 guys that if in a perfect world would play every snap. Everybody else is getting subbed in and out.
Quarterback
and the 5 offensive linemen.
Yeah.
That's, you know what so when Dan Quinn said last
and your
month,
kicker and your punter and your
sure, but I don't think you consider them starters, right? Or
they're starters in their positions.
Okay, so then you're going to 25 positions and 8 starters.
Yeah.
However you want to look at it. But when Dan Quinn said, I think it was last month, I think it was in July, that he's like, man, the way I look at it, I got 15 or 16 starters, especially on defense when everything is about different sub packages. Mm-hmm. Like
that's on offense as well. Like you start off the game in a 4 wide situation, or you start off in a 2 tight end situation. They started,
right,
but they're not going to play the whole game,
right.
So that's why I think a coach says that because no one runs the exact same play with the same personnel for a whole game.
Totally. And watching Cliff, I think there's going to be more variety. Now, it's going to be interesting because he likes to go somewhere between no huddle and up tempo. Like he wants his offense running at least in 3rd gear and maybe in 5th. Mm-hmm. You know what I mean? So when you do that, you can't sub because if you sub, then the defense gets a sub and it slows everything down.
Yeah.
So one thing to notice, and I don't know how much of this we're going to see tomorrow night, but like it will be interesting to see the personnel they start drives with. Because, and that's sure it's the start of the beginning of the game if they get the ball, but also when they get the ball in the 2nd quarter and in the 4th quarter. Because if he's going to try to go up tempo in situations, the guys that are on the field for the first snap of that drive will remain on the field as long as they're trying to go up tempo, no huddle.
True.
And I think when you look at the guys they've brought in and the versatility they bring, think about Eckler.
Yeah,
he can run, he can catch. Ertz can obviously catch. Sennett can block and catch and maybe line up in the backfield. McCaffrey, and this may be a down the road kind of guy, but they might line him. Like a lot of these guys can give you a lot of not positional versatility, but if you're running an offense fast where you're not subbing guys out, they can give you different looks or play from different
looks. But the
looks.
personnel grouping normally for the 2-minute and the up-tempo stuff is normally one of maybe 1 tight end. The rest is receivers and a single back. And if you look at it, no matter go across the league, if they go into an up-tempo thing, it's going to be 1 tight end or no tight ends. Because what they're trying to do is get you in a situation where your smaller guys on the field as a defense. We still feel when you put your nickel guys out there, our O-line of 5 should be able to beat 4, your defensive linemen.
See, I think they'll go – I think one thing that's exciting is I think they're not – I think you're correct. They will run plenty of that. But I think they'll run some where it is up-tempo out of 12 personnel with 2 tight ends out there, and it's Ertz and Sennett. And then if the defense sees that And so then they bring more linebackers out. Ideally, you got Terry one-on-one on the outside. And like Jaden's what if we've learned anything from Jaden's very brief performance in New York, when he see his guy has one-on-one on the outside, he's going to give him a chance. Yeah. I think there is a lot to be excited about. The simple question, tomorrow night we see Jaden Daniels 2, maybe 3 series, you think?
Yeah. I'll go with that.
How confident are you he will be protected by the offensive line? Answers next. Like a waterfall. There's no stopping us right now.
Close to you right now.
Traffic report, 11 a.m. Chick Hernandez is going to join us. Mr. Chick, if you're listening, you can come down to B's room, but you got to bring a mic. So I don't know if you have one. 11:45. Tech exec making his triumphant return, real or fake, with Cody Betts. At noon, Kim Bocamper does Dolphins games down here in Miami. We saw him yesterday at practice. That dude looks like he can still play.
He's a unit.
Yeah, man.
I got a real or fake. Will the jerseys be white or pink?
From Cody?
From Cody.
I mean,
no. Are the white jerseys real and the pink jerseys fake, or vice versa?
I don't know, but we'll find out. Kim Bocamper's listed at 6'6", 245. He looked like it yesterday, man.
He still look it.
That's a bad
dude.
Look.
He don't look much off of that.
No, he sure doesn't. So, and then 1 o'clock, we're going to open the phone lines up for Ask B. Mitch Anything. Here's what I wanted to do, though. Simple question. I'll start with Jeffrey. Can the O-line protect Jaden tomorrow 2-3 series?
I think they can. And I think they can because there'll be a combination of them holding their blocks, giving them time, and also Jaden getting the ball out and, getting out of the pocket when it's collapsing and, sliding to safety or getting out of bounds to protect himself as well.
The Landini. They're going to protect Jaden.
I do. I think it's mostly because Jaden's ability to move. I think that even if they are kind of struggling a little bit with the Dolphins pass rush, Jaden will be able to protect himself. So I wouldn't be overly worried about him behind that O-line tomorrow.
Okay.
Well, Mitchell? I think this may be the offensive line that you may have to go with. And I think, yes, they can protect him. But just like somebody may lose one-on-one, then it comes down to the quarterback getting the ball out of his hands. On top of that, I understand he may play more than he did last week, but I still think that Cliff is going to call plays that are going to help protect him as well.
Sure. He's got to stay in him, though.
Right. I mean, but listen, if they listen, all I have to say, when you get you a smart quarterback that understands what he sees and what works against it, you better just have something that doesn't have a check off. Because what he did last week, he was right.
Right.
Whether you want him to do it or not, if I have information that I can use, the only way I won't use it if you don't let me have it. So you need to don't teach me stuff early, or don't get a quarterback who you know is going to go ahead and look.
B, in the horse racing world, a horse wins a race, right? Dornick won the Belmont, I believe. And Dornick's life then becomes pretty awesome. He gets to be a stud.
Mm-hmm.
And
that's a hell of a life, right?
You pay millions of dollars for that stud, right? You don't then tell him not to do what you want him to do.
Yeah.
If you got a stud, let him be a stud. Yeah. And I think I was joking about the Jaden Daniels thing checking out in the preseason, but I go back to the Hard Knocks when Brian Dable tried to get him in a weird spot and kind of make his brain malfunction. And he's like, I'll just throw a touchdown. When your default setting is I'm going to throw a touchdown, I don't want to change that default setting.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
I do think this line will protect. The Dolphins defense has also, they lost a couple huge parts. Now they got Chop Robinson. He'll be out there tomorrow night. I don't think, though, the Dolphins defensive line in the last few years had a fellow named Christian Wilkins in the middle who is a badass. He's on par with Quinnen Williams, who we saw at least in the practice last week against the Jets kind of take over. They lost Wilkins. So I think this is an advantageous spot for Washington's offensive line to get some camaraderie, to kind of play together, gel a bit. Because at this point, I'm not ruling it out, obviously. But with each passing day, it gets harder to see Brandon Coleman starting week 1 in Tampa. The rookie left out.
It gets hard to see it, but you know what? I'm comfortable with Lucas, to be honest with you.
I know. You've said that for months.
I'm looking at this question from Tay W. I guess Tay Wilson. He said, but I kind of want to see him against some pressure.
Daniels?
Yeah,
Okay.
it's not going to be clean all
No.
year. So I when I saw his tweet, his comment right here in the thread, I immediately felt as if, I want to see that too, because facing some pressure is not all that bad if you know how to get rid of it or get away from it, because when the season starts, people are not running straight up for you. They're going to be doing all types of things, and you want to see how comfortable somebody is in the face of pressure.
Well, dude,
So I agree with that, Tay.
even the check bomb to Diami in New York, like he faced pressure on that. If you go back and watch it, he has pressure on the right side that he steps up, evades, steps over, plants, throws. So, listen, man, it's still pro football. The quarterback's always going to face pressure. He will certainly have some tomorrow night, undoubtedly. I think they're in a much better position though, with whether it's 1 or 1A on the left side with Lucas, like that. That's a starting. That's a guy they view as a starter, and then certainly Wiley's a guy they view as a starter.
But see, you remember when I was talking about running back jobs a while ago, and I said that running backs, you have two things to do before you run the football. One is protect the quarterback, be able to block, and that's all one together. And on top of that, be able to protect the football. Then you run the ball. If you can't protect the football, we're not gonna give it to you a lot. The running backs and the tight ends on this team right now,
protect the football, you might not have a job.
Yeah, but the running backs and tight ends on this team right now, you can make yourself look even better if you have a check out, not a free release. Even if I have a free release, if you just stick a hand on somebody, you give your guy a chance to get back on him. But when you have a chance to check before you release, you knock the living hell out of that end. That end is going to be slow the rest of the game. So you can help out your tackles, your offensive linemen. As I said yesterday, if I was helping Jim Lachey, who was
a beast,
unbelievably good, these guys going to need some help throughout the year as well. And you got to be able to be that eraser for your offensive line. They're not going to be perfect every time. Sometimes you're going back, you trip over your own man's foot. You may stumble a little bit. Somebody else can be able to slow that guy down or just hit him and get you back on him. And they're going to have to, it's a whole team effort when it comes down to protecting the quarterback, not just the 5 guys in front of him.
Jim Lachey was 6'6", 3 bills, 294. When he got to Washington, so they traded Jay Schrader to get Jim Lachey, right?
The best feet I've ever seen even his feet pulling was probably better than Trent's.
Bro, he had 3 straight all-pro seasons for the Skins, including 91 Super Bowl winner. Then he blows out you almost wonder if he was on a Hall of Fame trajectory and then had a really bad injury. But Jim Lachey was a bad ass, dude. I remember that. Because
him through a few holes.
How about this? Lachey was good enough that Jacoby switched to right tackle. Yeah. Now that was later in Jake's career. I actually was reading something this morning. Jacoby is now up for the senior committee in the Hall of Fame. And we know Brian will get that call in 2028, but we got to, I'm going to see a call to action to get folks to support Joe Jacoby in his bid for the Hall of Fame via the senior committee. I got to get on that this weekend. Here's what we got to do. Chick Hernandez calls the games with Brian Mitchell. He joins us next.
Mr. Chick.
Good morning, everyone. Well, for the Nationals in their series opener in Philly, it got off to a rough start right out of the gate.
Into the ground right at somebody, but a swing and a drive deep left field. This one is gone. Goodbye. First pitch, elevated fastball, belt high, and boom, all over it. Blasts it out of here for his 13th home run.
Charlie Slows on the call, heard here on the Fan, as that Alec Bohm blast catapulted Philly to an early 3-0 lead in what would end up a game where the Nats on the wrong side of a 13-3 final. National starter Mitchell Parker allowing 9 runs in 3+ innings in the defeat. Phillies first baseman Weston Wilson becoming the first ever Phillies rookie to hit for the cycle. So the Nats look to put that one behind them. They will send Patrick Corbin to the bump tonight. He's countered by Phillies starter Aaron Nola. First pitch set for 6:40 p.m. from Philadelphia. Listen to it right here on The Fan. Last night, the Mystics fall to the Minnesota Lynx 79-68. And can you believe it? We're only a few months away from the start of Capitals hockey. And the Capitals are offering an invitation to training camp to former winger Jacob Vrana, still just 28 years old and a part of the 2018 Stanley Cup winning team. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, this is Adam Pohl on The Fan.
When I walk in the club, all eyes on me.
So we've gotten a lot of comps from me and B on the stream lately because we're in Miami. Maybe yesterday people were calling us Crockett and Tubbs. Somebody said Riggs and Murtaugh, which I truly enjoy. And then this morning, one dude said Hustle and Flow. I guess I'm the nerdy white guy producer. I don't know. I don't know if that really works.
Wow.
I vote Riggs and Murtaugh, but I'm open to all the possibilities. Joining us now is Mr. Chick Hernandez. You will hear him on the call tomorrow with B. Mitch for the Commanders-Dolphins game. Mr. Chick, what's up, dude?
What's happening? That game on WSA 9. Ding, ding, ding. By the way,
there it is.
Jeff Walker said that I might have a trouble hearing B. Mitch's voice because he's carrying his head around all the time. What does that mean?
He said I was carrying his head around. It's heavy.
Oh, okay.
What hole are you on, Chick?
Oh, not a hole. I'm on the North Beach right now, the Hollywood Beach. I went and worked out this morning, which is a shocker to most humans. And then
I saw you coming in there early, man. I was wondering where you were coming from.
Yeah. And I'm just kind of walking around, thinking about things and get myself ready. By the way, so is Landfill working today?
Oh,
yeah, he's there.
So I'm kind of wondering. I mean, I got a text at like 7:34 last night about what's going on. Am I like just an afterthought to Landfill? I don't understand. What's the issue?
No, I had talked to you yesterday about coming on in the media room.
Yeah, I know it was like 5 hours earlier. So I'm just wondering why your producer is like texting me 5 hours later.
I'll be honest, for our program, I think that's pretty good planning. Frankly.
In fairness, I got high and took a nap.
Hey, at least he's honest. At least he's honest.
I'll take that in a heartbeat. That's all fair. So no, all good then.
So, Chick, you were at the Jets practice, and also you were at Miami practice yesterday. What was the major difference you saw?
Well, I mean, there's so many different things that take place in a practice. And first off, I'm sure you guys have well documented, the two facilities are phenomenal. It's absolutely phenomenal, right? You walk in there and you can see the look on the commander's face. It's like, oh, well, this is what it's supposed to be like. It's not their fault, and it's not the current ownership's fault. So I think that'll be rectified in the years to come. But I just, you see, like there was and I pointed out to B. Mitch later, there was a bucket throwing contest at the end of practice where the quarterbacks, both teams, and some assistant coaches were throwing a 35-yard pass into not a bucket, but a little screened bucket. I only saw one ball out of 25 plus balls go in that bucket. That belonged to Jaden Daniels. I'm like looking, going, how is Tua not hitting that thing? How is nobody else hitting that thing? But as far as your question goes, I just saw crispness again. I see guys excited to go against each other. There was a lot of jawing back. There was certainly a lot of chippiness for sure, which is going to happen. And then to be inside that bubble for the final plays, and of all guys, Kendall Fuller to get the game, the practice ending interception, and for him to do a little woofing at the sideline of his former teammates. That's just a lot of fun to watch these guys having fun. They're having a lot of fun while playing.
So it was interesting. Kendall was asked about that after when he talked, and you know what he actually did was the old school flight marshal celebration that they were doing when he was drafted. And it's just crazy to think that wasn't that far long ago, but it feels like a different universe when he was drafted and they were competing. And I mean, Scott McLuhan drafted Kendall Fuller. How long ago does that seem?
It seemed like an eternity.
That's amazing.
I think having some tackles made a big difference in practice yesterday.
Sure.
And they should have them tomorrow night. How do you think Jaden will handle playing behind this O-line?
Oh, I think he handled his one series last week without having his tackles there. So I think he'll be fine. I think they'll play him a good amount more, probably first quarter or so, I think, get a good feel for the ones. And look, he's, as everybody has said, he is light years ahead when it comes to his preparation for a rookie, right? We've talked to several coaches over the last couple of weeks, and it's cool to be on the road with them where you just sit in the lobby and just have a quick chat. And, you mentioned Jaden, and their eyes light up and go, holy cow, this guy so on top of things with his teammates, right? Most importantly, almost, with his teammates, that locker room. He's got that part not figured out, but he's taking the time and energy to do that, to text folks, to make sure everybody's on the same page. As we've talked about, will it equate to wins? Don't know. Can't say that. But you can say that this is going to be a better product, I think, in watching these guys and watching this coaching staff. It's a different vibe. I hate the word vibe, but it is different. And they have an intentionality about them.
Yeah, I just think that, people are saying these things because they see it. And if you're around it, you understand it. It doesn't guarantee anything, but if you don't do the stuff that he's doing, you damn sure won't be winning anything. For those out there that may think that he's getting too much praise, what do you say to them?
Who? Daniel?
Jaden.
Yeah. Well, I'd say to them, shut the hell up, for one. It's not too much praise. Nobody that I know that's in the business and any coherent fan would say, okay, the guy was really good in college. He's doing the right thing to be a pro. Let's see what happens. Those who are saying, oh, we're going to the playoffs, blah, blah, blah. You can't do that. You can't put that on him as well, right? I mean, they brought in, they drafted him, right? They got Austin Eckler, a free agent acquisition that can lighten the load for B-Rob and for Jay. Defensively, Bobby Wagner, a quarterback on that defense who's setting the tone for everybody in that room. And another rookie, and Mike Sammers still, right? Who we talked to last night, B? I mean, they were talking about just the fact that he was taking care as a rookie of his defensive unit when it comes to snaps and text, all that jazz. So they are doing the right things before they play their first regular season game.
It's going to be fascinating to watch, talking with Chick Hernandez. Calling the game would be Mitch tomorrow. You can watch it on Channel 9. What time? 7 o'clock kick? What time is this game?
7 o'clock.
7 o'clock.
You're glad y'all said that. I sure thought it was 7:30. I got to be there at 5 o'clock, so no matter what time I was going to be there.
I tell you what, I wish it was earlier, man. That noon game, dude, I was home by 8 o'clock last week. It was phenomenal.
Yeah, that was nice. But another night in Florida won't hurt you.
Sure. Defensively, what are you hoping to see? What do you want to stand out tomorrow night?
Boy, to stand out. Well, we know what the tackles will do, and I think even the tackles. What did Joe Witt say last week? He was surprised by how disruptive they were. So John Allen, Deron Payne, they're going to be who they are. I just want to see that mesh of Jeremy Chin, he's an awfully big safety, working.
He's huge.
Right, he's huge, right? I mean, I just want to see what's the word? Just a chemistry in that secondary. I mean, and watching the practice yesterday, okay, there were some holes, right? The guys, it's just a 7-on-7 or 11-on-11. but there are some holes there. I mean, they got open. So, and Tua could deliver it. I want to see a little more cohesion there. And we continue to harp on Emmanuel Forbes, really good across the middle, really good horizontally. Yesterday, he was pretty good on the deep route, by the way. I know he got a couple plays there. So I want to see his progression and people to see that this guy is, he's doing everything he can to be a better corner in this league.
Yeah, I think what happens, like people start hearing us saying positive things about certain people, and then they automatically assume everything is perfect. It's not perfect. You want to see the constant growth in it. Listen, John and Duran has done a lot for a long time now. You want to now see how Dorrance and also Cleveland are going to match up with them. And then you begin to go back. Listen, I'm going to tell you, I pay attention to everything. I like to position myself where I can see stuff. And like you just stated about Bobby Wagner, that dude he's a middle linebacker and a leader all damn day.
You think he's playing, though? I don't think he's playing.
I don't know I'm not worried about if he's going to play or not. I'm just saying the way he's always educating guys. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
He's always educating and trying to get the things done. And to be honest with you, when we talked to Chin yesterday, he was saying how much he loved the trip last week and the trip this week, because what it does, it forces the veterans on the team to have to talk to the young guys and bring them along. I've argued for years about not going to camp, going away to camp, because when you're at home, you're going to go home when you got free time, not stay and talk to somebody. And I think these two trips are going to help this team a little more than it did for teams previously.
Look, they're in the locker room, they're not staying in position groups anymore. And on the road, we sat there last night outside the hotel, right? We were sitting there, having a little stogie and hanging out and watching the different groups of guys who are just hanging out, sitting at the table, and families are coming in and chatting and stuff. That's just as you said back in the day, that wasn't happening back in the day. That was, you guys are out and about, and that was it. Now these guys are kind of chilling and kind of recovering from the day, getting ready for the next day. So yeah, you're right about Wagner. He won't play, but a guy like Frankie Luvu, who is all over the place. You think he's in one spot, and then he's not. He's right there in the face mask of some guys.
Yeah,
he's exciting to watch the growth of these guys. So I really want to see a great effort. The only negative yesterday was Bo Bauer going down, and that was tough to see.
Yeah, you hate that, man.
Yes.
They rode the cart right past us, kind of where we were sitting, and you could see physically he's in pain, obviously, but it's also a guy that plays at Notre Dame. You know what I mean? Like he achieved something. What do you figure? Maybe 1% of football players can achieve even to get to that level, and then you wonder.
Yeah,
you could see like the mental anguish, I guess, of being an undrafted guy, and then we don't know the extent of the injury. We're not going to speculate on it, et cetera. Right. But sometimes you only get one chance at this thing.
Totally.
When he's being carted off, and we can see the helmet's down and he's shaking his head. When a player does that, they know that something is pretty much wrong.
Serious.
Again, not going to speculate, but it's just reading his own body language. Which the other part of this is we get a chance to read body language of all the guys, healthy and not. And you see the guys who are up 24/7. You see the other guys who are worried about their jobs, other guys who aren't worried about their jobs. And for damn sure, the coaches, when they look back at that film, they're seeing it. And it's like, you get in your meetings, you're like, hey, dude, what's with the moping, right? That's telling. And that's when it comes down to decision making, and Van Quinn and the staff are talking to Adam Peters, that's one of the deciding factors. I don't know, guy. I don't know. I don't feel it from him.
It's interesting.
It pops up.
Yeah. Well, and I think that's why tomorrow night is such a big opportunity, because if you've maybe through a week and a half haven't had your A game, but you show up tomorrow night and play an A game, you could totally change the course of your offseason, of your preseason.
The thing about this is you get to write your own story for the most part. And your story is written by your play, point blank.
And all that tape, it's a trite phrase, all that tape, all 31 other teams are going to see it. And so when they say you're playing like Jonathan Allen did last week, dressed up for the game and then spoke to the team before the game, like you're playing for not only your team, but 31 other teams, get yourself on tape. That's what's happening here tomorrow. I'm fascinated to see how Trace McSorley handles this. Dude was sitting in in-laws' house, gets a phone call. Hey, guy, we need a quarterback. You used to run some of the Cliff Kingsbury offense in Arizona. Why don't you come out here and join us? And physical, on a flight that night, and now he's playing for the team he grew up loving and driving by the complex every day of his young life. I mean, it's a really cool story. And, in D.C., the backups and the third-string quarterbacks become really good stories historically.
Yeah, totally.
I think, especially tomorrow night, it'll be it is wild. I was texting with some folks back home, like, how did Trace look? And I'm like, dude, he got here last night. Like, there's kind of a ceiling on how it's going to look,
totally.
This happened overnight. And yes, he played for Cliff 3 years ago, but things kind of change and evolve. But from the straight story of it, it's fascinating, and it's a fun little wrinkle for tomorrow night because you get into the fourth quarter of some of these games. There's not a ton of what you're watching that will translate a month later.
Mm-hmm.
And I think that gives it just a totally different element.
But the cool thing is he has nothing, as he told me yesterday. I said, what are you playing for? Because I'm playing for me. I'm playing for all these guys. Again, going back to, we're putting stuff on tape for 31 of the teams because I'm just trying to go out and not, any detriment to any other teammate. And so he's kind of playing free from that standpoint. There are no expectations on Trace McSorley in this offense. They won't have him running any plays that are really in the Commanders' playbook. They'll be basic.
Designed for him.
Right.
Right. And if this dude, drops back and makes a zippy throw to somebody, well, then just like what happened 2 days ago, another team, when they're in trouble, goes, hey, where's McSorley at? He just played a preseason game for the Commanders. Doesn't look too bad. At least he's serviceable to come in here and be a backup, three, so we'll see.
Hey, what do you think about the kicker situation?
Well, I've actually gone on a tryout today during the walkthrough, so I don't want to say it out loud. Yeah, I mean, I think when cuts are made, finally there'll be some other kickers that are available, and they'll continue to look. Riley Patterson kicks a high ball. Is he consistent in a game? I can't really measure that yet. In a practice, he's serviceable. So
I had a good day yesterday. He was
nobody blasted the goalpost.
I think he was
like
3
that,
for
dude.
3 or 4 for 4 yesterday from over 50. So he helped himself out some yesterday. Don't know if he solidified anything though.
No, I don't think that's the case. And I know Larry Izzo is still. He told us he's looking, make sure solidify that position. And we get another week and seeing the dynamic kickoffs. It's gonna be fun. I think it's gonna. Yeah. I think you'll see over the next couple of weeks, especially in the regular season, we're gonna see some huge returns because guys are gonna figure out a way to make it happen with the blocking scheme, and you get a bigger guy back there, Brian Mitchell back there who can bust through that first line, and it's over.
I think it's gonna be a little bit more wrinkles to it too. I think everyone has lined up exactly how they saw the first diagram with 2 people deep. And I think that's going to change a little bit because you can put 3 people in that 20 to 30-yard range where now you can't form a wedge, but you could do some cross blocking that can open up some holes.
And you just need to get through that first gap. It's really catching you sideways, So that's, and I like it. I like it because I think the numbers are 21% of the kickoffs were returned last year. 21. That's really low for a league.
Even lower than that.
Yeah.
I'm cool with the rule change. I just hate that onside kicks are gone. That doesn't happen very often. I recognize that, but just that surprise element is out of the game. Kind of sticks with me.
Yeah.
I got you.
Where are you, Mr. Chick? You on the boardwalk?
I'm walking across the North Hollywood Bridge to the beach.
Okay. Are you walking to the beach from this hotel?
No, I went and to get my game boards. My game boards printed, and now I was about, I'd say, 2 miles away. So I'm making a 2-mile walk to the beach, and I'm going to shoot a stand up there that the bosses won't like, and then we'll go from there.
What will they not like that it's at the beach? Or are you telling them something they don't want to hear?
No. I thought I had done enough work, and it's all good. You know me. I like to have a little fun, a little tweaking, and so we're gonna do a little tweaking on this. So let me tell you real quick. Let me do a
Landfill
little,
might kill you, but
promotion.
go ahead.
All right. 5 o'clock tonight, we're doing the story of McDaniel and Quinn. Obviously, everybody knows Mike McDaniel and his travails as an alcoholic, and one of the guys that helped him through it was Dan Quinn. They were both very effusive about each other yesterday. It really was cool to see the game. It's not just a game, especially for Dan Quinn. And we've talked. I mean, everybody that's ever talked about Dan Quinn says what a great culture guy he is, right? And then at 6 o'clock, we're doing this thing called the name game feature. A lot of guys on this roster that I have to learn how to pronounce their names.
Oh, they got some names.
I put their own teammates against each other to see if they can produce and pronounce the names like Wugugu and Biadish and Fotoa'e. And it became pretty comical.
Word. We got to go to break. Landfill's going to kill us all, Chick. See you later, bud.
All right, peace.
All right. That is Chick Hernandez, 11:45. We got Real or Fake with Cody Betts. Nobody go anywhere.
Good morning, everyone. Well, Mitchell Parker allows 9 runs in 3+ innings, and the Nationals could not get back into it in a 13-3 series opening loss to the Phillies. Now, Keibert Ruiz led the way for the Nats with a multi-hit game that included his 11th home run of the season. But the story of the night was Phillies first baseman Weston Wilson, who became just the 9th Philly to ever hit for this cycle. So tonight, game 2 of the 4-game series in Philadelphia, Patrick Corbin gets the start for DC. Aaron Nola on the hill for the Phillies, a 6:40 first pitch. Listen here on The Fan. Last night, the Mystics back on the floor, falling 79-68 to the Lynx in Minnesota. And the Commanders, after a day of joint practices with Miami yesterday, will take on the Dolphins in their second preseason game tomorrow at 7 p.m. From the Krupp Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, this is Adam Pohl on The Fan.
Girl,
Look at that body. B. Mitchell Finley, 1067. The Fan. I work out. So when I left Dolphins facility last night, when I drove over there yesterday, I took the highway. Mm-hmm. So what's interesting about like South Florida is you have 95, the same damn 95 we have. That's a parking lot in Fredericksburg. It's the same 95 down here. And then maybe like 6 miles further inland is the Florida Turnpike. Yeah. So they have like parallel highways because they got a lot of people down here. So yesterday going to the facility, I took the highway. But coming home, by the time I got out of there, it was like 5:15. It was just kind
traffic,
peak rush hour. So they had me cut through town, for lack of a better word. Here's one thing I've learned about Florida. Now, like you're up more in like a city, like in Lauderdale, right next to the airport. There's a lot built up over here. So the beaches down here are on the other side of the Intercoastal Waterway or Biscayne Bay as you get further south to Miami. And the stuff that's on the water is really nice. And the little strip of land that's on the beach is small. I mean, it's like 2-3 blocks wide. Yeah. You know what I mean? Between the ocean and the Intercoastal Waterway. But you get over the bridge to the mainland side, for lack of a better word, and then you get about a mile inland, starts to look a lot different.
Oh, yeah.
Like things change fast.
Quickly.
Dude, I saw a lady pushing a child in a grocery cart, like across the street. It was an interesting method. But my ride home yesterday was different. So, and I was tasked with picking up a bottle of wine for my wife. And there was a significant portion of my ride home. I was like, I know that place says it's a liquor store, but I am not going in there.
It's more what you see down here. It doesn't look inner city, but it has the same feel of the inner city.
That's such a great way because for me, like whenever I think of palm trees and stuff, it's like, paradise. But they got everything here that we got.
Hey man, you been to Bahamas?
Yeah,
it's palm trees, not paradise for the people living.
Sure,
yeah,
sure.
So.
There was a football game last night. You watch any of that?
I watched some of it. At first, I thought it was like a replay. Then I sat there and I started. I'm like, damn, this game is going on right now.
Now, did you notice the final score of that game?
14-13.
Unders, baby.
Yeah.
Unders.
And it would have been even less than that, but they went on a hell of a fast-paced drive at the end to score a touchdown, go for 2, and then get the 2-point conversion.
Yeah. Who was quarterback for the Eagles at that point?
I forgot the number of the guy.
I think it was Will Greer, maybe, or was it still Pickett? Cody's boy.
Pickett was gone at that moment.
So it's never good when you got to come out and say it, but they want Sirianni came out and made sure the world knows Pickett's a backup. He went 11-13 last night. He was sacked 4 times. 11-13 is pretty damn good.
Hell yeah.
Will Greer came in late and was 3 of 5. Jalen Hurts, 19. I'm sorry, Jalen Hurts didn't even play. It was the guy McKee that I think McKee had that drive you were talking about.
At the end.
The folks I'm pretty interested in looking at are the Patriots quarterback battle.
Mm-hmm.
You want to hear some numbers?
Well, I saw some of my man, Mr. May.
Well, here's what I told you. When I saw that there was a passing yards line for Drake May of 75.5, I screamed to the world to take the under. I don't know that the world listened, but if you could find that, take the under. But B, you tell me what of these numbers impresses you. Jacoby Brissett, 3 of 7 for 17 yards with a pick. Woof. Bailey Zappi, 3 of 4 for 29 yards. That's late action.
But they all were throwing a lot of damn dump offs.
Joe Milton, 2 of 7, sacked twice. Drake May, number 3 overall pick, 6 of 11 for 47 yards with a sack.
Yeah.
What is 6 completions? What is 47 divided by 6 is what I'm asking. 6, 7?
7 point something.
Average 7 yards a throw.
A completion.
Yeah. Yikes.
But the thing of it,
May did run. He ran in for a touchdown.
As I looked at their offense last night, I saw a lot of look, dump off, throw to short range. Nobody was really looking down the field, let the ball fly.
Well, when you've got receivers like Jermichael Hasty and Austin Hooper, I mean, Jalen Reagor, I'm sure his breakout's coming with that quarterback room. Gerard Mayo has been consistent that he still hasn't named his starting quarterback.
After that performance, what do you expect him to?
Nobody demanded that they're the guy. I mean, I think it'll be Jacoby, but 3 of 7 with a pick is pretty damn awful. That is just bad football, man. I have actually already put the wager in on the Patriots over their win total of 4.5, just because it's pretty damn hard to win 4 or fewer games. Last night didn't make me feel great about that, B.
Yeah, but preseason is so weird where you go into the game working on certain things so you don't look for. They could have been today is dump off night, and if you throw a pick, did the pick go straight to somebody? Did it go off somebody's hands? I didn't even see that part when Jacoby was in there. I saw it a little bit later, but I think Jacoby is the better quarterback on the roster.
At least right now. Now, if you're trying to develop long term, maybe that's a different question. But like the best quarterback on that roster right now is Brissett.
Totally.
Here's something that's wacky. You know me. I enjoy watching football. I enjoy the occasional wager on football. I enjoy chicken wings, beer, all of the things. Don't you think mid-August we'd have some preseason football on a Friday night?
You would think so.
We do not.
Yeah. They had it on Thursday night.
There was a game last night. There's 2 games Sunday. There are no games tonight.
Yeah.
That means there's 13 games tomorrow.
What's going on TV where they don't want to have a game tonight? Something has to be going on.
Is it like the politics? Is it the Democrat
I don't know. It could be something. But the NFL only don't try to take advantage of stuff when there's something that they don't want to, someone they don't want to piss off.
Landville, what's on tonight? Do you know?
I have no idea.
The Matrix? That doesn't make sense. They should have a game tonight. Here's what makes sense. Cody Betts joining us next. B. Mitch and Finley, 1067 The Fan on a Scotty's Vodka Red Bull Friday. One person I know loves some Scotty's is Cody Betts, the tech exec. Cody, what up, man?
With orange juice.
How you doing? Definitely.
What up? How are y'all?
Cody, when's the last time you had a mimosa?
Oh, Lord.
A mimosa?
Yeah.
I mean, I don't drink mimosas, but screwdriver, I think like 3 days ago.
How many
did you have?
Yeah.
Oh, man. So I was in Erie for 4 days. I finished a 1 liter bottle of like Tito's. So however many that is.
Wait.
Which size is a liter? That's not the big one, is it?
No, that's a handle.
Okay. Listen, man, from what I understand about Erie, Pennsylvania, you should be just schnockered the whole time you're there. It doesn't sound like the coolest place as far as I understand it.
That's pretty much it.
All right. When Cody joins the program, it's when we play real or fake. Is Jeffrey back from the bathroom? Are we all locked and loaded here? Boys in the aquarium.
I'm good too.
Okay, great. Cody, let the people know how we play it, and let's get to work.
All right, I'm going to read y'all some headlines, and you guys are going to determine whether they are real or I made them up.
All right. What do you got?
All right. First one here. Man dies after driving at high rate of speed into the wall of the West Virginia Penitentiary.
Huh.
Real.
Fake.
Jail crash. All right. Jeff says fake. B says real. Professor?
I say fake. I feel like you probably can't drive up that close to the prison.
If you're going fast enough.
You're doing 100 miles per hour. Who the hell going to stop you?
And West Virginia. I'm going real on that. Yeah, I mean, if you're flying, you can get through a fence.
All right, next one. Sharks off Rio de Janeiro's coast have tested positive for cocaine, marking the first instance of drugs being detected in wild shark populations.
Real.
I'm going real on that too,
Definitely
Landy.
real.
It's going to be a real sweep, but like, what scientist needs to check if sharks are doing blow? Like what? Who's funding that study? Who cares?
You think the science is always testing stuff to get extra funding that end up in their pocket sometimes.
After the movie Cocaine Bear, I kind of believe anything. So if Brazil's got coked out sharks, I don't know. Stay out of the water.
Attack
man.
you, dog.
Next one.
All right, next one. Man arrested after 29 pounds of marijuana was found in his luggage at Louisville Airport.
One more time.
Man arrested after 29 pounds of marijuana was found in his luggage at Louisville Airport.
30 pounds of weed is a lot. Stinks. I mean, you can smell that.
I'm going to go with fake.
Landfill?
I'm also going to go with fake.
That's a lot of weed, dude. Landfill's saying fake. Jeff said real. I'm going to lean on, although Landfill's getting high all the time too. Maybe I should lean on Landfill's expertise here. I'll go real. What the hell? Let's live a little.
All right. Next one. Illinois school worker sentenced to 9 years in prison for stealing $1.5 million worth of chicken wing.
That's real.
That one's real. Yeah.
I saw that one.
I did see that one.
Yeah. Didn't a football player offered to pay the fee or to pay the fine or something?
Yeah, but that's a lot of damn chicken wing. What the hell she was doing? She had a wing spot or something? Or he had a wing spot?
Maybe they had like a secret side.
A lot of damn wings that we just taken home.
All right, we all got real on that one because we saw that one.
All right. Last one here. Mall security guard reportedly fired for doing donuts in the parking lot while playing Not Like Us.
That's fake.
I hope that one's true, so I'm gonna go real.
I'm
for
going
that.
real with it. I want that to be real.
I'm gonna say fake. All right, let's go through the answers, Kodo.
All right. Man dies after driving at high rate of speed into the wall of the West Virginia Penitentiary. That one is real.
Hey, there we go.
All right, me and B get it. Boom. Hot start.
Next one. Sharks off Rio de Janeiro's coast have tested positive for cocaine, marking the first instance of drugs being detected in wild shark population. That one's also real.
Ooh, we all got that.
Bang, bang, bang.
I mean, you got coked out sharks in Brazil. What a world.
All right. Man arrested after 29 pounds of marijuana was found in his luggage at Louisville Airport. That one is real.
Wow.
Damn. All right.
I missed that one.
B mentioned Landville said fake. Me and Jeff, though, both got it. I don't want to talk in the middle of no hitter, so keep going, Cody.
All right. Well, the next one, the Illinois school worker sentenced to 9 years in prison for stealing $1.5 million worth of chicken wings. That one was real.
We all got that.
So everything was real today, Cody.
And then the last one, mall security guard reportedly fired for doing donuts in the parking lot while playing Not Like Us. That one is also real.
Damn.
All of them were real today, huh, Cody?
Yeah, I tried to throw you guys off a little bit.
Today was a real day. All right. With 4 points, Brian Mitchell. With 3 points, Landfill. With 4 points, me, so I don't win. B and I tie. And Jeff got 3 points. That was good. No freezers.
Good job, brother.
That was funny.
I can't believe you didn't have anybody in the freezer.
Hey, next week.
Probably all 5 will have somebody in the freezer.
Hey, as a Niner fan, Cody, I was wondering this. Are you a little – there's just a lot going on with the San Francisco 49ers right now. Are you a little –
man.
Are you a little like what the hell-ish? How you feeling?
Yes. Oh, I have a couple 49er fans, and we're just going back and forth. We want it to be over. Whatever the outcome is, we want it to be over.
And that's just Ayuk you're talking about.
Yeah, I mean, we also have a ton of injuries, but there's just off-field stuff, on-field stuff. Just play football.
Trent, you got a lot going on over there.
A lot.
Thank you for the time, buddy.
Don't worry about it, Cody.
Oh, you made me laugh.
Have a good weekend.
You made me laugh as our jersey plug with the jersey hookup.
Yes, I got you. Whenever you need an off-color jersey, I got you.
Anything pink.
That's Cody. That's our guy Cody, the king of real or fake. When we come back, Kimbo Camper played for the Dolphins, does Dolphins radio and television. Will join us next. He was also in Ace Ventura.
This sports update driven by the Ted Britt Automotive Group, home of Ted Britt for life. The Commanders off today as they get ready for the second of 3 preseason games. Washington will take on the Dolphins tomorrow night at 7 p.m. Expect newly signed quarterback Trace McSorley to see some action with both Marcus Mariota and Sam Hartman out due to injury. The Nationals look to bounce back after being walloped 13-3 in their series opener with the Phillies last night. Tonight, a 6:40 start. Saturday, a 6:05 first pitch. And Sunday gets going at 1:35 from Philadelphia. Listen to the series in its entirety right here on your home of Nationals baseball, 106.7 The Fan. And the Mystics fell at Minnesota last night, 79-68 to the Lynx. Washington will now host the Lynx Saturday at 2 in a game on national television. For over 60 years now, Ted Britt has set the bar for the best buying experience in the D.C. area, period. That's Ted Britt Ford Fairfax, Ted Britt Ford Lincoln Chantilly, and Ted Britt Chevrolet Sterling. All home to Ted Britt for life, lifetime vehicle coverage. And just a click away at tedbritt.com. From the Crop Midcap 5-Star Sports Desk, this is Adam Pohl on The Fan.
B-Mitch and Finley, high noon in the District of Columbia and down in South Florida. And when you get to South Florida, you got to kind of realize who runs these towns, this town, Miami, Lauderdale, everything in between. And a guy like Kim Bocamper is absolutely one of the guys that runs this town. A linebacker and Pro Bowler for the Dolphins, member of that Killer Bees defense, all of that. Then he became, he is a star when it comes to being the sports guy at the CBS affiliate down here for a long time, does radio and television for the Dolphins now, has his own podcast, Out to Pasture, which is a really funny name. Bo, what's up, man? Thanks for joining us.
I appreciate having you guys here down here for this weekend. Was it hot enough for you?
Yesterday was cooking.
Yeah, it
dude.
cooled off a little bit today, though. I'll take it.
Yeah.
Dude,
I know you get hot. I know you get hot temperatures up there. I remember playing up there. I think we opened up in DC in '84 against the then Redskins and Joe Theismann and those guys after they beat us 2 years before in the Super Bowl. And it may have been one of the hottest games I've ever played in my life.
Wow. We were talking about that yesterday, dude, that the Redskins-Dolphins rivalry, if you consider, two of the more iconic Super Bowls in NFL history were 72 when the Dolphins beat Washington to go undefeated. Yep. And then in the Super Bowl that Washington beat Miami with that fourth down run from John Riggins. Did that register at all yesterday with the Commanders in there for joint practices?
Yeah, a little bit. It's obviously the uniforms are different, but the colors are similar. And, it's funny. During my career, I played down here for 10 years, and it seemed like you get rivals coming in. Early on in my career, we played Minnesota a lot, and then kind of midway in my career was the Chargers that we played a lot. And then it got to be in the 80s, the Redskins, the then Redskins that we played a lot. And so, there were always good games, always good teams. And, but that Washington rivalry, it still kind of sticks in my craw. I've told people, it's great going to a Super Bowl. It's horrible going to a Super Bowl and losing. And so we lost against the Redskins and Theismann and Riggins and the Hogs and all those guys, which was a really good football team. But it's one of the things that I have a hard time even watching the Super Bowls now because I remember losing the Super Bowl and and that feeling doesn't feel good. It's still I'm 69 years old, and it stabs me in the back like it was just yesterday.
You know what? There are games I played, and I remember the same thing. And I don't know. I guess athletes that go through it, some things you never let go.
No. I have a hard time during Super Bowl week because they're running replays, and you're thinking about games. And like if I see a replay of that game, I immediately turn it off. I can't even watch it. You know.
See, I go all the way back to college. You were mentioning Louisiana Tech earlier. I wanted to beat you up because I hate Louisiana Tech.
Because you lost to them.
Oh man, we lost. They had some linebackers. I thought they had extra linebackers on the field. Everywhere I went to run, they were there. I'm serious.
Bo, what do you think of this Dolphins team? I mean, obviously there is a ton of speed. Tyreek Hill's, I mean, pretty damn unstoppable. But they also lost a lot from that D line.
Yeah, well, you know, Christian Wilkins was a big loss for that football team. You know, and I was a big advocate for keeping him. I thought he was the heart and soul of the defense, and he and Zach Sealer, and now Sealer's still here, but they were, you know, these guys, and you know, they were best friends. They were never apart from each other. They talk on the football field. They talk on the bench when they'd come off the field, and so you know they get that relationship where, you know, you said, you know, sometimes when you play with somebody that you're close with, you have a relationship where you don't have to talk to them on the field, and they know exactly what you're thinking. Give them a look, and you know exactly what they're thinking. And so they had that, and so now, you know, Wilkins goes out to the Raiders, and Zach's still here, but he's going to have to try to carve out that relationship with 3 or 4 new guys that they brought in, and it's a rotation that they're going to use here for Anthony Weaver's defense. And so I don't know if they're going to be able to. I don't know if they're going to be able to get to that same level, but that's what it's going to be. And so then you know the one guy they lost too that really doesn't get talked about much is Andrew Van Ginkel, who went up to Minnesota. You know, he was a big part of that defense and kind of an unsung hero there. And guy didn't demand much attention and didn't really get a lot of attention, but you know, he was almost as important as Wilkins setting in the edge and rushing the passer and just doing the dirty work. And so they're going to have to replicate the loss of those 2 guys. But I think Anthony Weaver with his scheme is going to be a little different. And I kind of like what he's doing up there. He's kind of using 5 guys to morph to a 4-man line into down to a 3-4 kind of a look and do some of those things. So I like the addition of him, and I think that's going to help that defense kind of cover up for the losses of Wilkins and Van Ginkel that went away in free agency.
When you know, Van Ginkel, if you remember, had the pick 6 against Washington last year, where he damn near took the ball off Sam Howell's hand.
Well, he threw it straight to him.
Right.
but like when you look at their offense, like I was looking at them yesterday, and you watch them, like most teams are very vanilla in the preseason.
Yeah,
their base is way beyond vanilla.
Yeah. You know, if you want to talk ice cream, it's like going to Baskin Robbins 32 flavors. You know,
right?
You can go to places and they got vanilla and chocolate, and this team's got a lot more than that. I mean, you know, and it's funny with Mike McDaniel. You know, he's in his 3rd year here. And I can see him every year. He's been different. You know, and his offense. I talked to him last week, and he says, you know, from the time I got here to now, this defense has changed 30% from then. And so, you know, he's one of those guys. You know, he's like the mad scientist in the lab, trying to cook something up different. And so he's making changes, and he sees what works. You know, most coaches see what works, and they do more to it, and then they see what they don't work, and they put it out. But he kind of creates a lot of, you know, he creates situations with the speed that he's got. Where somebody's going to be open on every play. And if the quarterback can hit him on that timing, the big plays are going to come. And so, but I think this year, you know, contrary to what a lot of people think about Mike, we talked to him about this a little bit last week, was that, you know, he considers himself a run guy. He considers himself offensively a run-oriented guy. And he said it's just so happened after his first year when he started going back and looking at the numbers, he found out that he was a pass guy, right? and at least during that course of that year. So he's trying to get back to that, you know, that that run pass, being more of a run pass, even offense. And I think you see it. They picked the kid Jalen Wright out of Tennessee and put him in that backfield with a bunch of other speed guys with Mostert and all these guys. H.N. and these guys. So they got a bunch of speed in that room, but he gives them a little bit of punch. He gives them a little bit of that muscle coming in the middle to run the game. So I would think that, just my opinion is I think this team is going to be a little more balanced, and it's going to rely a little bit more on the run game to affect the offense. They brought in a tight end in Jonnu Smith. They had no touchdowns out of the tight ends last year. I think that's going to change this offense, especially down in the red zone. So he's changed the offense around, brought in some players, but speed's the name of the game here. I mean, this is a speedy offense, speedy defense from on both sides of the ball. They just got, the talk down here during the Olympics was which four guys would you put on the 100-meter relay or on the 100-meter relay
Seriously.
for these guys. And you got Tyreek, you got Mostert, you got H.N., you got Schwartz, you got Mostert, you got, and you could pick and choose 3 or 4 other guys that would do a pretty good job if they went in the 4x100 in the Olympics, so that's the kind of speed they got.
But you think that he's trying to bring in those tight ends and have a little more power game, because look at last year when they got into the tough situations, bad weather, they didn't fare as well as they did in the other perfect situations against the little I guess less effective teams. And because football, although speed kills, power is going to win over.
No doubt. And I think he understands that because, we talked to him. So there's been a lot of talk in this football team when Jordan Poyer, when they picked up Jordan Poyer and, coming from Buffalo. And Buffalo, I think, over the last 15 games, they've beaten the Dolphins 13 out of 15. And he was on most of those teams, if not all of those teams. And when he first came down here, his first press conference, he said, we knew how to beat the Dolphins. You get ahead of them late, they're going to fold, and that's how you beat them. And he delivered that message to his football team, and it resonated both in the offense and defensive side of this football team. And so I think, you're hearing guys talk about being bullies, being tougher, and not bullies in getting in fights and stuff, but just what you're talking about when it comes to crunch time. You can do all you want to do in September to October or November down here. But once you start going up in November, in December, in January, into February, and you go into those cold weather climates where you can't throw the ball around like a playground, you got to be able to get tough. And tough doesn't mean talking about it. And so I think he had an interesting comment last week when we talked to him, and he said, "Look, I want to be a football team that when it's 3rd and 3 and we know we need to run and we know we want to run and the defense knows we want to run, we're still going to run and we're going to make it happen." And that's what I think what he's talking about, how he is disseminating being tough is that. And then you're a running back, that grind, that offensive line, those guys doing that. I think that's what he's trying to become, as well as balancing the finesse and speed that they have on that offense.
Talking with Kim Bokamper here on the BetQL guest line. Bo is a Dolphins legend, played linebacker for the organization for many years at a really high level, then became a broadcaster here in South Florida, calls the games on the radio. I got to switch gears, though, Bo, and I got to ask you an important question. I just looked this up. Brian, from the hotel we are at, we could get to Bokamper Sports Bar and Grill in 25 minutes, all right? And I need to know more about the Killer Bee wings. These are Bo's signature wings.
Well, those are my signature
tell me what I
wings.
need to know, and how long does it take to prepare these wings?
Well, they're very unique. They're my look. This is my recipe for these wings. So they're barbecued, medium hot, barbecued, garlic, and then we put them on the grill and just caramelize that sauce on there. So it's got a little crust to it. It's got a little spice to it. It's got a little garlic to it. And it's got a little barbecue sauce to it. And I got to tell you, it's they're a thing to behold, my friend. Don't cut yourself short. So let me know where you're going to, and when you get there, and I'll make sure that they do justice for you. And look, I'll even pick up your tab. So I'm that kind of a guy.
What a gentleman. Well, dude, that place sounds awesome. Maybe we 20 minutes away, but Bo, you've started your own podcast, and with all the experience you have in as a broadcaster and as a player, I mean, I know you've got some pretty serious guys joining you on the pod. Tell us a little bit about what you're doing.
Well, so it's out to pasture. Like I'm 69 years old now, and I've had in the last couple of years I've had some heart issues, and no heart attacks or anything. I was in AFib and had some stuff like that, and so I actually when we were in Kansas City last year for the game, I was in AFib, and I couldn't catch my breath. When going up the stairs on the plane, I'd have to stop twice to get up there and catch my breath, and then so I did a pregame show outside, and my cardiologist, when I got back to the booth, texted me, said, "Man, you don't look very good." And I said, "Doc, I don't feel very good." And he says, "Well, I wish I could get an EKG strip on you." So I said, "Like, I got this Apple Watch. It's got an EKG, but it's probably not very reliable." No, they're really good. So I took an EKG. Took me 30 seconds, and the doctor had the EKG strip within a minute. And he goes, "Oh, you need to come in and see me in 2 days. So as soon as you get back, you come and see me." I had a procedure the next day, and I've felt fine ever since. So I'm driving down the road one day, and I see some kid over there, like 30-year-old kid. Well, I call him a kid now. 30-year-old kid over there. And he's swiping through his phone. And he's looking at girls in bikinis and this and that. And I'm going, look, this guy's looking at girls in bikinis, and I'm using my iPhone and my watch to save my life. So how many more guys they're like me that don't know that you got technology now that you can use to be healthy? And so I thought, let me, and look, everybody, I've been asked to do podcasts and be on podcasts with people, and it's just too crowded market. So I said, well, no one's catering to the baby boomers, the 50 and over. So our podcast is about growing old, aging, and what you can do to extend your life and make your life more enjoyable in your. We don't have, you got to be 50 years or older to be on our podcast as a guest. So we've had Larry Zonka, we've had Johnny Bench, we had Joe Theismann on. We talked about the Super Bowl game. We've had authors on. We had Dave Barry on. We had a friend of mine, I played junior college football with, Willie T. Ribbs, who was the first African American to drive in the Indianapolis 500. And so, and so we hear the stories in this, but there's always a message of health, something about health that Joe Theismann, he gave us a good tip. He said, look, at this point in my life, I've had so many injuries, there's things I can't do, and I've tried to do them. And every time I try to do them, I get in trouble. So he said, now you got to realize what you can't do and don't do it. Find something else to do. Or if it's lifting weights, don't lift 100 pounds, lift 10 pounds if that's all you can. So it's kind of a message of health and trying to, lengthen your life and make it good. And so, it's out to pasturepodcast.com. It goes to our website, and you can see all of them. We're on all the wherever you get your Spotify, Apple Podcasts, YouTube. We're all on all of those. And it's been pretty good so far. We're having a pretty good response to it, and it's been fun.
That's great, man.
I like that.
We know one thing Joe T can still do, and that's play golf.
Yep.
There's something I got to ask you. You were in Ace Ventura. I mean, it's such an iconic movie. Your scene, you kind of stole the scene. How did that, obviously you have been a really big deal in Miami for a long time, and they filmed it here, but how did that scene come about with you in the shower with Jim Carrey as Ace Ventura?
It's an interesting story. So, I played. So when I started playing, my quarterback was Bob Greasy. When I ended playing, I'd played with Dan Marino for 3 years, and so I'm out there trying to get a job, trying to figure out how to, make some money. And so I get a call from Danny, and he says, "Hey, Bo," he says, "You want to be in a movie?" I go, "Well, what movie?" He goes, "I don't know. It's this guy Jim Carrey." He says, "It's a movie about a pet detective." I go, "A pet detective?" He goes, "Yeah, a pet detective." I go, "What is that?" He goes, "You want to be in the movie or not?" And I said, yeah, I'll be in the movie. He's like, "So you're going to be in it?" He goes, "Yeah, I'll be in the movie." He says, "Okay," and he hangs up. So some producer calls me, and says, "Oh, okay, here, you're going to be this, you're going to be here, do it, come and shoot it this day." And they asked me, he said, so do you want to get paid in a one lump sum, or do you want to take a residuals? And I said, it's about a pet detective, and someone stole a Super Bowl ring. Give me the one lump sum, right?
Oh man.
And Danny took the one lump sum too, but his one lump sum was a lot bigger than my one lump. My one lump sum was $400. Right? So that when they first asked me, they wanted me to come in and do the scene where the guy was standing at the urinal, and he looks over at the other guy, and he kind of goes prancing out, and that's what I was supposed. They wanted me to do, but I couldn't come that day because I just bought a business. I just got a business, and I couldn't come that day, and so they said, okay, come the next day, and so that was the shower scene. So that's how I got in the shower scene, and
that's amazing.
So that and then that just became a thing, and so the movie came out, and I'm there with my wife and watching TV in bed, and all of a sudden the phone rings, and she picks it up, and there's a girl on the other line. She goes, "I just saw your husband in the shower naked," right? And so the first 2 or 3 years that movie was going, every time that would happen, we'd get a random phone call like that. But so that's the story of how I got into it and what it was.
That's
it was
so
a
great,
good experience.
Dude.
Good experience.
That's so great.
Well,
hey,
you ended up in a great movie.
Absolutely.
I ended up in Sharknado 3.
I hope you took the lump sum on Sharknado, not the residuals.
Oh, I still get every once in a while. I get a little something from SAG.
Hey,
sometimes
Bo,
they get down to about 30 cents or so.
Oh yeah, it was like that at the beginning.
Bo, thank you so much, man. We really enjoyed this, and
Appreciate
we're gonna try
you.
to get up to the restaurant, man. Thank you.
All right, my pleasure. Take care, guys.
All right, man. Take care.
We'll see you tomorrow night at the game. That is Kim Bocamper. Check out his podcast, Out to Pasture. I mean, when you talk about like South Florida legends, that dude checks every box.
Yes.
And his restaurant, Landfill, serves fried Oreos. Nobody go anywhere.
Hey, it's Brian Mitchell here. Are you tired of those lackluster cooling systems? Well, it's time to switch to Ruud and feel the difference. Thanks to the IRA Act, you can score up to $2,000 in tax credits on select heat pump systems. And Maryland residents, there's exclusive rebates from Ruud just for you. Personally, I've upgraded to 3 Ruud 18-series inverter heat pumps to stay cool. Ruud keeps me comfortable whether I'm chilling at home or hosting game day parties. So beat the heat this season and visit Ruud.com. That's RUUD.com to see why they're the MVP of cooling. And remember, if it ain't Ruud, it ain't right.
I'm Toby Altizer with your sports update on the Fan. Commanders take on the Dolphins for the preseason game 2 tomorrow. Kickoff at 7 o'clock. They held a joint practice with the team yesterday. Sam Hartman and Marcus Mariota are going to be out for that game. Last night in NFL action, the Eagles beat the Patriots 14-13. Drake May was 6 for 11 for 47 yards to lead the way for the Patriots. He also ran in for a touchdown, 4 carries for 15 yards. After the game, Coach Gerard Mayo said that the Patriots quarterback competition, quote, definitely isn't over. In baseball, the Nationals fell to the Phillies big in game 1 of the series, 13-3. Weston Wilson for the Phillies became the first ever Phillies rookie to hit for the cycle. Keibert Ruiz hit 2 home runs. The Nats will look to bounce back tonight. Game 2 of the series, 6:40 first pitch right here on the Fan. Patrick Corbin takes on Aaron Nola. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on the Fan.
Turn down for what?
If you missed any of our interview with Dolphins legend Kim Bocamper, get on the app, press rewind, find the right chapter, whatever you need to do. That was a lot of fun. I also really want to go to this restaurant. It's also making me realize I haven't eaten a thing today.
Oh, I ate.
Yeah, I often don't eat. It's good at maintaining my weight, but it's not like a healthy plan.
But see, you don't have a plan because you don't have a certain period of what you're doing. So your body's normally.
I often have a plan, but right now on the road, blah blah blah.
You can work that plan on the road. When the last time you ate last night?
I split a steak with Shelby for her birthday. So
Shelby couldn't have a whole steak because you sitting up here one piece of a steak.
No, dude, she can't. The smallest steak they have was 10 ounces. She doesn't eat that much.
She could have ate her steak. I bet you she probably could eat that 10 ounces. You just can eat 10 ounces.
I got to say, there was a lot of excitement on the YouTube stream just now. We had this dude, C-Man, making comments, and it was spelled M-A-N-N, and he said, it's awesome that the legends in that day stay in the area. We still have many that stayed in around D.C.
And we were thinking, was it Charles Mann?
And B and I were like, oh my gosh, is Charles in the YouTube chat? Which really would have surprised me,
yeah.
But it's a hell of a world.
But it's Chris.
It's Chris, man, and he lives in Charleston, South
Carolina, via Northern Virginia and Culpeper.
Shout out to Chris.
Yeah, what's up, Chris?
Jeff, as somebody that moderates the chat, did you at all think that was Charles Mann in the YouTube chat?
Not at all. I'm not even looking at the chat right now.
Oh, sorry, big time. Damn. What are you doing? So important.
I'm doing work. I'm cutting up audio so the first hours and second hour get posted.
Does sound like you're eating. What are you eating?
Chipotle.
Damn.
Oh man, messed up. Y'all couldn't send us none.
Yo, I'm the one dude that B never wants Chipotle. I always want Chipotle, and you get it when we're not there.
Yeah, that was kind of messed up. I got you on that one, JP. But y'all just had like a whole feast at Dolphins training camp yesterday and was talking about it while we were eating 3-week-old oatmeal cream pies from Chris Russell.
What? I tell you what, man.
Hey, don't worry. I had a nice breakfast this morning. I'm good. I don't know about JP.
I had nothing. You'll get nothing and like it. Oatmeal cream pies with Chris Russell sounds like a movie I'm not sure I want to watch.
Yeah,
it'll be cool. We'll see Bocamper tomorrow night at the game. He continues to be just a force for like all the Dolphins media down here. But B, as we get kind of closer and closer to the season, when you were playing, and granted it was different then because it was 4 preseason games, but this is about like if preseason training camp everything was a mountain, like tomorrow night is the top, and then you're going downhill towards the regular season. You know what I mean? Like you're more than halfway home once you get through this game.
Yeah,
what would your mindset be right now?
Well, right now I'm looking at trying to, because since this is the game that we looked at it as the third game where you're going to play a lot more as a starter or whatever, and people that get a lot of playing time, well, I'm looking to see how close I am to being where I need to be. I'm asking the coach to get more time. You know what I mean? But it's not necessarily you get to a point you go downhill, Jay, because you get to a point and you maintain. Like this is like a bike ride where right now you're going up Skyline Drive. Okay, then all of a sudden you're going to hit a point where it's going to level out. But as the season goes, where everybody's getting to tip-top shape, now you got about a 2% grade, where it's about, instead of being 2% grade at 200 yards, it's now 2% grade and you got 8 miles to go. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So and it's a constant climb. Then when it's the season, though, boom, you fall back off and you have to be at the bottom of that mountain again and you start it all over again. So I think ultimately, but at this point, I really want to know, where is my conditioning level? Can I truly play a whole football game right now? Because if they tell me 2 quarters, 3 quarters, I am going all the hell out. I'm reserving nothing because you're trying to see where you are. Just like when those guys go out there in a NASCAR, Indy, when they have 20-mile race and they have to go out here and do this 20-mile, they're not taking it easy on the car. They're trying to see exactly how strong it is. Is it ready? And they run that 20 miles at the same speed they do in the race. That's the way I looked at it.
Did your mindset change as you became more established?
No. I was the guy where I had
What was the longest contract you signed? 3 years?
5.
Okay.
My pops told me, man, you don't let people do your job. You never get complacent with it. You always go out there and you act like you're a new guy. And then I roll into Washington and I'm looking at Daryl Green and Art Monk and guys like Bostic and Warren, where they are on the off field working like they're rookies. So I'm listening to what my dad said. Then I see these established dudes working harder than the young dudes. My mindset was automatically stuck into that. And then I get to Philly later in my years here, get to Philly, and people are like, man, you already established. You don't have to work like that. BS. You want me to slow down so you can take my job. That ain't going to happen for you. You know, and I just kept doing it. And I always looked at preseason like when you heard Dan say that preseason is necessary. I looked at it like that. I hear what fans say. I hear what people say. If you are not trying to see where you are and when the season starts, if you don't push yourself, how do you know if you can go? You know, so the way that it is today, guys need to be doing extra stuff to get themselves to a certain level.
I think that's really smart and interesting for our listeners and fans to kind of get the perspective of some players now. Clearly, obviously, in your career, though, you had to encounter at some level guys that try to coast a little during camp and preseason games. What did you say to them? What did coaches say to them? Like, sometimes you could see it and it's fairly obvious. Sometimes I'm sure there's a lot that goes on that media and analysts don't realize.
Well, I think this, Jay, a lot of times we did gassers, we did running after practice, we did some stuff during practice. So if I'm a guy who's been around for 10 years, you're a guy in your first or second year, and I'm beating you every time, does that look good on you?
No.
So I basically made sure I was going to be beating them and pushing myself to a point where I didn't have to say a word to you. If you tried to keep up with me, you were working harder than you wanted to work, weren't you?
Mm-hmm.
So I made sure off-season programs I was there. And they'll be like, okay, B. Mitch, you're running with the running backs and the linebackers. No. I want to run with the receivers and the defensive backs because they always had a little higher speed. So whether I did it easily or I had to struggle to get to it, it put me in a better conditioning or better shape than with the guys that I'm normally going to be competing against, right? So I always did it to make sure they saw. Just like right now, when we talk about Wagner, we talk about Jonathan Allen, and we talk about Deron Payne. If they're doing something, I would think that the guys that are less than them are saying, well, damn, I got to do something like them.
Right.
Not, oh, okay, well, I'm going to just chill. I don't have to do all that. Well, he's older than me. No. Their actions can speak louder than their words sometimes. Because Art didn't say anything. Art just outworked every damn body. And if you were a receiver not trying to do what Art Monk were doing, then you were stupid.
Sure. Coming up at 1 o'clock, we're going to open the phone lines up. First time, maybe in the last 2 days. It'll be Ask Me Mitch Anything. We can have a broader conversation. So you've given us the player standpoint, right? Like your mentality, how hard you have to work every rep, every snap, every day.
Mm-hmm.
What is the coach's mentality at this point? Like, do you think that some of them are like, all right, I kind of think I know what I'm doing here, but this kid's got to show me X, or do they want to be validated, or do they want to be surprised? Like, if you're a coach today, they got an off day, they got meetings tonight, walk through tonight, whatever, right? What do they want to see tomorrow night?
The coaches?
Yeah.
They want to see who understands exactly what's going on. They want to basically, when you hear coaches saying about playing fast, you know what playing fast tells a coach? You've already done all the work. You are not thinking about what you have to do. You know what you have to do. Because on a football field, if you're thinking, you're losing. It's about reaction. If I have watched the film and put my film study in, if I have studied my plays, and if I also done all the conditioning stuff in the offseason, I just step on the football field and play, because as soon as a guy starts to move it, something in my brain should go off and say, boom, they're trying to run this play. And instead of me sitting up there and waiting around looking, I just go for it. You know what I'm saying? They have to be at that point. And the coach is trying to see who's playing fast. Because if you're playing fast, you're telling them a lot of stories about everything else. You're doing your work when you don't have to, when they're not around. Everybody pays attention in the meeting. But when you go home, do you look at your playbook? Do you look at film? Or do you just play video games?
I mean, it all shows up. The tape doesn't lie, ever. And I think all that it's going to be, tomorrow night is a big opportunity. Like, think about your boy Tyler Owens, who's done nothing but ball out every chance he's got. A guy like Bryson Tremaine has had a really good camp and has shown a lot every time he gets a chance. Martavis Bryant is scratching and clawing for his life at this point.
Yeah.
He's trying to get back into this, right? Like, what if Bryant's able to scratch together 3 catches for 48 yards tomorrow night and looks pretty good? Like, all of a sudden for Martavis Bryant, not only does Bobby Ingram notice that and Cliff Kingsbury notices that, Brian Johnson, but the Lions notice it, and the Texans and the Cowboys and the Giants and the Seahawks. Like, it's so easy to be super dismissive of these preseason games, and it's naive. 1 o'clock.
Listen, the people that are not involved, they can be that way.
Right.
The people that are involved, they better not be that way.
1 o'clock. Ask me, Mitch, anything.
Hey, it's Brian Mitchell here. Football is approaching, and it's time to get in on the action this season. You know what? When we look at that now, there are all kind of teams that are starting to come together, and we can now depict which teams we think are going to be in the playoffs and the Super Bowl. I think when you look at the games last night, you look at it and say, okay, the Eagles weren't playing very good when they had their starters in. Will they continue what they did last year, or will they come back to what they were the year prior? I'm saying you still put the Philadelphia Eagles as a team to make the playoffs. Right now, new customers can get $150 in bonus bets if your first $5 bet wins. There's no better place to get ready for football season than on FanDuel, America's #1 sportsbook, an official sports betting partner of the NFL. Just visit FanDuel.com/Brian to sign up today. That's FanDuel.com/Brian. FanDuel Sportsbook is the official partner of 106.7 The Fan. You have to be 21 years old and present in Virginia. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued as a non-withdrawable bonus bet, which expires 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Mitch and Finlay 1067 The Fan. A lot going on in the universe.
Yes.
A lot going on across the NFL universe as well. RG3 got fired yesterday. We didn't really get to touch on it. He has kind of come out since, and he had a funny tweet. Damn, you got fired on your day off. I think there's a lot more to come on that, and
I think so.
I think he's really good at calling games.
He is,
and
I don't think I know he is.
Yeah,
but I think he needs to let that depict who he is instead of trying to do all this other stuff. I think that kind of throws a little dark cloud over a lot of stuff that he does.
Just chill with the social media stuff, dude.
But, you know, everyone pushes social media like it's the end-all, be-all, where, you know what? I'd look at social media just like I look at acting. I look at entertainers like TV. I mean, guys that are singers and stuff like that. Everybody can't do it.
Right. Totally.
You know?
We got McAfee on here while we're doing the show, and they just put Saragusa up there. Do you ever go against it? That dude is big,
man. I hung out with Tony, man. Tony was the coolest, funniest dude in the world.
Yeah.
He was cool as hell, man.
I mean, talk about a unit, dude. Unfortunately, he passed 2 years ago, I think. A couple things I wanted to touch on, just kind of going around the league while we have time before we open these phone lines up. Kyle Shanahan, obviously the Niners have a lot going on. You got McCaffrey with the calf strain. Apparently he's running again, though. Whatever's going on with Brandon Ayuk, I still think he ends up staying in San Francisco, like I've said, for 2 months.
Mm-hmm.
What about Trent, though? Where will you land on this? I think Trent is more important to the Niners than Ayuk.
Yeah, because if Trent's not there doing his job, then maybe Purdy don't have enough time to get the ball to Ayuk.
Kyle Shanahan on San Francisco radio said of getting Trent back on the field, we're having a lot of discussions with his agent, Shanahan said. Trent's not here right now, obviously not at camp. I believe he's in Houston, but I'm not sure. But we're talking with his agent a lot, and hopefully we can figure it out. As I've said the whole time, I am optimistic we will. But, of course, the sooner the better. I know Trent a little bit. I saw him, last December, I think, when the Niners came to town. Got to chat with him. I think, obviously, when you're the best left tackle in football, if you're not the best, you're top 3, and you have no guaranteed money on your deal,
mm-hmm.
and you've got 2 more years of this current deal with no guaranteed money on it, you want some guarantees.
Sometimes you got pitch issue.
I think this is about converting
some of that stuff up to like a signing bonus.
Yeah.
I have no guarantee, but if you come out and say, okay, we're going to give you a signing bonus here and make you happy.
Right. Maybe he wants a new deal, but I'm guessing he just wants some guarantees, which is kind of a new deal in and of itself. But a small part of me, Brian, Trent's 36 now, which is crazy. We knew him when he got drafted, right? Mm-hmm. Small part of me wonders if he's like, man, I don't need to go to camp. I can come to camp August 25th.
Well, we had a guy, Eric Williams, every year. Eric came to camp probably the last week. He was signing a 1-year deal every year. But the thing about Trent being 36, he's still considered the best left tackle in football. He's probably faster than most people that play offensive line. And I just think about one guy. I remember we had a guy, R.C. Mullen, who went to the Rams. And he talked about Jackie Slater. Okay? Jackie Slater played till he was 40-something years old. Ray Brown played till he was 41, 42 years old. Offensive linemen can play into their 40s. So we're saying Trent has 2 more years. He's 36. He can be 40, 41, still playing in the NFL.
Bro, the year Trent, with everything came down with the medicals, do you remember who they signed in his place? Donald Penn, who I think was 40.
Donald was close to it. Yeah, I remember Donald.
And Donald was a cool dude, man. LA guy through and through. He was 36 when he played for the I think that was the last year of the Skins.
That's close to it. Rounded up to the nearest 10.
Right. I mean, 40. You had my math on Bocamper wasn't that great.
Bocamper said like 3 times, I'm 69. JP say, yeah, he's like 75.
If you're Kyle and you're John Lynch, what's your priority? Trent, Ayuk,
I think they already know they're going to do something with Trent, but I think they want that deal with Ayuk done because I think they make it to a Super Bowl or don't make it to the Super Bowl and don't win it this year, that pressure begins to get a little bit tighter on them. That seat gets a little hotter. Although they've had all that success, the heat gets a little hotter.
I agree. I think unless they can break through and win one, I wonder if Kyle's time in San Fran doesn't run a similar course as Andy's in Philly. Because you can be really good for a long time, and then eventually, if you can't break through and get a ring, the tone changes.
Well, I think
Andy Reid's success in Philly was unbelievable.
It was, but the people look at Philly as if their fans are a certain way. People out there in that Bay Area are crazy as hell.
I totally agree.
So, yes, I can see it working kind of the same way. Like, yeah, you're good, but you're not good enough.
Andy Reid in 14 years in Philly won 60% of his games and had that team in 19 playoff games.
Mm-hmm.
But they only got to one Super Bowl. They lost in the NFC title game. Like, we all know that. If you can't break through, I mean, Kyle's probably in year 7 out there. Didn't they go out there in 17 after the Super Bowl loss with the Falcons? Yeah, so Kyle started in 17. So that's 7 years in Philly. He's winning about 60%.
San Fran.
Yes, San Fran. Sorry. He's 64-51 out there. The win percentage is a little lower, but remember, there's some lean years early on. But they've won at least 10 for the last 3 years. They've been to 2 Super Bowls since he's been there. But it's fascinating to me. I did want to play, in honor of Cody Betts, one more real or fake.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm going to come to the boys in the aquarium first, fellas. I'm going to need you. All right. We're going down to New Orleans. We're going down to Louisiana.
Okay.
Derek Carr. Coming into this year, we're just trying to build off what we had last year. The relationships, the bonds, the unity, the time we spend together. I felt like coming into this offseason compared to last offseason, we're 10 times farther ahead of where we were. Jeffrey, is Derek Carr 10 times further ahead of where he was last season?
No, I'm not buying it.
I think he just left Pat O'Brien.
Landini, do you think Derek Carr could be 10 times better than last year?
No, I don't think that's possible for Derek Carr.
I think Derek Carr, in the great words of Jim Zorn, stays.
You know they do a lot in Louisiana? Drink. And maybe he was drinking right before he did that.
Once a week, you get to ask an NFL legend anything you want. His name is Brian Mitchell, and that segment is next. Ask B. Mitch anything, 800-636-1067. Taking your calls next.
I'm Toby Altizer with your sports update on the Fan, and this update is brought to you by Prince George's Community College. In the NFL, Game 2 of the preseason for the Commanders is tomorrow night at 7 o'clock against the Dolphins in Miami. Sam Hartman and Marcus Mariota are not going to play in the game. Zach Ertz is also out as he's not with the team currently for personal reasons. Last night, preseason action, the Eagles beat the Patriots 14-13. Drake May led the way for an unimpressive performance from the Patriots quarterbacks. He was 6 of 11 for 47 yards, carried the ball 4 times for 15 yards and a touchdown. Head coach Gerard Mayo said that the Patriots quarterback competition, quote, definitely isn't over. In baseball, the Phillies beat the Nationals last night 13-3 behind a cycle from Weston Wilson, the first ever Phillies rookie to do that. Keibert Ruiz hit 2 over the wall for the Nationals. Nats Phillies game 2 of the series tonight, 6:40 first pitch right here on the Fan. Patrick Corbin is 2-12 with a 5.98 ERA, sitting currently at 99 career wins, looking for 100 tonight. Aaron Nola pitches for the Phillies. He's 11-6 with a 3.60 ERA. Calling all active duty military veterans and their families, PGCC is here for you. Our Veteran Services Office helps you apply for educational benefits, provides tutoring, academic, and career counseling. Enroll today at pgcc.edu. At PGCC, our mission is your future. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on the Fan.
Okay, folks. B. Mitch and Finley, 106.7 The Fan. It is a Scotty's Vodka Red Bull Friday, powered by Scotty's Crafted Vodka. Scotty's Vodka is Maryland-made, amazingly smooth, and loved throughout the DMV, just like our guy Sebastian Salazar. We see him on ESPN right now doing the Little League World Series coverage. What up, Seabass? All right, the way the week ends is with you guys getting to ask B. Mitch anything you want. We do have a little bit of breaking news on the Fan, though, that I just wanted to at least check in with the boys in the aquarium. I've made a discovery, investigative journalism here. Brian Mitchell brought 7 pairs of shoes to Florida for 4 days.
Yes, I got outfits.
I don't know where he's going. I think my guy, District Sports Talk, nailed this. He said, if B. Mitch does it, it's allowed. If Jeff or I did it, we'd get roasted. I think that's accurate. Our guy, AJ Atai, checked in. Oh, wow. Now we got peanuts and cashews. AJ said, old B. Mitch would have had some words for me if he caught me doing the same thing.
Wearing shoes?
We're bringing 7 pairs of shoes.
First of all, hold on, Jay. See, this is the thing about you. You always act like you don't know stuff. When we go to the Super Bowl, how many damn shoes do I have?
A lot. Now, that's the Super Bowl, though.
But we're there for 4 days, right?
Yeah, but okay. But I just feel like there's lots of different events at the Super Bowl.
Some shoes I wear with shorts. Some shoes I wear when I put on jeans. So my expectation was to get here Wednesday, do nothing. Whatever I had on Wednesday, I had on. Thursday, Friday, Saturday. That's 3 nights to go out somewhere. So I wore some Christian Louboutins here. I have some Cole Haans to wear going on when I go out. Going home, I'm going to wear those Nikes. I have 2 pair of golf shoes. I'm not wearing the same color golf shoes with every outfit that I have on. I was expecting to play 3 rounds of golf. I'm end up playing 2. So what I have on a day, I wear the blue and white ones. The other ones match the gray and white.
I brought a pair of sneakers and some flip-flops.
All I hear is money. No.
He did drop the Louboutins.
As a matter of fact, Jeff, the Dunks and the Louboutins were gifts from my daughters.
Can I ask a question about that? Who in turn paid for that?
No, they paid for that. They all had their own jobs. So my daughters bought that for me. So
you will like this. Daddy Duncan on Twitter responded, he's a Leo and his birthday is coming up. Give him a pass. You know what? Happy birthday, Brian. Congratulations on your
If y'all want to give me something for my birthday, buy me some more shoes. I got other colors I got to match up.
Let's get to these phones. People got questions for B.
Let's go.
We'll start on line 1. Jeremy is in Reston.
What's up, B. Mitch?
What's up, brother?
My question is, I've always been curious. A lot of former Redskins seem to stay in the DMV area, and even though you played for the Eagles and the Giants, you came back and made your home in the DMV. I'm just curious why you stayed here instead of going back home or somewhere else.
Well, for me, when I got here, I saw a lot of guys around, and then when I began to get closer to the people in the community, I felt this was home for me. You know, a lot of people will always want to look at going back home. My whole thing about life was you go somewhere, you become a man, you establish yourself, and those people come visit you. That gives you a chance to allow your people to begin to experience different areas. And Washington has been good to me. And when I first got here in that first year, I knew this is where I was going to stay the rest of my life.
How much of an impact did it make that Bria was in school, right? I mean,
what do you mean?
I mean, by the time you signed with Philly, was she in third grade or something?
Yeah, Bria was a little older, but like she was growing. But Monica basically looked at the school system in Philly like, my kids ain't going to school here. So they basically stayed there and would come up on the weekends. And then we went to New York, and I got to West Orange. She found that West Orange was very similar to Fairfax, so they came up with me. But the ultimate thing was,
so
did
the girls do a year of school in Jersey?
Yeah,
I didn't know that.
Going into manhood, I was here in D.C. I became a young man, grew into a man, and began to start my adult life here.
Right.
And there in Washington, D.C. And every opportunity that I received and the things that I learned and became were there. You know, it's kind of hard for me. Like people, you make a name somewhere and then you're going to just go somewhere else just because. No. You stay where your name is made.
Well, dude, it's funny. You know, my father was Scottish, right? Like born and raised in Glasgow, but he considered himself an American. Like he considered himself a DC guy.
Yeah.
Because even though he had the accent, like he lived in DC way longer than he moved out of Scotland when he was 16.
Yeah. And I think back to the caller again, I was in Louisiana 21 years. I'll be 56 on Sunday. That's how long I've been living in this area, in the D.C. metropolitan area. Which one is home?
Right.
You know what I mean? I didn't pay taxes in Louisiana. I've been paying a lot of taxes in Virginia. I guarantee you that.
Well, speaking of taxes, I mean, for me, I'm fairly open that I would prefer to move to Virginia, right?
Mm-hmm.
Because the decision makers in Montgomery County are comprised of mostly eggheads, and they refuse to sell beer in the grocery store, which is just so stupid. Like, I would rather move, but having kids in school, like just Shelby going into third grade with her friends and her life, like you kind of don't want to disrupt that, you know?
Yeah, I see that.
All right, let's get to another caller. Yeah,
well, my daughter told me straight up. I said, we're gonna move back home. They say, what you mean? I said, Louisiana. I said, nah, you and mom from Louisiana. We're from Virginia.
Vince is in Seat Pleasant. What up, Vinny?
My family, how y'all doing, man, on this great Friday?
Doing good,
man.
How
are you? For you, brother. All right, now, first and 10, you're trying to surprise the defense. This play is definitely going for a touchdown. It's either a leak out or a screen. And you got 3 elite running backs. I'm going to give them to you. Chris Johnson, Reggie Bush, and Christian McCaffrey. Who you throwing the ball to score the touchdown?
Ooh, boy. I'd probably go with Chris Johnson because Chris Johnson was in the league. Chris Johnson was unbelievable. McCaffrey right now, I think you put him in the game, everybody keying on him. Chris Johnson, I think he wasn't as big, so people didn't give him a lot of credit, but once he got the football, he was tough as hell to catch.
Yeah, definitely. That was ridiculous. Thank you, guys.
Yeah. All right, brother.
Thanks,
Appreciate it.
I like Vinny always calls in with some unique.
I like that. I like that.
It's fun. It was. I mean, Brian and I don't know. Somebody in the chat just dropped. Name your 3. I don't know if it's favorite.
They
or
said
best
my
players.
top 3, like mine Mount Rushmore, which is only 4, but he asked for 3, and I told him mine was Hank Aaron, Barry Bonds, and Pete Rose.
For me,
because I had some visual stuff of them.
Right. For me, I'm going Barry Bonds, the best baseball player I've ever seen play. Period. End of sentence.
Way before the other stuff came along.
Totally. Pedro Martinez, the best pitcher I've ever seen.
Yeah.
And then my 3rd, I'd probably pick Cal just because he's my favorite ever. But I think the answer
it's yours. It's whatever you say.
Yeah, I mean,
so those 3 work.
Manny Ramirez was a hell of a hitter too.
And I didn't see this, but you all when trying to talk about my shoes, somebody put in just like this. How John Witherspoon said, you got to coordinate.
Because
that's what I was trying to do.
Clothes got to coordinate.
Yeah, you got to coordinate.
Landfill, I'd actually like to hear your top 3 baseball players. Landfill's a low-key baseball nut that he somehow keeps secret.
Landfill's a low-key nut, basically.
We're talking like of kind of like recent, last 30 years or something.
Who you've seen. That my rule is who I've seen.
I tried to go see Ken Griffey Jr. like 4 times, but failed each time. So he's last on my list.
Well, seen on TV counts. I guess I saw Barry Bonds at RFK.
Yeah, I mean Barry Bonds was just ridiculously good at hitting. I think I would also put A-Rod up there, as well as
I hate that guy.
Probably Ohtani. Maybe mix Trout up in there. That's just
Ohtani is starting to jump into it.
We might need to talk about Ohtani.
But I need to see a little bit more of Ohtani to put him in front of all those people I named. I'll tell you, he's so trending toward being probably one of the best ever.
I hadn't thought about that, Landfill. That's a good call. Who's your best pitcher, Landini?
What's his name? The Yankees, the guy, Pedro Martinez.
Mariano Rivera?
No, Pedro Martinez.
Pedro
Martinez was just absolutely dominant in the height of the steroid era.
Dominant. And dude, like Randy Johnson was great. Clemens obviously great. I loved Nolan Ryan as a kid, but Pedro was unbelievable. Maddox too. You got to give Maddox credit for the control he had, but Pedro was just bananas, man. All right, we'll get back to these phones. I kind of want to hear Jeff's list, but I know he's also doing the phones. Jeff, you throw in the text thread when you're ready to give us your top 3 baseball players. Bobby is in Alexandria. Bobby, ask B. Mitch anything.
B. Mitch, here we go back to the Family Feud. So here's 100 people. 100 people. You went to Disney World. Who has the biggest ears? B. Mitch says, bam, quick. Says Mickey Mouse. That's number 2. Other person hits, bam, Dumbo. Number 1 answer. Then hold up. Then hold up. They go, we're going to play. Now all of a sudden it's one of the dwarves, Snow White's dwarves. And it's like, ding. Then they come up with some stupid stuff like Spock. Well, he doesn't even belong in Disney World. Or the chipmunks, their ears are little. And they come up with the next one, it's ant. Now you got to get in the huddle for the 4th answer.
Yep.
For the win to take it. Who did you see at Disney World with the biggest ears?
J.P. Finley.
That was a long setup. Long setup to get to the punchline there. Like I knew it was coming. I just wanted to know how long we were going to go on with this thing.
B-Mitch just won the game.
Thank you. Thank you for the call, Robert.
Just so I wasn't going against what are they, Ipchahaj.
Yo,
because she would have got that buzzer before me.
She got a fast buzzer hand.
I was like, "Oh Lord!"
Iptihaj is.
I'm not gonna tell you what I was thinking. I was cursing up a storm. How the hell did she move that fast?
I gotta ask Landfill something. Landfill, that call was obviously far too long to set up his own stand-up comedy hour. But at the very end, he insulted me. So how do you feel about that?
Yeah, I mean, obviously the length of the setup was an issue, but I love that he finished strong and just completely daggered JP Finley.
Let's go to our guy Damon in Oxon Hill. What up, D?
Oh, nothing much. Good afternoon, and as always, thank you guys for taking my call. Quick question, B. Mitch, because I know you got a birthday coming up Sunday or birth anniversary. What you got planned for your birth anniversary?
I'm flying back home, and then I'm trying to attack a golf course, and then my family knows that I am what I love that day is for them to cook, because I think my daughters and Monica, they can cook probably as good as any restaurant out there. So I normally get fish, shrimp, potato salad, and my daughter makes this kale salad. That's what I want after the golf course, or jump on. Well, I may still be able to give me about a 20-mile bike ride.
What? I mean, we landed
one more question.
10:30, 11?
Yep, go ahead.
I got one more. Because we talking about your birthday, man, my wife likes to do something special. She generally bakes me a cake on my birthday. And this Monday, as I celebrated my 47th, she baked the cake, and she always presented like at midnight. Do you have something traditional that you do for your birthday?
Nah, my family knows it's my birthday. I get to choose whatever I want to do.
Hold up. Your wife bakes you a cake on your birthday and presents it at midnight?
Yeah.
Did she present anything else? If I'm staying up till
Damn.
midnight,
Well,
if I'm staying up till midnight,
you a
it
little
ain't just
personal,
birthday
aren't you?
cake.
I love my wife, yes. Because she allows me to spend some time with my girlfriend too. They both know I like cake.
Who's your girlfriend?
Wait, what?
Golf?
Well, that's between me, my wife, and my girlfriend.
Damn.
Hey, yo, that sounds pretty promising right there.
Ashby Mitch is just broke. Ashby Mitch is now
very
going big
weird.
time.
Ask Damon and Oxy Hill.
Ask David, how the hell did you get that going?
Well, I never forget that my wife was my girlfriend first, and that's what keeps it fun between us.
Oh, so that I understand. So you had us thinking something else. So in other words, your wife is your
I know.
girlfriend. Okay,
Man,
there we go.
Yes.
Boo!
Oh, yeah, that changed. Get him out of here.
Man, that was
Tay say JP the horn dog.
now that's Rooster. Yo, how about this? To celebrate Brian's birthday, we'll keep phone lines open the rest of the hour, unless you don't want to.
I'm good with that.
Okay.
I have no problem with it.
I am also prepared to say something.
Gerald Robinson, I was about to say.
That guy was wild. We love you, Damon. You're a great caller.
Oh yeah, definitely.
I will bring lunch Monday for your birthday. We're all in studio Monday, I think, right?
Mm-hmm.
What would you like? You want me to get Popeyes?
Steak.
You want me to cook?
No. We're gonna go to Ruth's Chris.
Yeah.
Or have them come to us.
I don't think Ruth's Chris is open during the day. This also,
I'm just messing with you, dude. Because I know you wouldn't go do it.
I will. I mean,
I
if you
will,
want, I can cook steaks.
You know what?
Like
We can
oysters,
do.
right?
We can do. Find us a Jamaican spot or Popeyes. I'll do either one.
Okay, I'll see. Because Popeyes, I could pick up Sunday and then bring in.
No, we're not gonna do that.
Well, then we could get Popeyes delivered.
We want it hot. Yeah.
Okay.
You're not gonna pick it up and I gotta heat it up.
Plan on Popeyes for lunch Monday.
or jerk chicken. Or oxtails.
Jeff and I could try to coordinate. I don't know. I'm gonna.
Jeff, when did you get involved with this? Now he all of a sudden giving you a job.
I'm gonna plead white on getting the Jamaican food. I'm probably not the lead dog, but I can give Jeff my credit card.
Believe me, I know places.
I know how to get Popeyes. I speak Popeyes. All right, let's go. Let's take one more right now. Sean is in DC. Sean, what up? Ask B Mitch anything.
Hey guys, thank you for taking my call. I have two quick ones. Brian Mitchell, who would you rather have throw the ball to you? Sonny Jurgensen, Peyton Manning, or Tom Brady?
I wouldn't care, to be honest with you, because I think all of them.
Who was it? Tom
Brady, Peyton Manning, or Sonny Jurgensen. They all threw very catchable balls, so it wouldn't make me a difference.
I got to be honest. Of those three, I think Sonny has the strongest arm by a decent margin. So you might want to catch it for Brady or Peyton. They might make it like pillow soft.
I don't
a little
care
bit.
how you throw it. I caught it from Donovan. I catch anything coming hard. Believe me.
True.
Last one. They are fullbacks. Who would you rather have blocked for you? Barry Sanders or Emmitt Smith?
Barry ain't blocking.
If they were
anybody,
fullbacks, you know what? I played in the Pro Bowl with Barry, and he was back deep. He touched nobody on the kick return. I'll take Emmitt. At least I know he'll try.
Yo,
take care, guys.
Barry Sanders is never going to be a fullback on any planet.
Barry and I were deep on the kick return at the Pro Bowl, and Barry told me, "You catch every one of them. My return days are over." And I caught the ball, and I looked at Barry, and he was running away from the action. So, no, I don't want Barry blocking for me.
Barry, who's your favorite football player ever?
Favorite football player ever?
It's funny. Shelby was asking me all these questions this morning.
My favorite football player ever was Sweetness.
Walter Payton.
Walter Payton.
Cool.
Wasn't that big, but that dude ran through some folks, brother.
My favorite ever was Barry.
Yeah.
Barry Sanders is just such a joy to watch. Landini, your favorite football player ever?
I really like Santana Moss.
You are a Santana stan. I love that.
Santana, we gotta get you to come in the studio, man. I think Landfield wouldn't be able to handle themselves.
I also really like Champ. I've met Santana a bunch of times before.
Yeah, you're like friends with Tana.
Yeah.
We should see if Tana will come in
I
Monday
don't think Tana called Landfill no friend.
I think he does because I remember.
I don't think nobody called Landfill friend. Landfill is mean as hell.
Landfill is mean as hell. But here's a standing offer to Santana Moss if he wants to come in studio Monday. Last hour of the show, B. Mitch's birthday party. We're getting Popeyes. Get on the phones. We're taking them
Can't
for the
just
rest
be
of the
Popeyes.
hour.
Got to be something to drink with it.
All right. Nobody go anywhere.
I'm Toby Altizer with your sports update on the Fan. In baseball, the Nationals fell to the Phillies in game 1 of the 4-game series last night, 13-3. Weston Wilson leading the way for the Phillies as he hit for the cycle, the first ever Phillies rookie to do that. Keibert Ruiz with 2 home runs for the Nationals. They'll look to bounce back tonight in game 2 of the series. 6:40 first pitch right here on the Fan. Patrick Corbin goes to the hill for the Nationals. He's 2-12 with a 5.98 ERA. He currently sits at 99 career wins, seeking win number 100 tonight. Aaron Nola is 11-6 and 3 with a 3.60 ERA. He starts for the Phillies. Nationals Phillies game 2 of the series, 6:40 right here on the Fan. In football, the Commanders take on the Dolphins tomorrow night for their second preseason game at 7 o'clock. Sam Hartman and Marcus Mariota are going to be out for the game. Last night preseason action, the Eagles beat the Patriots 14-13. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on the Fan.
Oh boy, me and B-Mitch, Florida, 1:30 on a Friday, a Scotty's Vodka Red Bull Friday. If my beautiful wife and children weren't here, I could see this afternoon go in a certain direction. Instead, I'm going to the pool, B, and then the beach. But I did want to, we've been talking about our favorite baseball players. All our baseball coverage on 106.7 The Fan is presented by T-Mobile. Switch to T-Mobile, and you can get tons of benefits and still save on every plan versus AT&T and Verizon. Use your savings calculator to find out how at T-Mobile.com/switch. Landfill, you missed this yesterday, and everybody on the phone, stay right there. Don't worry. Landfill, you missed this yesterday, but we hired somebody yesterday. The B. Mitch and Finley program has hired Toby Altizer to be our official baseball correspondent. Now, of course, this position carries no monetary value, just a whole bunch of extra responsibility. Congratulations, Toby.
Yeah, I appreciate it. It's an honor and a privilege.
Yeah, man. So we've been doing this exercise where we all named our who we think are the 3 best baseball players ever. The caveat, however, is it's only dudes in your lifetime. So, like, you can't talk about Ted Williams or something. Actually, I'm going to put Tony Gwynn on my list. That's what I'm going to do.
Tony Gwynn was
he's a badass hitter.
He can hit, boy.
Okay. So
Ichiro.
You love Ichiro. My list is now Barry Bonds, Pedro Martinez, and Tony Gwynn. B's is Hank Aaron, Barry Bonds, and Pete Rose. Landfill's was Shohei, Barry Bonds, and who was Ken Griffey? Landfill?
No, not Ken Griffey. A-Rod.
Not Ken Griffey.
He didn't like Ken Griffey because he couldn't see him.
That's
He
right.
blamed Ken Griffey for him not being able to see Ken Griffey.
Now, our baseball correspondent, Toby Altizer, is also the actual youngest in charge. I believe he's the youngest guy at the station. Toby, how old are you?
I am 25.
So you're 25. So your list is going to be a lot different than the rest of ours. Without further ado, all our baseball coverage on the Fan is presented by T-Mobile. Toby Altizer's 3 best baseball players of his lifetime.
Yeah, I caught the tail end of Barry Bonds. I remember him breaking the record, so I don't know if that really counts because I didn't see necessarily the height of Barry Bonds. So maybe
you only saw the power hitter. He was a speedster.
Yeah,
for a long time.
so I'll leave him off because I think he had a Hall of Fame career before he even started the roids or whatever
he had a Hall of Fame career just in Pittsburgh.
Exactly. So
yeah.
I didn't get to fully appreciate Barry Bonds, but to me, Shohei right now with what you're able to see him do is so unique. So Shohei's on there, Mike Trout, and I think the best pitcher of this generation is Clayton Kershaw, but it's only regular season. It's so difficult. If you want to throw in some postseason stuff, then maybe you got to go Max Scherzer. But to me, I would go Clayton Kershaw for what he was able to do with the Dodgers for a long stretch there, Shohei and Mike Trout.
Okay, great list, especially for a younger guy. I kind of thought you were going to go with Bryce, so I'm kind of glad you didn't. Also, shout out to Jeff, who's unable to give us his top 3 favorite baseball players.
I definitely said I had mine.
That's not what Landfill told me.
Oh, that's crazy. Because I definitely
All right,
said,
Jeff, let's have yours.
Of course,
They're
I'm
going to be all Yankees.
Well, the first two are A-Rod and Derek Jeter. And then my first one, my last one is Ken Griffey Jr. When Ken Griffey Jr. started playing, like he just had an impact on me. Like my mom showed me I think he was playing with the Mariners at this time. Yeah, she showed, and then I had his shoes. I thought I was at one point Ken Griffey Jr. So those my top three.
All right, that's a good list. When you're talking greats, it's hard to say somebody is or isn't. You know what I mean? Like they're all great. I enjoyed that. That was baseball coverage on B. Mitch and Finley. We're going to get back to these phone lines, but I want to go to a question submitted by a tech executive via a technical platform. Cody wants to know, B, how fast could you eat an entire large pizza from like Papa John's, Domino's, like a standard large pizza?
I wouldn't. I don't eat that much pizza. When I was younger, I probably could destroy
like
that thing.
In your heyday, you're putting a pizza down.
Like when I was in college doing tour days, and then we would go to Mr. Gaddy's, and they kicked us out.
Was that the buffet that you got?
I'll take a whole pizza, and I'll eat that whole pizza within like 20-something minutes, 15, 20 minutes.
God.
And then we'll sit for a little bit, let the food adjust, and we'll go get some more. They asked us to kindly leave and say they'll give us our money back. Because they say the pizza was supposed to be for everybody, not just us.
All right. Let's go to PJ in Reston. PJ, ask B. Mitch anything on a birthday weekend.
Hey, guys. First of all, that Wonderwall song you were singing, you guys had me laughing so hard a couple days ago. That was hilarious, man.
Because we were so good?
What song?
We were singing Oasis.
It was just funny, man. It was funny. I was going to ask 4 things. I'm going to trim it down to 2 things because I can get verbose, and I'm going to try to spit it out as quick as I can out of respect for all the other listeners. First thing is going to be kind of a heavy thing. The second thing is going to be a light, beautiful, fun thing. The first thing is I want to give major props to Chris Jones of Kansas City Chiefs that is putting up $1.5 million of his own money to bail out a lady that they're trying to sentence her to 9 years in prison.
That's the lady that Cody Betts talked about, the chicken wing lady.
Yeah, and my thing I wanted to ask B. Mitch is that are you like me where you think there's something wrong where people that are stealing money are getting longer prison sentences than pedophiles and rapists? There's something really wrong with that to me. The second thing is a happy
that's kind of an intense question for us.
Something could be wrong with it, but you know what? The rules are what the rules are.
Gotcha. And then for the happy
we're going to
question,
move forward. We're having fun.
Go to the happy question.
For the happy question, there's a big UFC on Saturday. Israel Adesanya against Dricus Du Plessis. I'm personally rooting for Israel Adesanya. How do you see that fight breaking down? You can even give like a round finish or what have you if you want. And the rematch between Alexander.
I like Adesanya, but I mean, listen. One thing about that, whoever's gonna have the toughest chin or face that day is the one that's gonna win.
Especially in that
like
sport.
I love that sport because you go into the ring and you will have nobody to defend you but you. You know, and some days Israel has been unbelievable, but lately he's been getting caught.
To quote the great 50 Cent, if you got a glass jaw, you should watch your mouth. Let's keep going here.
Because
Smitty is in Burtonsville. Damn right.
How you doing, fellas?
What's up,
I'm doing this fine.
This is Take It to the House guy.
No, that's not Take It to the House.
No, that's somebody else.
House.
I'm sorry, Smitty. I take it all back.
He's starting to mess up just people now. He mess up numbers mostly.
Go ahead, Smitty. Sorry, bud.
Yes, sir. Thank you. So they missed the preseason game number 2 tomorrow night. What is the number one thing you're gonna be looking for in tomorrow night's preseason tilt?
I'm looking for the speed, to be honest with you, and then I'm watching the offensive line. You know, offensive line, defensive line. I said this yesterday because we all get caught up in just watching the skill positions, but those big guys allow the other guys' jobs to be easier. And if the offensive line, defensive line doing their job, everybody else will come along and be well.
Thanks,
No
Smitty.
question about it. Thank you, sir. All right.
Yo, how about this, B? Evan McPherson, the Bengals kicker, they call him Big Mac, just signed a 3-year, $16.5 million extension, $10 million in the first year of the deal. Highest ever extension for a kicker.
Cool.
That's big money for Big
listen,
Mac.
bro, people like to downplay what kickers do. Every time they go out there, it's normally a situation where you gonna help or hurt.
It's binary, dude.
Dude.
Not a lot of football is binary, where it's yes or no, it's good or bad.
Yeah, that's it.
Kicking is binary. All right. Russ is in Charlestown. Russ, ask B Mitch anything.
Hey, fellas. Hey, B Mitch. How you doing? Happy birthday, brother.
How you
Early.
doing, Russ?
Mine's on the 24th. Yeah. Hey, that's good, man. My question was back to Louisiana. I mean, here you were returning for the Eagles and also for the Redskins. To go to your hometown and run that kickoff back in the Superdome like twice. I mean, you the man, bro. I mean, what kind of feeling was that as far as that athletic arrogance with all in front of family, friends, and peers, high school? I mean, that had to be a great feeling, bro.
It was a great feeling, and my mom and they had cooked. They had jambalaya, they had fried turkey, and all that stuff the night before, and we got them. But you know, the Super Bowl, I did well in high school. I won some games there in college, and to go back there as a pro to be able to get it done again, it was unbelievable. Because you know, growing up in Louisiana, you always want to do it on the big stage in the Superdome. I had that opportunity.
That's so cool.
That was awesome, bro.
Appreciate
I mean, the athletic, that was awesome. And my next question, real quick, is, and this is probably a silly one, but do you think Jamin Davis that they'll use him as like they did Micah Parsons? I know he's not Micah Parsons, but do you think the defense will use him like that? I appreciate it, brother. Happy birthday again.
All right, man. Take care, Russ. I think they want to use him in different positions. I think they want to be a pass rusher, and they still feel he could do things as a linebacker as well. I don't know if it's exactly like Micah, but the thing I understand about this coaching staff, whatever he does great, they're going to give him a chance to do it.
I agree with that. I also think as a people, as a community, we got to chill with the Jamin Davis, Micah Parsons conversation.
They're not comparing him to him. They're just saying how they use him.
But you can use Micah so many places because he's Micah.
Yeah,
and
but think about it, but what if they get here and Jaden becomes very good at pass rush, but still can cover? You have to line him up in different spots. He can rush from deep. I'm not saying he's going to be anywhere close to Micah, but when you watch what Dan Quinn has done everywhere he's gone, he's taken people that he found had certain talents and he allowed them to use it. Like Curse in Dallas, the safety was used all over the damn field. You know what I mean?
Sure.
So that's all I'm saying. But no, I'm not comparing him. I don't think Russ was comparing him. Other people may be thinking about that. I don't think Russ was.
All right, here's what we're going to do. Apparently, Sydney Sweeney has a new Instagram post that is all the rage. And folks are asking for a live reaction from me and B to Sydney Sweeney's new Instagram post.
Who?
You're going to know in a second here. So if you're watching on the stream, you get to watch this live. I am pulling up Sydney Sweeney's newest Instagram post. Here we go. There's Sydney. There's the post.
Nice.
Very athletic, healthy, great American. There you have it. When we come back, we got to settle.
I've seen stuff like that before.
When we come back, we got to settle up the week's bets. Nobody
Plump.
go anywhere.
Plump. I'm coming home.
You know what's wild is we always listen to this song at the end of the week, and riding around with kids all the time. Now a 9 and 5-year-old. I'm always trying to find music that we can all kind of deal with, and we've been doing a lot of the weekend radio. The girls like the weekend. Now there's some songs that I gotta fast forward because it's just a little too much, but it's good, man. He's a good musician. This has been a really, really fun show. I have enjoyed myself today. I hope everybody listening has enjoyed themselves. I did. Do the boys in the aquarium have any questions for B-Mitch? It is Ask B-Mitch Anything. If there's anything you need to fire away here, fellas, in advance of tomorrow night's preseason game or just in advance of Brian's birthday on Sunday, anybody got anything?
Because it's his birthday, I'm going to leave this joke one out. So, I don't got no question for B-Mitch.
Appreciate that, Jeff.
Right, because you can't talk without trying to make jokes.
Who can? I just did.
No, you had to leave it out because you couldn't say nothing without trying to be.
He did kind of leave it. He kind of did.
He couldn't say nothing without trying to be funny.
Landfill. Is Jeff too funny?
Not too funny.
How long after the final whistle will you start drinking?
Well, I final whistle what?
The game.
You think I'm gonna wait till after the game is over? No, I'm joking. Hey, once I can get to something, I'm good after the game. But I'm gonna chill,
I do have a real question. What time are we pulling up to the driveway to crack some bottles on Sunday?
Jeff invited.
Jeff, I'm gonna be on the golf course.
Oh,
where are you playing Sunday?
Haven't decided yet.
What? All right,
I'm
just
just
let
gonna
me
say,
know.
Brian, are you listening? Brian Burrows, you listening? I would love to go out to your place and play.
Or Bees. Bees will host you.
Bees, anybody. Wherever you got a very, very nice. Well, no. Right now, no. Don't worry about it, Brian. Y'all got those mats over there right now. That's
They
great.
do have the mats.
Anybody with any kind of connect, Greg, to Creighton Farms. Let's talk.
I can check my place for Sunday afternoon, but you probably have family stuff by then, right?
If you wait too late.
Yeah, because I got to get home.
I'm just going to say, Greg, Creighton Farms, John Buell. What's up, brother? How you doing?
I like that. All right, so you're playing
pull
golf
up
today.
to Creighton Farms with the liquor. All right, bet. Got you.
Jeff, you should definitely pull up to Creighton Farms. They'd love to see you. So today you're playing with Chick and CJ.
Yeah, I don't know.
What is that match like?
I don't know who the fourth is going to be, though.
Now,
I'm sure it'll be a fourth.
All right, you are playing as a 6 these days?
I'm probably an 8.9 or 10.
What is your number? Don't make me look it up in the gin system.
I'm probably a 6'2 or something like that.
Okay. What is Chick?
It's gin. It ain't gin.
What is Chick?
Chick is probably about a 4 point something or a 5.
What is CJ, we think?
I don't know, but whatever he is, he's probably
cheating.
Whatever he says, he's going to be 2 to 3 strokes less. I'm a 6.2.
All right. I could try. See if you can pull up CJ, Chris Johnson. So what
if he's even on here?
So is Chick giving you one aside if you're playing heads up?
Chick never gives me anything. I just got to play my ball like I always tell you. Get better, son.
Now I played Mitch last week in Jersey. We played it straight up.
You beat him?
Beat the brakes off him. But
you should beat him every time. Mitch ain't that good.
He was very sick. So I don't know.
That's what he said. Once you start beating him,
He
kind
was-
of like somebody else we know that didn't win a certain race.
Exactly. COVID got him. People are asking. Cody Shook says he's got you at Belmont on Sunday if you want to play.
All right.
All right.
Cody, you supposed we must be doing that together. You
Yeah.
kicking JP out the group?
If you guys can make it, I'd rather you play because Lord knows when I can.
Um,
we gotta settle up.
Chris Johnson not popping up at all.
We got to settle up our week's worth of bets. We call it Heard It Here First.
Heard it here first. Heard it here first. Gather around. We heard it here first.
Shout out to Greg Height, who just texted he's already making a call right now for B. Mitch's birthday round on
Hey,
Sunday.
I know the right people to speak out.
Jeffrey!
Okay,
so
I wasn't about to say so this time. Our winner this week, coming all the way back, we got JP Finley sitting at 3-1. In second place,
I won, Landfill. Why you give me the womp womp?
In second place, we got Brian Mitchell. Well, he's sitting at 3-2. And then third place,
okay,
Jeff Walker, 2-2. And Landfill
hating because he last place.
Yeah, he won in 3.
He won in 3. Damn, Landfill, that's bad.
Landfill, you garbage, man.
Folks, I can't stress enough. Bet the unders on all these preseason games. Listen, I gave you so many winners last week with the unders, and I had France plus 16, easy money this weekend. It's just bet the unders. Thank you to everybody that listened to the program today. Thank you to Chick Hernandez. Thank you to Kim Bocamper. Happy birthday to Brian Mitchell in advance. Sunday is B's birthday. Last hour on Monday, we're going to have a birthday party. Right now, there's Popeyes. We'll see what else ends up happening. B, go have a fun time playing golf today. Thank you to the boys in the aquarium. Thank you to Cody Betts for calling in. Thank you to everybody else that called in. We had a lot of fun today. We'll all be watching tomorrow night. Commanders versus Dolphins, preseason game 2. What are we going to see? What are we going to learn? We'll talk about it on Monday. Grant and Danny coming your way next. You made it this far. I owe you some oxtails.
I'll take
15th, 2024. Grant, Danny, live on the Fan in our Half Street studios downtown in the Navy Yard in the shadows of Nationals Park, where we will take you all the way up to 6:10 tonight and pregame of Nationals baseball. Got a nice little show planned for you today. 3 o'clock, Ben Standig's been in Miami with the Commanders, practicing against, preparing for an exhibition game with the Dolphins. We'll get the latest on Washington's football outfit from Ben Standig. And national reporter Jordan Schultz, who's been breaking lots of NFL news, stops by. We'll ask him about Brandon Ayuk and all of the news of the week in the NFL, what could be happening next on the transaction block when he joins us at 5. Hello, Danny.
What's up, buddy? The lady wife and my children returned from the beach. Their vacation ended.
Welcome back, Who Hayes?
Yes. There is nothing, and I mean nothing, like that feeling of panic, knowing that they're coming home. Now, it's obviously, I missed everybody, happy to see them, right? But knowing that my wife had to wake up super early in the morning, pack the kids, do it by herself, get everybody out of the beach house, clean up and put the linens in the right place and blah, blah, blah. Knowing that there's going to be that meticulous home inspection when she returns to our place. Why is this there? Why is that cup there? Why did you not run the dishwasher the right way? Did you not fold the laundry? All of the things that I've lived comfortably over the last few days where I just don't worry about it. Like if I need something, I put it in a place where I can find it, right? Like I take vitamins every day. I didn't put my vitamins back in the cupboard, hidden behind 17 different things. You know where they were? Right on the counter. So that when I needed a vitamin, it was vitamin time. I just grabbed one. My little probiotics, my allergy medicine, all of that stuff just out and available. Can't have that. Swept it away like supermarket sweep style, put it in the closet, all that stuff. The panic of those last couple hours trying to make it so that I pass inspection, nothing like that. That's exhilarating.
Make sure the dishes are done and that your clothes are where they're supposed to be. It's about all you can do.
Bed was made. I mean, not as good as she would do it, but I did a really good job.
All you can do
is the best.
Is all you can do.
That's right.
Deadpool and Wolverine became the highest grossing R-rated movie of all time.
Rightly so.
I just saw past the Joker. By the way, that movie is so much better than the Joker. So I'm glad that it out-earned the Joker, which was pretty dark. And as far as films go, it was good and entertaining, but it's not a fun time like Deadpool and Wolverine was. The Deadpool and Wolverine rocked. So I'm really excited
so much fun. Yeah.
that it's the highest grossing R-rated movie ever. But I am wondering, so the terminology here, the semantics of this are important. Highest grossing. Tickets cost more than they ever have. You go to a movie at this point, if you don't do the kid option or the I'm a grandparent option, you're paying almost $20 to see a movie. That's a factor, right? Like They're not saying how many people went and saw it. They're talking about how much money came in on the movie. So the fact that you might have spent $6 more a ticket than a really good R-rated movie 11 years ago, that's got to be baked into that.
I think so. I don't think they're doing like inflation adjusted. Like the highest grossing movie of all time with normalized money dollars is Gone with the Wind, right? Because when it cost a nickel, that's now like $41 in today's.
But we don't say that's the highest grossing movie.
No, of course not, because they didn't make the billions that whatever dumb Avatar movie did. You know what I mean? So I don't know. I don't know how they equalize it or normalize it. But I will say this: 3 of the top 5 highest grossing R-rated movies of all time are Deadpools. 3 of them.
Well, it's the only movie in its own genre, I would say, where it basically taps into the infatuation, obsession with basically right now, 80% of what plays in a movie theater are superhero movies. I think of them as Marvel movies or the Avengers.
Comic book movies, whatever you want to call them.
Just the comic book movie. And none of those are R-rated except Deadpool, which kind of plays on that fact.
So the only sort of, I guess you could put Joker in this category, even though it's based on a comic book character. It's a very dark, different, not a superhero take on it. It's like this, sort of a look at his descending madness and kind of the commentary on the world around him. Far more serious than usual comic book fare. But Joker and Oppenheimer, the other 2 movies in the top 5, that's kind of your Adult Swim sort of real stuff. Everything else is comic book. Matrix Reloaded, Logan, It, horror movie at number 7.
I can't believe It did that well. That's pretty amazing.
Yeah.
Oppenheimer is the best of all of those movies, for the record. Oppenheimer was excellent. A little bit too long, and you got to buckle up because it's not entertaining in the same way that Deadpool is.
It's an Adult Swim.
Most of those
Right.
movies are. It's Oscar bait, and it's well acted, and it's dialogue, and it's a book report basically, but really, really good movie. But anyway, I just saw that before we went on the air
Mhm.
and wanted to say tip of the cap because you and I contributed. We've both,
right.
believe it or not, Danny Rouget went to a movie. We both saw that film.
I didn't do a lot to contribute to that rising total. I saw a 9:30 a.m. show, which is about as cheap as I've booked a movie in a long time.
Probably got a couple bucks off on that.
I
ticket.
certainly did. I think it was $8 before all the taxation and fees.
Commanders in action tomorrow night. I am really excited for the game. I know Jaden Daniels is not going to play nearly as much as I'd like. And it's going to be 1 to 2 drives. If they go on another lengthy drive, which would be both positive and further exciting about where they're at with him, then we're only going to see him that one drive. There's a chance if it's a 5-6 play drive that he gets a couple series, and that would be better. But without Marcus Mariota, who's been ruled out, and Sam Hartman, who we know isn't going to play, it's a whole lot of Jeff Driscoll, their backup quarterback who is healthy, and then Trace McSorley, who they signed yesterday, the former Penn State star who played at Briarwoods High School here locally, about 10 minutes from the Commanders facility in Ashburn. That would make you think maybe that Daniels plays more, but I think they're going to stick to their guns.
Mhm.
It's going to be a lot of Driscoll. Very little Jaden Daniels, but that's okay. If we get close to a quarter, if we get 2 decent series, we just get to add to the resume, add to the file. I want to just be a secretary, type in again.
Just a stenographer,
Here we go.
yeah.
Ready? I just want to type more things into my Jaden Daniels document. I haven't gotten to put a whole lot in there. There's 3 passes in a game. I got out to a few practices. I just want to keep adding. And it's, for me, hard to wait to get more and more and more of him when we're getting these little samples and we're supposed to make these big declarations. But we get to put a few more pages in the book tomorrow.
Yeah, I know Christmas is coming, and I know my parents just went to the shopping mall and they came back with bags. I can't see the presents yet. That's all I want to do. I'm waiting to unbox on opening
You were
day.
Snooper Lock.
I was a snooper.
I knew you were.
So
you couldn't have paid me enough to ruin the surprise.
I was a low level snooper. In fairness, I didn't like super go out of my way, but I tell you who was my neighbor and best buddy growing up was a D1 All-American snooper. He wanted to know not only what he was getting, but what I was getting, what all the neighbors were getting.
Sean.
Yeah. So like he was sort of the driving force, and I didn't fight it, So I was like, okay, we can look, and oh my God, there's the rollerblades, in the back of my dad's office.
Sean went to great lengths to figure out
he was a snooper,
how his Christmas morning was going to go. Not me. I love the surprise. He would also rip through all of his presents, my older brother, in 8 minutes.
Oh no, I'm a lingerer. I'm a savorer.
We'd come down. You have a nice little pile of presents there.
Mm-hmm.
I remember having a conversation one time with Trent Williams in the locker room. What a good dude Trent Williams is. One of my favorite players I've ever covered. Probably my favorite player, honestly, I ever covered just as a dude. I had relationships with other guys that were great. But he was just an interesting, really smart guy. But anyway, he used to laugh because we would talk about our Christmas mornings.
Mm-hmm.
He would always make fun of me. And he said, you used the word pile for your presents. And I'm like, yeah, I did have a pile of presents. And he's like, just shaking his head and like, tisk, tisk kind of deal. But anyway, we'd run down the steps. We'd go to our piles, right?
You go to your pile.
That's what you do. And I would sit there and my brother would just start tearing stuff open. And he would get through his entire slew of presents before I was like 3 into mine. And I would open it. Each one I would then either open it or play with it or figure out what it was. And I would go get a trash bag and I'd ball up the paper just so and put it in the trash bag. I could open presents for 45 minutes an hour. He was at 6-7 minutes and he was done.
That's how my sister was. Do you know how great it was to exercise that discipline and have so many more presents left to open than everyone else?
Best feeling in the world.
It is so great.
He's already on his stocking. And I've opened 2 things.
That's exact ratio.
And then he's like done playing with his stuff and wants to now go on with his day. And I'm just getting to my stocking. Come on.
Dude, and parents or like aunts and uncles or whoever's in town, like, dude, Danny, open it up. And it's like, oh, yeah, totally. And then you like wait for the attention to go somewhere else. Then you come back and everyone has to look at you to open it. Oh, it's the best.
But I love the surprise. I was not going to waste the good surprise on me. I wanted to figure it out in real time when that paper got ripped off, what Santa had delivered and how my day was going to go on the 25th. But speaking of kind of opening a gift, opening a present, what we get tomorrow game 2 of Jaden Daniels the Patriots got last night with Drake May. Drake May looked pretty good last night. He made one throw that the internet is still oohing and eyeing about today. Have you seen this toss?
The deep shot?
About 55 yards in the air, moved in the pocket with a little Drew Brees shoulder shuck, and then dropped a seed downfield that ended up not being caught by the receiver. As I said, 55 yards downfield. But it was one of those, Jacoby Brissett can't do that. There's not a whole lot of guys that are going to make that throw. And after the game, the head coach of the New England Patriots, Gerard Mayo, came out and said, this is still an open competition. We don't know who our starter is. I think we've all assumed all along it's Brissett, and I still think that's the case. I give you credit because you said at one point you thought maybe Drake May does end up starting, even though nobody's been suggesting that at any point. And I still don't see it. But he played a good bit last night. He was the best quarterback on the field for them. And at least, if you believe what's being said, I'm more of a what are you doing, not what are you saying guy. But Mayo in his first year is now saying the competition's still going. And the Patriots come here for what could be a lot of fun.
Yeah.
Next weekend, FedEx Field, the only preseason game in Landover, Maryland that's going to be played ahead of week 1. The only chance you'll get if they're going to play Jaden Daniels to see him could be a Daniels versus May first half next week.
Indeed. And for the Patriots, you'd think they're more likely to play starters in that third preseason game maybe than Washington would be because of that competition. I mean, to me, this is a pretty simple thing. If you acknowledge who you are, and I know it's not really fun for a head coach that's trying to start his career, trying to establish the culture and their winning ways, and this is how we're going to do things. But if there's a true acknowledgement of what New England is at this point, you'd go, we're probably picking top 5. We're the least talented roster in the sport or close to it. And there's not much going on here that's worth a darn. That screams to me, not placeholder quarterback. That screams to me not the only reason you'd play Jacoby Brissett is if you were afraid that Drake May would get hurt.
So I agree with what you're saying in the sense that if they're still playing Jacoby Brissett 8-9 weeks into the year, but you can't play Drake May until you think he's ready. And even though I think he's ready, they're around him every day and they may come up with a different evaluation. But if they're doing the old faithful, antiquated NFL bit where it's just as simple as right now, Jacoby Brissett gives us the best chance to win games. He's seen a thing or two. Well, that's stupid. But if they're saying, I don't want to play Drake May yet because he's not going to be able to get the ball out fast enough. He's not going to process fast enough. He still has this mechanical thing we're working through.
And that's the distinction to me.
That's fine.
Yeah, that's the distinction to me. Is it like, AKA, he's going to hurt himself, right? Because he's not going to know where the blitz is coming from. I'm just speaking hypothetically. If it's the performance may not be that great and they might lose, you got that covered. You're going to lose. I don't care who's walking through that door to play quarterback.
I think they're going to be terrible.
I do too.
And we talked about this a little bit yesterday. This had nothing to do with the preseason game last night. I just think that the entire operation, I don't even mean the roster, is a huge question mark right now. I hope Gerard Mayo has a lot of success because it could lead to a kind of another way of hiring coaches, to be honest.
Almost like NBA style, right? Where you were just playing 5 minutes ago. You pay your dues for a couple of years, and then boom, you're the young, enthusiastic head coach that can relate to guys you shared a locker room with.
That guy's never been in another building.
Yeah.
He's never coached in another building. He's only been a position coach. I don't think he's ever interviewed anywhere else. If I'm wrong about that, I'll look that up. But I'm pretty sure it's just he's a kind of New England lifer who's got a relationship with Robert Kraft and was seen as a future head coaching candidate. And as soon as the season ended and they decided to move on from Bill Belichick, he became the front runner for that job, and he got the gig pretty quickly. I don't know how exhaustive or thorough that coaching search was. So maybe they evaluated correctly a couple of years ago when they said he'll be a great head coach. But I got questions about him.
Sure.
Elliott Wolf, who they elevated to being the GM, same kind of deal. I mean, he was around. They had him operating as an interim GM while they were interviewing a bunch of other people and eventually just kind of settled on him.
Yeah, they seem very pleased with what he's done, I guess. I don't know.
Even though the trade this week, I think it's smart that they traded a guy that didn't want to be there at his current value and his current rate. Move on from Matthew Judon, go get a third-round pick, which could be huge for them. I mean, if they're picking early like you think and I think they are, to add a pick in the top 3 rounds, Atlanta probably middle of the first-round type pick next year is a big, big deal. Maybe that's a weapon for Drake May. Maybe that's a starting offensive lineman. Maybe it's an impact defender. Who knows? But still, I don't really get what their plan is right now. I don't really know what they're thinking as an organization. I think with most teams, I could file them into a bucket. Like, I know what the Commanders' idea of themselves is. A lot of these other teams, I don't really know what New England thinks. And it seems like the expectation, at least within the fan base, when I talk to people that are Patriots fans that consume a lot of content from that area of the country, is, oh, they got a lot of veterans. They're going to be a lot better than people think. They're going to be frisky. They're going to win some games. I don't see it. I just think they're going to be bad. And within the first month or so, I think you should turn the reins over to May and just see what's what.
Yeah, especially in that division. You know what I mean? Like, and there are a couple teams that I'm with you on where I go, I'm not sure exactly what the plan is. And when I do see the plan, I go, well, that's not very smart. That's not a good way to do it. Like the Raiders is another example. You're in a buzzsaw of a division, right? With the Kansas City Chiefs up at the top. We think the Chargers will be better under Jim Harbaugh. And, Denver's hadn't been atrocious. They were 8-9 last year. The Raiders are going, we're going to go journeyman, Jag, Gardner Minshew, or Aiden O'Connell type quarterback with an okay roster. Either get good or get bad, right? Like the way they're doing it right now doesn't seem to be on the path to anywhere other than third or fourth place in the division. And it's very, very Washington West, right? As they were for so many years under Snyder. There are a couple teams like that where I'm going, I'm not really sure if you know who you are. I got a good feel for it. You're either delusional or you're willing to accept mediocrity.
I've got a Jaden Daniels question for you next that I want to pose to our listeners as well that nobody's asked this week. In fact, I haven't heard anybody bring this up. I'll get that for you next right here on Grant and Danny. You are listening to The Fan. Ben Standing of The Athletic joins us at 3 with Danny. I'm Grant. You're listening to The Fan. It's a Friday. I don't think this is officially a football Friday yet, but we're almost there. Won't be long, Danny, before it's the fall and Fridays become football Fridays.
We can make it an unofficial football Friday because there's football tomorrow and it's Friday today. So I feel comfortable with that. Are you guys good with that?
We want to rule on that as a show.
Darius is good with that?
All right.
All in favor, say aye.
One-man band behind the scenes today, Darius Stammer.
All opposed?
Then I've got to find my Football Friday bell.
Oh, you had it right there the whole time.
It's a football Friday.
You had it right there. He pretended he was like, he wasn't looking.
Unofficially on Grant and Danny. Here's my Jaden Daniels question that nobody's asked yet. He walked into the Meadowlands wearing a Doug Williams jersey, the old throwback Joe Gibbs era, early 90s Super Bowl champion Redskins gear. Now, there was not a logo on it from the old days. It was just kind of blank in that regard. But it was good looking. It was clean. It was one of the old 91 jerseys, basically. Does he rock a Doug Williams again? Does he now just wear normal clothes? Or does he keep this going? Which I think is actually a great idea. To continue to wear legends of the past jerseys with the old kit that is not this new Commanders thing that nobody really likes. And by the way, they should wear the old jerseys without the logo and without any of the terminology of the past that is now banned and they're not allowed to use. But they should definitely still wear those jerseys with those colors. But I digress. Do you think Jaden Daniels rocks like a 44 Riggins? Who would he wear? Would it be a 28-year-old Green who's having his jersey retired this year?
Plenty of choices.
Or was it just a one-off because Doug Williams is in the building, he's helping to mentor him, and he just did it for that first game? Because I actually think it'd be a really cool bit if that was just his thing. Every week, he rocked another player's jersey from back in the day.
So my guess is that it was just a one-time thing and maybe hadn't thought too much about it, but somebody might want to, tug on his sleeve and say, hey, by the way, this is really well received. Let's make this a thing. Let's make this something fun where instead of, rolling up in like a weird suit where the pant leg is too short or like doing a Joe Burrow where you're wearing no undershirt, no shirt, and it's just like a jacket
Let's
over
show
top.
People our style, though. Let's have some drip.
Yeah, like the arrival and like weird big sunglasses. Don't do any of that. Wear throwback Redskins jerseys from when they were awesome.
I would be so here for that. That is such an easy way, by the way, to indoctrinate yourself with your base. And you think about it almost like from a political standpoint. That hilarious movie with Zach Galifianakis and Will Ferrell.
The Candidate?
The Campaign. I
Campaign.
think. Maybe it was The Candidate. But
The Campaign Candidate.
Marty Huggins was the actor, was the character's name that actor Galifianakis played. Where he's like, I'm going to bring a broom because it's a mess. Remember that guy?
Yes, of course.
So funny. Well, I bring this up to say that there's like scenes in that are great because they go like from one speech to another.
It's like Will Ferrell at the various campaign stops where places like auto workers are the backbone of our country. And then he cuts to the next place.
He's like talking to auto workers.
Yeah, the people that weld on Thursdays are the backbone. Like everybody, whoever's local is your favorite. That's what you do.
But in politics, you do that. You're just trying to rally the base. You say what needs to be said. You do the thing that everybody wants. They're frothing at the mouth for.
At WWE, if you're a face, you're cutting the promo at home. You're like, you're in Pittsburgh. Like, how about the Steelers? Yeah.
It'd be such a layup for Jaden Daniels to just come into the stadium every single week in the old gear. And I don't know if it was his idea to do that with do you think it was his idea?
I do.
Or someone got in his ear and was like, hey, man, you know what would be a good move? Doug Williams is in the building still. He's your mentor. Like, what if you rocked the Doug Williams jersey?
I think it was his idea.
I hope so. That would be a good sign if it was.
Yeah, because now but if you're asking him to do it every week, all 17 times, now it's like how many jerseys are you going to be shelling out the money for, right? Like a couple $100 for a nice replica jersey or whatever for however many weeks.
So where do you stand on it then? Do you think he rocks a jersey or does not?
I do not think he does.
I'm going to say he does, and it's going to be my new favorite bit. I think he wears a jersey tomorrow. They're in Miami. I think it's Riggins who ripped off the touchdown run against the Dolphins. A pretty good move. And listen, if you're over there, Commanders people, right now, you're hearing this. It's not too late. Just put a little birdie in somebody's ear. Let's get him a 44. We'll go clean burgundy. The last one was the white joint from the 90s. This could be a burgundy Riggins if we want to go that route. If he wants to keep with the white look, he likes that fresh, clean look.
Give me that 82
some
white jersey.
Air Force Ones or something.
Mm-hmm.
That's fine. We're going to go 44 because you're playing the Dolphins, and everybody remembers the iconic play of John Riggins putting a Super Bowl on ice. But that could be the Jaden Daniels thing that he does before every game. I think it would be awesome.
I'd be so in. So in.
We had a caller that just called in, Melvin from DC. He said that Jaden wore that in for Doug Williams' birthday. So that's what he said that he was told, or that he heard or read somewhere, that he wore for Doug Williams' birthday. So it might be a one-off. We'll have to see. Hopefully it's not. I'm with you. I think the idea of it is cool if he does it every week, but if it was one-off,
I don't know why he wore it.
Birthday.
I just know he wore Doug Williams' jersey going into the stadium. And the amount of attention that came out of that was unbelievable. The amount of fans clapping like seals and people screaming into megaphones. How awesome he was. Jaden Daniels is awesome. It's just everyone wants to like you and put you over. And when you do something like that, you're appealing to your base. You're appeasing the people that matter the most, that are going to cheer you on. What negative could come out of doing it again with another jersey?
So my birthday's coming up pretty soon, right? We want you the little 81 jersey on there. The little Arthur Monk jersey.
That's your number?
Yeah.
I thought your number was 14 at George Washington.
Well, it
Dan
was.
Rouillet.
I was a 14, but I don't know. Are there great Brad Johnson wore 14? That's not that exciting. Give me an 81.
You didn't say Art Monk. You understand where I'm going with this?
Yeah, but it's for me. He's going to do that for me.
Oh,
so he honored Doug Williams because he played for the team and was really great.
So for my birthday,
he give me an 81. He could wear a 47 for you. See what I'm saying?
It all makes sense now.
For Darius, he could wear a Houston Texans jersey.
I just think even if he decided initially, it's his idea. He's going to wear the Doug Williams jersey. He's going to walk in. It's a one-off thing, and I'll show off the drip next week. I got this $4,000 jacket that I want to wear or whatever. You just saw the response to that. You saw that it was fan porn. You saw that people were falling all over themselves to tell you how awesome you were for doing that.
Yes.
Just do it again.
Just do it again.
Why not spin that hit a couple more times?
Keep doing it.
There's no downside. Tomorrow night, Dolphins, Commanders. Who do you want to watch play in this game for Washington? Now, we don't know who's going to go and who isn't officially, so I will leave open the possibility that some of these guys don't go. Like, I still really want to see Brandon Coleman play.
Yeah, me too.
Brandon Coleman's not going to play in this game. We know Mariota's been ruled out. We know Hartman's been ruled out. But other than that, we have no real idea as to what else is going on in terms of in and out. But who are the guys on your short list that you want to see play?
We'll start at the receiver position. So much discussion about it. But I want some of the guys that are vying here, the Luke McCaffreys, the De'Ami Browns, and Jahan Dotson too, along with Lamine Zaccheaus. I want early game, not deep into the second quarter, not third quarter. I want to see how these guys stack up against the best that Miami has available on Saturday. That's where I'm at. I mean, the guys that are presumably going to be involved in some capacity. We're still figuring that out. I think the coaches are too. Which is kind of a surprise. We thought we had the hierarchy, the pecking order pretty well established. By virtue of that first game, I don't think we do. And then Dan Quinn's subsequent comments, I want to see that group of receivers vying for whatever you want to call it, the number 2, the 2A, the slot, whatever. I want to see all those guys early in the game.
So Dotson is an easy one after this week. How do you respond? What kind of game do you have now that we know a secret, basically? The cat's out of the bag that you may not be entrenched as the number 2 wide receiver behind Terry McLaurin, starting opposite him when they're going heavy with extra tight ends and there's only 2 receivers on the field. What about staying at tackle in a non-Brandon Coleman situation? Cornelius Lucas did not play last week, was not around and on the field at the time. We're going to see him and Andrew Wiley. I think their performances are important. Because even though Coleman can't play and help his own cause, if Lucas struggles, that helps Brandon Coleman. If Wiley plays poorly, is there a chance that they decide that maybe Coleman and Lucas on the left and the right, respectively, is better than Wiley being out there? I think there's still enough to be determined at tackle, and there's enough moving of furniture at that position that even if Coleman doesn't go, who I'm still so excited to see in a game setting, and we've been robbed of it to this point with this injury, I think he's directly affected by what happens with the 2 veterans that will be playing.
So what's the theme here, right? These are the 2 positions, at least for me, that I felt this entire offseason were unsettled, were probably in dire need of improvement. And here we are, they're unsettled, and the improvement may or may not be coming.
You and everybody else, by the
Sure,
way.
yeah. I mean, it's I'm the genius that saw it. Nobody else did. But you're still looking at it going, they probably feel more comfortable than we do. But there's so much uncertainty at that left tackle spot because it seems like it's still a battle, or at least, maybe not for the long term. Maybe it's going to be Coleman's job eventually. But for week 1 against Tampa Bay, against Blitz Happy Todd Bowles and company, is it going to be Coleman or is it going to be Lucas?
Go to the other side of the ball. We both gave guys on the offensive huddle. How about defensively? You want to see
Johnny Newton. Again, I don't know the status, but I've been fascinated by this. This is one of those picks where I know everyone loves the idea of it. A guy that was probably a first rounder that slipped because of a medical thing. To me, it was kind of more of a luxury pick, but that turns into something really awesome if he's great, if he's really good, if he looks the part, if he's disruptive and dominant. So I don't know if we're going to see him or not.
Do you want a lazy, easy answer, or do you want a deeper cut?
Both. Give me a lazy, easy one first.
Forbes.
Yep.
How mixed was that bag in the first preseason game? I thought he got a raw deal. Like, we've definitely jumped the shark with how people feel about Emmanuel Forbes on social media, Commanders, Twitter, Commanders fan base in general, right? Our listeners, you and I, and all of us. I think we're too hard on him at this point because we are holding against him where he was drafted. I'm not saying that's the wrong thing to do, but if anybody else makes the same play as Emmanuel Forbes, it's just a bad football play. And when he makes it, it's evidence that he cannot play or that they shouldn't have drafted him or he shouldn't be on the team, according to a lot of people, which is overboard, a little bit silly. But he made a really good play at the beginning of the game in deep coverage on an island all by himself. Then he got beat for a touchdown. And while he was batting 500 on those 2 reps, you didn't hear about the other one. It was just about what a terrible game and how nothing has changed. So I want to see more of Emmanuel Forbes. By the way, it's not a fun matchup. Waddle's not going to go, but Tyreek Hill probably is. Tyreek Hill shredded this team, if you remember, with Tua at the X last year in the regular season. Yep. Dan Quinn went on record to say, especially in the practice that just came, but also in the game, they might put some of their young corners in bad spots to see how they respond or see if they could elevate against this Miami offense. So if that's the case, I mean, that's a real test for Emmanuel Forbes. The other one I would throw out there in terms of just a guy that I want to see, I actually thought KJ Henry quietly had a really good game.
I thought he had a really nice game.
Made a couple of loud plays in the backfield, but even on the snaps where he wasn't overly noticeable, I thought he did some pretty good things. He's on the roster bubble as a Rivera draft pick in the 5th round last year out of Clemson at an end position where you've got Farrell, Armstrong, Fowler, Jean-Baptiste, who they just drafted. They also worked out 4 guys at that spot, which tells you they're not sold on all of the back of the roster types. I think it's a big day for KJ Henry, a year 2 Rivera era pick as well. But let's see what the people have to say at 800-636-1067. We'll hit the phones on this next. Game number 2 of this preseason tomorrow. Who are you excited to watch take on the Dolphins? We're Grant and Danny. The Commanders play the Dolphins tomorrow night. We will be watching like you will. Who are you excited to see? That's the question at 800-636-1067. I want to ask Ben Standig about this when he joins us at 3. Just saw this tweet from Greg Rosenthal. We can start our conversation with Ben on this topic. Rosenthal, who covers the National Football League for NFL Media, said the Commanders' coaching staff, basically, how they're talking about Jahan Dotson has him thinking. Here's his tweet. The more the Commanders' coaches talk, the more I wonder if Jahan Dotson is on their Week 1 roster. Now, I don't think that means he thinks they're going to cut him, but my guess is he's floating or suggesting maybe they could trade him. I feel like we're going too far with some of the Jahan Dotson slander at this point, although the coaching staff has been very positive whenever they've talked about Jamin Davis.
Sure.
Their rhetoric is he's working his butt off. He's learning a new position. He's doing all the right things. He's grinding. When they talk about Emmanuel Forbes, same thing. They're talking about he's got a lot to learn. He's trying to prove himself. He's out there working hard. He's doing this. Look at the way they're talking about those guys. And then when Jahan Dotson comes up, they said basically, speaking of Dan Quinn, yeah, we got a lot to sort out at that position. We like what we've seen from Olamide Zaccheaus. Like what they're not saying is telling, obviously. And now you're starting to get some people from around the league come out and say, Commanders coaches rhetoric has me thinking maybe Dotson won't be on the roster. Something to monitor, I guess.
Yeah, and what they're doing, right? Again, he didn't come out with the starters. He's playing almost until halftime. The cutting, I've heard a couple people sort of float the idea that he won't be on the roster. A trade, maybe, whatever. I don't know how much sense that would make for this year, but whatever. If you can get something, great. If someone likes him, that's fine. But in terms of just moving on from him or cutting him altogether, I've never understood that line of thinking. I know it's not a lot of people, but some have said it. It's prohibitive. You would be paying almost $9 million in dead cap for a guy that you could just make inactive on game days or something. It's bizarre.
Cutting him doesn't make
Makes
any
no sense to me.
Unless he's a malcontent in the building and they don't like his act.
Which I don't get the sense, right?
Perceive that at all. I've always taken him to be
great to chat with. Yeah.
Sharp young guy. And I love having him on the show. He's a great interview. Which it doesn't mean necessarily that he's awesome in the building, but what we see is not anything that would make you think this is a guy that you can't have around. So cutting him, I'm just saying makes no sense, but he would have trade value. He was a first-round pick just a couple of years ago. Somebody else in a different offense maybe might think that he's a fit.
It's a good fit, yeah.
You could dangle him, and if he's going to be your fourth wide receiver, then it probably makes sense that you could at least see what you could get for him. But I'm not in the business of trading receivers in the Jaden Daniels rookie year plan. They should be adding receivers. They should be adding weapons, not getting rid of anybody who could potentially help them. Especially, it's not like they've got Brandon Ayuk coming in here and you're trading Jahan Dotson because now you just upgraded at wide receiver and he's no longer as needed. You're moving on from him because you got it solved with Olamide Zaccheaus and Byron Pringle? Really? Nah. No thanks. Let's go to Patrick, who's in Gaithersburg on Grant and Danny. What's up, Patrick?
Hey, gentlemen. How you doing today?
Hey, buddy.
Hey, so I'm also curious about the wide receiver 2 spot, but I think I'll go with the defensive side. I'm curious about the pass rush and what they're going to do, and I'm wondering if we're going to see any movement on Jamin Davis and having him play on the outside or play up at the line, see if they can get some extra pressure on the quarterback.
But that's all he did in the first preseason game.
He didn't line up anywhere else, really, right?
He was on the edge. He was exclusively used as a defensive end. We didn't see him off the ball at linebacker. So the position change is real. It has happened. He is a defensive end at this point. Quinn did say early in training camp they're going to get all of the work that they can with him at end, and then eventually he'd get back to doing more linebacker stuff, but he doesn't need to work there because he's already played there. But it is a new defense. Again, follow the actions, not the words.
Yeah. And just to the point about him being able to walk back to linebacker, I think because he'll be in on so many fewer packages. Because how many times are they going to line up with 3 linebackers? It won't be all that often, right? It's a lot of nickel, a lot of dime, a lot of sub, a lot of 5-down defensive linemen, etc. So yeah, when it's Luvu, when it's Wagner and Jamin Davis, you might see that.
That's a rarity in the league at this point.
Yeah.
3 linebackers. Let's go to Nate in DC on Grant and Danny. Hello, Nate.
Hey, how's it going today?
Hey, buddy.
Good.
All right. I wanted to say, like, we all do want to see what's going on with the Jahan Dotson situation. Just the same as it will be a easy shot to say what's going on with Forbes. But I particularly want to see what Sainrisville is going to contribute. I'm really excited to see how he plays out for us for the season. Also, circling back real quick, I think Jaden Daniels might wear Brian Mitchell's jersey because his birthday is coming up. So I'm not sure, but that's what I would put my little
I
bet
would
on.
be steamed
Ooh,
up.
how about that? The B Mitch glow up.
Come on.
Love that. Get him to the Hall. He was on Family Feud. Now Jaden's rocking his jersey, one of the greats in organizational history on teams. I'll take that. So that could be the play. To Darius's point earlier, is whoever's birthday's coming up, you honor them by wearing their jersey. I just think against the Dolphins, Riggins makes a lot of sense.
It does. Can't go wrong, by the way, either one.
Go that route. Former beat reporter who covered Washington, now he's with the Saints covering New Orleans, Matt Paris tweeted out of curiosity, I looked up Jahan Dotson stats compared to Josh Doxson. And he said player A, 61 targets, 35 catches, 523 yards, 7 touchdowns, 83 targets, 49 receptions, 518 yards, 4 touchdowns for player B. And basically the point is Josh Doxson had the exact same numbers through 2 years as Jahan Dotson. First couple of seasons.
Yep.
35 for 523, 49 for 518, and 35 for 502, and 44 for 532. Let's go to Vinny in Seat Pleasant on Grant and Danny. What's up, Vinny?
Grant and Danny, what's going on, my guys?
Hey, buddy.
Man, great to hear from you guys. You guys are awesome.
Thank you, pal.
I just wanted to take a look at the RB3 position. Wiley is a great asset to the team. I think that he showed a great upside last week in the game against the Jets. You know, we got into the end zone, showed some shiftiness, and he was also tough out there. I think this week he can have an even better performance. They give him a few more touches. But I think Wiley is a good asset to the team. That's what I'm looking forward to seeing this weekend.
Well, you and Dan Quinn are of like mind because after watching the film, when Dan Quinn was asked to impress him, he named 2 players, one of whom was Wiley, who was the leading rusher last week with 34 yards. He's not going to make the team, in my opinion. He's got a real good chance to be on the practice squad, but he's already in the driver's seat for August star preseason stud of the month. You know, after scoring a touchdown and ripping off a 15-yard run.
It is elite company, right? There have been a number of guys that have that August stardom label that you can never take away. But yeah, listen, every once in a while, lightning does strike, right? It does happen. A guy that shines out in preseason, next thing you know, whether it's that season or a couple years later or something like that, emerges in place.
Ben Standig covers the Commanders for The Athletic. What does the future of Jahan Dotson look like? We'll ask him that next on The Fan. The exclusive sponsor of Grant and Danny's, the law firm Condorian Murat. They'll guide you and your family in the right direction, helping you to draft your will, setting up a revocable trust, or creating a healthcare power of attorney. Schedule a free consultation with their estate planning attorneys at kmlawyers.com. Be sure to tell them we sent you. You'll get a discount. kmlawyers.com. We're live in Richmond for the next 3 hours, AM 910, FM 1051. Of course, you can listen to us wherever you are on the Odyssey app. We are live all over the DMV on 106.7 The Fan. All of our camp coverage today presented by Paul Henry's Windows. Speaking of that camp coverage, let's talk about preseason game number 2. Our buddy Ben Standig of The Athletic was in Miami to watch the Commanders practice with the Dolphins. He is coming back this way to D.C. He will not be in the preseason game tomorrow, but a lot of insight, I think, can be provided on where this team is headed toward cutdown day with Ben now. Ben, thanks for the time on G&D. How you been?
Grant, I'm doing well. Thanks for having me on.
You got it,
sir.
So why don't we start with Jahan Dotson? Greg Rosenthal is not out there like you are. He's not around the team. I understand that, but he works at NFL Media, and he just tweeted a little bit ago, the more Commanders coaches talk about Jahan Dotson, the more I think he may not be on Washington's Week 1 roster. What's your reaction to that?
Well, I guess my first reaction, just to be a snarky reporter, is that when people from the outside who aren't here say things like that, what they really mean is what the reaction from the local reporters are saying about the coaching situation is what he's reacting to, would be my view, right? But that said, I've been talking about this all week. I think when you start to do the math, you start listening to what Dan Quinn's been saying, that there's, that Jahan played, 32 snaps in that game last week, and that he, when I asked about that a couple days later, he didn't say, "Hey, we love Jahan. We just wanted to get him some extra work." Nope. He just said, we're still looking at guys. And then when the question was sort of repeated yesterday, he's like, "Yeah, we're kind of in the middle of a competition." And I think it's getting pretty telling about based on what they are saying. When we've had similar conversations about where everything's going to the game, and Davis or Emmanuel Forbes, the other recent first-round picks, regardless of what we on the outside might think, they are saying positive. They're working hard. They're doing what they need to do. We'll see what happens. That wasn't the case here. This was competition. It didn't say anything specifically about Dotson. So if Jahan is not one of the top 3 receivers on this team, in terms of what their plan would be, I don't know how he's going to stick around, because he's not a special teams guy. He's obviously too small to really help in coverage or anything like, or in tackling or anything like that, blocking. And then is he the returner? I don't know, but even if he were be, I would think his trade value as a guy on a rookie contract with 2 years left would be more appealing than that. So I think it's getting pretty interesting. If he doesn't get things going as far as what the coaches want to see, I don't think it's inconceivable that they move on from him. I don't think they would cut him or anything, but I think it's at least a possibility, which, by the way, lines up with the whole idea of that they've said from the start. There's competition, and it doesn't seem like there's any, the people who were here before are not being viewed as sacred cows. They weren't the guys that Peters and Quinn drafted, signed, et cetera, and therefore, I think anything is conceivable.
We're going to talk about this later, Ben, but among the receivers, I think we'd all agree, assuming health, Terry McLaurin gets the most targets in that receiver room, rightly so. Who's the second most targeted wideout? Last year, I think it was Dotson was a couple targets ahead of Logan Thomas, for example, behind Curtis Samuel. Curtis Samuel's gone, so's Logan Thomas. Among the receivers, not tight ends or running backs, what wideout gets the second most targets?
Yeah, well, I think that's the question that we're sort of asking here, right? And I was discussing with some people earlier today, like, what is the notion of this wide receiver 2 competition? What do we mean by that? You could look at a production and just say who's the second most productive receiver, but I would argue it's more like who is the receiver that is getting the most work, right? Last year, Jahan Dotson played over 900 snaps. Curtis Samuel played less than 600. Curtis Samuel was the better receiver last year, but that's not how they were being. That's not what their roles were. I think the thing that's weird here is look, I think Zacchaeus I think he looked pretty sharp in camp myself, but he's 5'8". He's not, you can't run everything you would want with a guy like that. And I don't know that like he's going to be a full-time two, let's just say, if he were to beat out Dotson. But then you have De'Ambi Brown, who obviously it's been 3 years of underwhelming performance. He's got that blazing speed, but it's kind of a one-trick pony. So there's like a combination between those two, should they be ahead of Dotson, that I don't know, honestly, in all fairness, like who I would guess would be the most targeted. But it's sort of, if Dotson isn't going to be the guy, then it does sort of put like, they may have some hard workers at the position, but there's not an obvious guy. I would maybe guess Zacchaeus, just because he has looked the sharpest. He's had a couple seasons of 30 and 40 catches, but I think it's a great question. I mean, honestly, I think Austin Eckler probably becomes the guy I would peg for number two. I know you said receivers, but and maybe then Zach Ertz over whoever will be left at receiver.
Agreed.
Ben Standig of The Athletic talking Jahan Dotson with us here on Grant and Danny. Maybe it's too strong to say do they have an issue with Jahan Dotson, but I think you'll understand what I'm trying to get at when I ask this. Is the issue with him currently, with his staff, just like football stuff, or is there more to it than that? It just seems to me like it's very quick to sour on a guy to the extent that maybe they have. If we're talking about Olamide Zacchaeus and, I don't know, Byron Pringle, like pushing him.
Yeah, no, for sure. I mean, look, I don't know what goes on. I don't know what's been going on inside the building. I don't have any sense that Jahan is being, a malcontent or anything along those lines, but something does feel off. And I think, we all typically look at this as like, who are the best 53 players that can get out there and get this job done? I used this analogy earlier. I was, for no unexplained reason, on the flight down here, I was rewatching the movie Miracle for the 86th time. And
USA wins in the end, by the way. Spoiler.
Damn it.
Yep.
Danny's been known to spoil shows for guests, just so you know.
Oh, all right, fair enough. Well, at least this one I had a sense of what happened. So when the part where they're picking the roster for the 26 guys are going to try out and whittle it down, they're like, wait, what do you mean, Herb Brooks? How have you already figured this out? You left off some of the best players off this shorter roster. And he's like, I'm not looking for the best players. I'm looking for the right players. And my point here would be part of what I think this is all about for this team has been the makeup of this roster. It isn't about getting the quote unquote best players right this minute. It's getting the players who are going to help set the tone going forward for what they want this team to be. That's why you bring in specific vets like a Bobby Wagner. That's why they targeted a bunch of team captains among their draft picks. So, if they're looking for a certain type of mentality, then maybe if Jahan is not that guy for them, then that may be a good reason why they would move on as much as anything else. I mean, we know he's not the most physical of receivers already just based on his size, but, it's not like Mike Sanders still is an imposing tower out there at corner, but he's known for his physicality. And, I think Zacchaeus seems to be giving a little bit more of that edge as well, even though he's, 5'8" and so on. So I don't think it's like a poor, there's some like locker room disconnect, but he just may not be connecting with them in terms of how they want to shape this franchise going forward. So if he doesn't get going, in a way that they find acceptable, then I could see this thing ending.
Ben Stanek with us here on G&D. Last one, what would a trade look like?
Yeah, I think that's a great question. I mean, like on the one hand, you'd be like, well, look, what he hasn't done enough, but he's got 2 years left in his rookie deal. He's still a really good route runner, right? And maybe on another team, in another situation that isn't looking to establish a culture and identity because they already have one from being around for a bit, that maybe there's another team that would be willing to give up, a middle round pick or something. Again, it's not like he's without talent or anything. At the moment, it seems like maybe it's a poor fit for what these guys want. Again, that's assuming that this is the case. Dan Quinn knows what he is saying. He is now twice this week, when given the chance to, praise Jahan, defend Jahan, he has not done that. And I don't get the sense that these guys have been fibbing with us. Like, they may not always tell us everything, but I don't get the sense that they're saying one thing but really don't mean it. They're just trying to, say it. So maybe they're trying to push buttons, but it does feel like something's off. So I don't know. I would think there's a chance you get like a middle round pick because of the fact he has 2 years left on his rookie deal. That's pretty cost affordable. And again, he's he's not a bad player. He can run routes, but for whatever reason, it just may not fit here.
Do we know already, Ben, who isn't going tomorrow? Or do you have a pretty good feel of several guys? I'm sure Brandon Coleman's not playing, who I want to see. We know about 2 of the quarterbacks being out. Anybody else?
I don't know. I mean, like last week, obviously they sat a bunch of guys, but Quinn said, the John Allens, the Bobby Wagners who didn't play last week, that they would play this week. But it sounds like that might be a series 2 at max. And I kind of get the feeling that with the offense with Jaden as well, like it's not going to be terribly long. They're factoring in the reps they get in the joint practice with the game reps. So I think we'll see the starters and probably see most of the guys, except for anybody who's banged up, like you said, like a Coleman. But I don't know I don't think we're going to see these guys too long out there.
Johnny Newton, is he in?
I don't believe he's in. We haven't seen him, unless I missed it yesterday. I don't believe he was involved then. And Quinn has said, they're trying to, rest him up. They've said there hasn't been a setback from his return from the foot procedure, but at the same point, he has been limited, to say the least, since then. It also sounds like, Martavis Bryant was out there a little bit yesterday, that they're picking their spots with him since he obviously just arrived, and they're not trying to do too much, but we may see him, I would imagine, as well tomorrow.
So what does that mean for Newton's early season? I mean, I guess I'm sure they're still saying, oh, he's all on track. He's on track. But when you don't play in the first couple of preseason games, you wouldn't think maybe they could make a special case and have him play next Sunday against the Patriots. But does that kind of put his I don't know, kind of delay the clock a little bit on his rookie year?
He could. I mean, obviously he's got to get out here at some point. I don't know where he's at with conditioning, but, he basically hasn't done almost anything going back to the spring in the way that we would view conditioning, right? So, yeah, I think that's got to be a consideration. And, again, I think for these guys, I don't think they're too – I mean, look, they're going to do everything they can to put the best product on the field, but at the same time, the urgency in terms of, like, they have to win is, I think, different for this team in this recalibration, as Dan Quinn would say, versus if they were, a not more obvious playoff Super Bowl contender. So, hopefully this is not a Curtis Samuel situation where we keep getting told, it's nothing to see here, and then all of a sudden guy misses, most of the season. So I'll take them at their word that it's just being cautious and patient. And, he did have 2 surgeries on one on each foot since January. So it's reasonable to think that could take some time, but hopefully it's nothing that big of a deal. Even if the first couple of weeks he's inactive, that it's just a matter of time before he gets in there.
One other obligatory in-out question, looking ahead to next week. Jaden Daniels, Drake May could be fun Sunday night at the Artist formerly known as FedEx Field. Do we know if they're going to play Jaden in that final preseason game, or will he be on ice by then?
I can't say we know, but if they're going to be limited with him this week, I can't imagine he's playing next week, right? I mean, last week was only the one series, in part because they were down their top 3 tackles. This week they do have Lucas and Wiley back, so that's arguably their week 1 lineup out there. So if they're going to still play him less, or not going to play him a full amount this week, then that's saying, hey, our plan is we've seen a lot where he's getting good work in these joint practices, and that's enough. So yes, it would be fun, but at the moment, I would guess that's not going to happen.
All right, and then rapid fire, just a couple roster things. I know it's tough right now, but best guess is the kicker going to be Riley Patterson or not on the roster yet?
I mean, I've been on the not on the roster yet train for a bit. He did have a better day yesterday, I thought, and they said they wanted to have just the one kicker to help him get into a rhythm. Perhaps that happens. I mean, he is at least he has experience. He's played in the league the last couple of years, so possibly. But I guess we'll see who gets cut. And with some of these teams having 2 kickers in camp, I think it's probably still reasonable to think the week 1 kicker isn't here. But hey, if Patterson is looking sharper in this game and over the coming practices, maybe he does stay.
Third running back, Chris Rodriguez, Jeremy McNichols, or Michael Wiley?
Well, if it was me, it would be Wiley, because I just think, Rodriguez has just seemed like he's kind of, my interpretation is he's kind of fallen out of favor a bit. I've been surprised he has not been involved in the kick return situation, since it felt like, that made sort of an obvious fit based on the new rules. McNichols, I think other people around the beat seem to think he's got the inside track as the third guy, and I did put him on my 53, but honestly, I don't quite get it. I mean, he's a guy who, he hasn't had a touch in a couple of years. He's a guy like him is available all the time, right? They had Derek Gore last year, similar guy on the practice squad. That said, if there's a world where they're like, hey, for our running backs, we want experienced guys there to help with blocking. Should they have to be in there with Jaden Daniels? We don't want Green, a kid that's green like a Wiley perhaps, because we don't want to risk that. Okay, then maybe there's something there. So I would say Wiley based on the options you gave, but I'm guessing they may be leaning towards McNichols.
And then assuming they keep the 5 clear-cut top 5 receivers, McLaurin, Dotson, Zacchaeus, McCaffrey, the 3rd-round pick, and De'Ami Brown, maybe there's a spot for one more wideout. Crowder, Bryson Tremaine, Mitchell Tinsley, Kaz Allen, Byron Pringle, Martavis Bryant, whoever else. Who's the last receiver in if they keep 6?
Yeah, so look, Bryson Tremaine's had a really good camp. He gives them size, but he's not the fastest guy. And then I think the Martavis Bryant signing says to me that maybe they don't know if Tremaine is that guy, because we are still talking about another tall receiver. Bryant's obviously a superior athlete even at the older age and all that, but I'm a little more worried about Tremaine following that signing. I think Tinsley's probably been an under-discussed player. He made the team last year. They then chose to not really use him at all, but he made the team. He's had some really good moments in camp as well, and I think he's got a shot. I think what it probably comes down to is, do they feel that the last receiver has got to go to whoever the person will be that's going to be on kicks, whether that's Pringle or Kaz Allen, something like that. Does it go to somebody with size, or do they decide, hey, we're just going to only go with the 5, have a couple other guys on practice squad, and figure out the rest? So I don't think I've gave you a direct answer, because I think honestly I'm a little more confused following the Bryant signing. So I had Tremaine, but I'm a little less enthused about his prospects right now after that Bryant signing.
Let's go to the secondary real quick. Tyler Owens, I thought, flashed a couple times. We've heard some good buzz about Dominic Hampton and company. Maybe that safety / kind of hybrid spots. How does that shake out, and what are we seeing tomorrow?
Yeah, I've had 6 guys sort of feeling pretty confident, had them locked in, and now Tyler Owens has shown up. And every time we see him at practice, in games, he seems to step up. Dan Quinn highlighted his special teams work last week. I saw a play yesterday where he was the first guy down the field as well. So I don't want to say the undrafted free agent off of one preseason game is a lock to make the team, but I think it's feeling better and better that he does, in which case it comes down to, do you want to keep 7 safeties? And like you said, maybe a couple guys like Hampton can help you out in other ways, or is this where, similar to Dotson, they're like, hey, I know this guy has been on the team before and played some, but maybe it's just, we're moving in a different direction. We want to go with the younger guys, not somebody who's got 1 year left in their contract, like a Derek Forrest or something like that. So I think safety is a really interesting spot. I asked Dan Quinn yesterday about this. He said that was a group that he's really liked this summer. So if they're just keeping the best 53, maybe they all stay, but if they're only going to keep 6 safeties, then there could be a surprising name that goes there.
I feel like 7 safeties would be unprecedented, right? I've never heard of anything like that. That's pretty weird, no?
Well, yeah. Plus, in my head, I've got them keeping 6 corners. So even 12 defensive backs is a lot. Again, in this modern era of football, where obviously you're going against teams that are passing all the time and guys can play multiple spots, it makes sense. I think the way I'm looking at this for them is, it isn't about the more conventional, who do we need to keep to do these certain things. It's more of, who are the best players we have, and we'll figure out the rest. They have talked so much about that. They're not using the PF or the PF phrase that drove us all crazy, but they're talking about versatility. What can guys do? And I think that's in part because they may find themselves in this position of keeping more at a certain position that you would think conventionally they would, but what else can they do with these players if that happens?
PF flyers, I believe, was the phrase. Benny the Jet Rodriguez style. That or position flex, one or the other. Ben, thank you, buddy. We appreciate you as always. Safe travels back here to DC, and we will catch up with you soon.
See you, bro.
Awesome, man. Thanks, guys.
Ben Standig of The Athletic, who's been in Miami at the joint practices preseason game tomorrow night. Commanders, Dolphins. We'll get back into that in just a little bit. Again, all of our coverage of the Commanders throughout camp in the preseason is brought to you by Paul Henry's Windows. PaulHenrysWindows.com, your clear home improvement choice. Next, an audio vault. Danny, the web has been scoured. Darius and I hard at work putting together an audio vault that Danny and our listeners could enjoy. It comes your way next. Grant and Danny taking you up to 6:10 tonight. Welcome back to the Fan. We've got winning off the field because it's Friday coming your way at 3:45. Nats got smacked around last night by the Phillies. I was thinking about this after the game. Which opponent do you hate the Nats losing to the most at this point? I think the Phillies might be the answer for me. The Braves have had a bad enough year that I don't think that would get under my skin. The Phillies are front runners in the National League East and maybe in the NL to get to the World Series. And when they beat you, it's Bryce Harper and Trey Turner and Kyle Schwarber.
Yep. JT Realmuto should have already been here.
They just played the Orioles. There's a regional rivalry there that makes that a possible answer. But I think the Phillies is my answer right now. The team that I am most annoyed losing.
It's either them or the Mets because the Mets lose to everybody else.
Mets is a good one.
And beat the brakes off the Nationals. That's really annoying. But yeah, it's probably the Phillies, I would say, especially because they've been knocking on the door of a World Series. They've been really, really close, and them getting one would not feel very good.
News yesterday out of the NBA, by the way. NBA teams are not going to play the day before or the day after what is considered a marquee national TV game. I don't know exactly how they're going to differentiate natty TV games as the really good ones are just normal national TV
Right,
games.
because the Lakers are on 39 times on national television.
But I actually think this is really smart.
Yes.
Because the whole argument that teams have about resting players and that guys aren't going to be playing every single game because it's too much of an 82-game grind at this point. And the NBA says when you're on national TV, we need your stars playing for the good of the game. We need eyeballs on these games. Nobody cares if LeBron's not going. So they've met in the middle here by saying, we'll give you a break on either side of these marquee national matchups.
It's really smart, by the way. Again, I understand if a guy's got something nagging, you don't just do it because it's on TNT, right? If he needs a day of rest because it's a 7-month grind, and then you add a couple months if you're a real contender, probably playing on national television. I don't begrudge that. I actually think it's really smart, kind of, as you said, meet in the middle.
And I think this is less about the nagging injury and more about you need to rest one of these games to get through this stretch of 7.
Mm-hmm.
What if we did it that day? They never want it to be that day.
Right.
Rest before, rest after generally means you'll be able to give us what you got for 40 minutes that night. And maybe you even get the best version of your best players.
Right.
So just smart and forethinking, which is a lot of what Silver and the NBA do. All right, it is time for an audio vault. We have put together some of our favorite clips that we've stumbled across on the web. Let's get to it. I'll go Patriots interview from last night first. I forget the guy's name doing the interview. I gotta pull it up. So scary.
Yeah, it's like the Crypt Keeper taking you to the vault.
First of our clips to play for you comes from last night's preseason football game. Eagles, Patriots, New England's telecast on NFL Network. Sideline reporter and local TV guy Steve Burton is on the sideline. So this would be like like a Scott Abraham on the sideline doing an interview. And he's talking to Ramondre Stevenson, the Patriots running back. And for some reason, I don't know if he has a brain fart and he forgets Matthew Judon's name. I don't know if he's just a casual guy and he doesn't think he needs to say the name. I don't know why. This is not what they teach you to do in sideline reporting school. But he just says, hey, that guy that left, what do you think about that? And Stevenson thinks he's talking about Bill Belichick. Answers the question as if he's talking about Belichick.
Oh, no.
When he was just asking about Ramondre Stevenson, which is weird anyway. He was asking about Judon rather,
right.
Because Stevenson plays on offense and Judon plays on defense. And
we hadn't seen him in a few weeks.
Why would you ask him about him? But here was the moment. It was so awkward last night.
I got to ask you about the guy who just left. How much are they going to miss him? And who's going to step up in his place?
Yeah, I miss Bill. That was one of my favorite coaches. But, Mayo, he's a great leader. He knows what he's doing with us. And, yeah, I'm excited for Mayo, and I think we can get it done with him.
I wasn't talking about Mayo. I'm talking about your defensive teammate.
Oh, Judon.
Judon. He's moving on to better places.
Yeah. Excited.
At least a different place.
Sure, a different place. Excited for him. I still know he has a couple more years in him, so I'm excited for him.
So another funny thing is the guy then, the sideline reporter, then says he's moving on to better places.
Different. I mean, a different place. It's different.
And Ramondre Stevenson agrees. He's like, yeah, he is, definitely. It sucks here for sure. That's a great moment.
Ugh.
But this whole thing is so awkward.
That's tough.
And it's definitely clear to me, listening to that again, he just couldn't think of Judon's name. Because he didn't say Judon until after Stevenson said it. He just says, I meant your defensive teammate that got traded. He's like, Matthew Judon?
Mm-hmm.
He's like, yeah, Judon. So can someone get in this guy's ear and help him out? Can he? I mean, if you can't remember his name, you just got to table the question.
Yeah, we've all been there. We've had some really embarrassing moments. I know I have, certainly. And you guys like to play the audio every once in a while.
Let's talk.
Exactly.
Judon.
Instead of Channing Poole, whose name we'll never forget now. But you know what I mean? Like, I get that. It's tough in those quick moments. You got to be on, and you've got 30 seconds for the whole deal. So I understand sort of forgetting the name. But by God, was that awkward. That was tough.
Did he bounce?
Shut up, Danny.
So awkward.
Shut up.
And the thing about it that I think for me just makes it sing is it's Belichick, and his shadow is just cast so big over the whole thing.
Yeah, we're gonna miss Bill.
He hasn't been around for months, and he just assumes they're talking about Bill Belichick. Jameis Winston, couple of cuts, always entertaining. Go with his press conference cut first, not mic'd up Jameis Winston, but Jameis at the podium with a new catchphrase.
I think that's one of the things that a lot of people forget. When you can go out, you can see practice, you can knick-knack, this, that, patty whack, give a dog a bone. Deshaun Watson is going to turn it on. He always going to find a way to shine when the lights come on. Man, I just rhymed. Oh my, can I leave off that one? I know that one going to hit.
He is so funny. Inadvertently hilarious, but like even on the back end there, he's like, ooh, I know that was fire. He's like a rapper spitting bars in his mind.
Let me write that down. Knick-knack, patty whack.
We're like, what? Play that clip again. Play that clip again.
A lot of people forget when you can go out, you can see practice, you can knick-knack, this, that, patty whack, give a dog a bone. Deshaun Watson is going to turn it on. He always going to find a way to shine when the lights come on. Man, I just rhymed. Oh my, can I leave off that one? I know that one going to hit.
Speaking of Jameis, mic'd up Jameis is the best. Do you see like the 3 minutes that came out of
I
him?
saw a couple of that, yeah.
It was pregame. We don't have to listen to the whole thing. We'll give you a little sniplet here to quote our guy Fred Smoot, who was on the show yesterday. He was also hilarious. He's in the Jameis Winston Hall of Fame of saying funny things. But this was mic'd up Winston before the preseason game.
Yes. Hello.
What's up, sir?
Good to see
I like
you.
your helmet look. That's a good look.
Thank
for
you. I'm into motorcycles, so I'm going for the biker look. Hey, Trey, welcome to the NFL, man. You got to love it, right? Let's just be right here where we at. The most important thing is your specific play. Be obsessed with the simplicity of the game. Welcome to the league, boy. Welcome. Let's go, baby. Let's be obsessed with greatness. Let's be obsessed with energy. Let's be obsessed with the execution of it. Yes, sir. Happy to be in your business, in your establishment. Now we teammates. Let's get it, boy. Hey. Dominate, boy. You look good, you play good, you feel good, all right? Together. The message is simple. Come on. Be obsessed with your opportunity. All of us that came from wherever we from. But we got it right here and we got it right now. So be obsessed with your opportunity. I got one thing for y'all, man. All right, I just want y'all to help me out because I know we're a team, all right? I have this in my dream, all right? All right, when I say where my dogs at, y'all say we ready, all right? Where my dogs at? We ready. Where my dogs at? We ready. Now, I'm about to spell the Browns out, and I know we one team, man, okay? I'm going to spell the Browns out. I'm going to go B-R-O-W-N. And you going to say, let's get it. All right, with my B-R-O-W-N. That's it.
I could listen to Jameis Winston.
So fun.
He is. It's good energy. It's why he's going to have a gig for another several years. People want him around. He's just a likable dude. Now he's had transgressions and issues off the field.
We know, yeah.
I don't want to make light of those, but it just seems like he is a dude. He's a good hang.
Yeah, like it's this infectious positivity that at first you're like, is this real? Are you doing a bit? But then he doesn't turn it off and it comes through.
Carmelo Anthony said something that I completely disagree with, but want to bounce this off you. So he was asked on some podcast he was doing what his comparison of a gold medal versus a championship finals win would look like. This is how it sounded.
Would you trade your 3 Olympic gold medals for 1 NBA ring?
I've never been asked that question. No. When we talk about global sport, for me, a medal means something totally different than an NBA championship. They both have their own separate meanings, but winning a gold medal, it's the passion, it's the pride that you have, not just for a city or a state, for a whole nation, for a whole country, you're winning for it. So it's a different level of, I would say, pride that you have to have when you're wearing USA across your chest, or you're wearing Lithuania across your chest, right? It's a totally different feeling than Knicks, New York across your chest.
3 gold medals. Would you trade one of them for a finals? He's saying, no. I don't believe you. That sounds like a guy who didn't win a title.
I was going to say, like, he knows what it's like to win 3 gold medals. That's pretty sweet. He was obviously a Hall of Famer for his NBA career.
He's one of the greatest scorers ever. Top 10 scorer all time.
But he was even better internationally. Something about the way the game was and the rhythm and the flow of it and the physicality, it really played to his strengths. He was instrumental in those 3 gold medals for Team USA. That wasn't just a passenger. He was excellent. And Kevin Durant finally just surpassed him in terms of those 4 gold medals in Olympic scoring. But it's easy to say, I wouldn't trade it because I got those 3 gold medals.
We have to take him at his word.
Yeah.
I think some truth serum, he probably would have rather won a championship.
Would have been nice.
I will end it here. Non-sports. This is just fun. Shane Gillis, who's a stand-up comedian.
So funny.
Talking about eating pizza. This is not the thing I sent you. That one we're not playing on.
He's still
air.
funny.
Yes, he is so funny. I thought you thought it was the thing I sent you. That was very
No,
funny.
I knew the difference. I know.
Yeah.
I know.
But this is another Shane Gillis clip while I was going down a rabbit hole yesterday. But Gillis talking about eating pizza. We've all been here. This is relatable content, I think. There's a bunch of food shared that's in a pile. If you grab a couple very quickly before like everyone's seated and eating dinner, maybe they don't count or nobody's going to keep track of those. You can throw those bones in the trash. They're not on your plate. I like this from Gillis.
I don't even sit down when there's pizza. I go, first slice doesn't count. I picked it up straight out of the box. And I go, all right, now I'm going to settle down. Now I'll get a plate, put 2 on it. I'm going to stand for these 2. And I'll go, maybe no one saw me get that first one. I can say, I've had 3. That's a lot. I've had 4.
While everyone's organizing like the sodas. Such a nice move.
I mean, when it's grub for everyone like that,
it's feeding
the greed kicks in.
So relatable for me. Have you ever been there before?
100%.
Like you eat that first one really fast, and before you're sitting at whatever the table setting is, you're like, doesn't count. That was yesterday.
That is my inner monologue, and that is my move. 100%. I've done that before. No, I do that. That is part of my routine. Whereas everyone else is sort of like, oh, which napkin, or is there a side salad? No time for that. The piece of pizza is already getting wolfed down, and then we can sort of sit down with the conversation. Right. And I hope no one sees it, so there's no like, okay, how many of you had? If you had 3, do you have 4? Do we have enough? I always do that.
For me, if like you're at some kind of setting where there's a big heaping pile of wings,
Mm-hmm.
I'll do 1 or 2 real quick off the bat, like before the meal is aggressive, but whatever's happening.
Sure.
And I'll just throw the bones right in the trash. And it's like they never existed. Next thing you know, everyone's putting 3 or 4 on their plate. I'll get 3 or 4 on my plate. We've all had 3 or 4, except I already had 2. That was relatable.
That's the difference.
Our double play is next. It is Friday, which means we're winning off the field. What little moral victory in your day has made your afternoon better? 800-636-1067. You want to share it with us on Grant and Danny. Each and every day ahead of 4 o'clock, our double play, driven to you by your local Washington area Honda dealers. Stop in for a great deal on the rugged and capable Honda Pilot. Contact your local Washington area Honda dealers today. On Fridays, our double play is a little winning off the field segment. We've done this for many, many years, and we got to thank Bruce Allen for that. He once said these words.
We're winning off the field, but we got to start winning on the field.
What is an off-field win, you ask? Well, it can't be important. It can't be significant. It's not the point. That's the win on the field. These are little, teeny, tiny moral victories nobody else would care about. The little accomplishments that make your day better.
So I got myself a Mustang Mach-E GT from my pals at Tebert Ford, right? It's an electric vehicle, as you know. I didn't need a charge, but it's one of those things where it's like I could probably use one, but I'm fine either way. It's fine. It's fine. It's like literally fine. I'm not just saying it's fine, telling you that it's not fine. It's fine. Well, wouldn't you know it? I get to work today, and those little charging spots were wide open. I pulled in, and I'm charging the car right now. And that's all I got to do. I'm sitting here doing the show, and my car is refueling itself based on the building's electricity. I don't pay for that. I don't know who does. Somebody does, but it's not me. Therefore, I am
winning off the field.
I don't want to give away the goods for fear that I could ruin this for myself and other people in the future.
Oh.
So I will not.
Okay.
But I will give you a vague description of mine.
Okay.
I had to run in somewhere in the Navy Yard here, area, surrounding area. I had to run inside, grab something, run right back out to the car. I parked outside on the curb. You know what that's like in D.C.
Yeah, I do.
To park, to leave your car, to go back, to hope, A, that it's still there. That's the key. And B, that it wasn't ticketed, that it's just sitting there for you, like you left it. Because someone's waiting to tow it. You know how this goes.
They love doing that.
I went inside. I said, hey, just out of curiosity, how often do they ticket right out there? I said, oh, out there? They won't ticket you. You leave your car there all day.
What?
I said, really? They said, yeah, I've never seen them ticket one person out there. And you got to move your car by X time. I said, oh, well, I didn't even pay.
Well, right. I mean, yeah.
The meter. I just ran inside. They said, yeah, they'll never check. This street, they just don't. I said, that can't be true. Took a little longer than I anticipated. Got back out there several minutes later. Nobody bothered me. My car was just sitting there without a ticket.
Would you look at that?
In the nation's capital. The most powerful ticketing city in the world.
Nobody does anything as well as this city does ticketing its residents and visitors. The best.
Therefore, I am.
Winning off the field.
For some reason, they've just decided that little street's okay. I don't know how or
They're
why.
not going to check. Not for long. Someone's going to hear it. And it's going to tell somebody to tell somebody that we need the triple enforcement in this quadrant to make up for it.
I didn't charge my phone overnight. And when that happens, almost always very early the next morning, my phone dies. Today, I woke up and I still had about half charge somehow. Therefore, I am.
Winning off the field.
The way the game is played, you
There
see.
you go. Yeah.
Rich is it only. Hello, Rich.
Richard.
What's going on, boys? How you doing today?
About it.
I got a phone call on Wednesday from my buddy Tony. He runs Capital Cigar up in Bethesda. And so he says, hey, I got a little... Thank you, Darius. So he goes, hey, I'm doing a little cigar and car show up at a restaurant near your spot. You should come on up. A little tough. It's Wednesday. You know, I'm not going to get an earful for that. I get a phone call around 8:30 that night, getting ready to lock up my own shop. And my wife goes, I'm actually really, really exhausted. I'm heading to bed early tonight. Just wanted to let you know. Wound up staying out till midnight with no fuss, no muss. Therefore, I was.
Winning off the field.
Boom goes the dynamite.
Is Rich and Only's ability to do it every once at all times on the weekends infiltrating the middle of the week?
So what? It's not. Here's the thing. There's a sample bias here. Rich isn't calling us on Tuesday to be like, yeah, I was exhausted. I had to do everything the whole day with the kids and the wife. We did this, that, and the other thing. I did everything that was expected of me. He's sharing with us the times that it breaks his way.
Yeah, but
there's got to be
more of those days than anybody I know. Bourbon guys around the grill, Darius at his house.
Yeah, we played golf and then poker.
Yeah.
Yeah.
There's a lot of those days, it seems like. And I'm happy. I'm proud. I'm not jealous. It seems like that's now infiltrating the week as well. Dom's in Ohio. What's up, Dom?
Hey, boys. Thanks as always for taking the call.
Hey, Dom.
Firstly, are we sure Rich actually has a wife and family and this is not just the longest troll job ever? Because I don't know that anybody is actually that lucky.
That's a great question. Darius has been to his barbecue as our show representative a couple of times. Have you met a wife or children?
I have met both a wife and children.
Wow.
They are real people. They
That is
exist.
the most remarkable thing ever.
Were they
Everybody
hired
should
actors
aspire
like
to be rich
Asian
and
Jim,
old.
that one episode of The Office?
That part's hard for me to confirm. It is hard for me, but there are lots of pictures. Maybe it should be proof, right?
It's possible.
Could be a one-day
my.
gig, right? Where it's like, come pull one.
Yeah.
We have a years-long
We need
con
to trick
going.
Darius for some reason. Come to my cookout.
Which would only make that so much more amazing.
That much
Anyway,
sweeter.
two quick ones if you guys will indulge me. One, my eldest daughter started school this week, so we are done with the ever-functioning switching camps. That is cause for rejoice and gratitude. The other is your boy got off work about an hour and a half early today, so I get the pleasure of listening to my favorite radio program live and in living color in my car as I drive home a little bit early. Therefore, I am
Winning off the field.
That's a good one.
Well, you're also very handsome, and we learned that last year at the fantasy football draft. You sweetheart. We got to get on the fantasy football situation.
I was literally just thinking about that this morning.
I was too. I don't want to be involved as much as I normally am. That's the only issue. Somehow I always have to play point man and get with people, and then all the listeners get mad at me. I'd like to make Darius the bad guy. So Darius, it's your baby.
Wow.
I can do whatever you need me to do to help you behind the scenes.
Just like that.
But I don't know, man. I mean, it feels like I am a villain. Like people are angry at me still because we changed the rules 4 years ago based on what we're told to do by bosses, and somehow I'm the jerk.
Yeah, shtick aside, I know this is like Darius just got ambushed right there on the air.
Yeah.
That it's his league now. I will say too much is asked of you of that. I've thought that in the past in terms of like, you got to decide on when. You got to call the guy who's like, yeah, you can go to this glory days.
Nobody's making me. It's not like Darius is like,
but
Grant, you do this. But it's just like,
yeah, it's fallen to you somehow, and you do everything. And I feel like that's fair that you deserve a break.
So or here's a better idea. We could put it all on Ryan too, Darius. He's not here now.
Doesn't that feel like a Ryan?
He'll be back early next week. Ryan could be the bad guy. We could have Ryan involved. I thought the quiz we did last year was a really good idea. There was a lot of calculations that was a lot of things that happened to figure out who got into the league. We could have a meeting about this. We haven't had a meeting in a while. We could have a lunch meeting. Yeah. I just don't want to be the face of people not getting into the league anymore.
We can make Darius the bad guy. He's had to play bad cop before.
I don't need to just show up and draft. I don't need to be show up and draft guy, but I'm happy to help. I just don't want to be the bad cop.
As a Madden League commissioner for the past 10 years, I think I'm good at being the bad guy and falling on the sword. So I can do that.
Well, if Darius is in charge, what position did you get last year?
Wait, what do you mean?
What position did you finish in the Madden League? In the fantasy league.
I actually don't even remember.
Well, whoever finished in front of him, if I could just use the punchline here, is getting booted from the league.
Yeah, they're toast.
If you are the commissioner. We know that.
If he's got to look up in the standings, you're going to have to look for a new league.
Ben in Bethesda, got to be quick, but what you got?
From Bethesda!
Hey, I've been winning my whole life taking that first slice before it even hits the table. But yesterday, early in the morning, my son gets up at 4:30 a.m. I had a terrible day. I could not. He wanted to play all day, 3-year-old son. So I'm tired all day. I'm dying. I want to go to bed early. He goes to bed at 8 o'clock. He woke up this morning at 7:30 a.m., which for you youngsters is late. It's still pretty early. But
we know.
For us adults,
yeah, we know.
7:30 is amazing. So therefore, I am
winning off the field.
Look at you, Ben. You and your sleeping in. Good for you. Beltway Blitz comes your way next on Grant and Danny. Jordan Schultz, one of the top newsbreakers this NFL offseason, stops by the show at 5 with the latest on Brandon Ayuk. You're listening to The Fan. The exclusive sponsor of the Grant and Danny radio program is the law firm Condori and Murad. They'll guide you and your family in the right direction by helping you to draft your will, setting up a revocable trust, or even creating a healthcare power of attorney. Schedule a free consultation with their estate planning attorneys at kmlawyers.com. Be sure to tell them we sent you to get a discount. That's kmlawyers.com. We are live all over D.C. on the flagship 106.7. We're live in Richmond, AM 910, FM 105.1, coast to coast, wherever you are. Take us with you on the Odyssey app, free and available wherever you are. And more importantly, if you like video, this is super important. We stream the show every day.
We stream it.
A lot of you guys may not even know that. 106.7 The Fan's YouTube page. Beltway Blitz time, covering the Nats, the NFL, the Commanders. Let's get it popping. We begin with our buddy Charlie Slows, one of the voices of Nationals baseball, and he has been the voice of the Nats since day one back in the district. Charlie, last night was ugly. That was a storytelling kind of game probably for you and Dave Jagler. It got lopsided pretty quickly.
Yeah, it did. You know, you make some mistakes in this park earlier. Some guys can hit the ball a long way, and you find yourself, unfortunately, in a hole. After that first inning, Mitchell Parker pitched pretty well, but then they got to him again a few innings later, and the pitch count was up, so they got him out of there. And it turned out to just be a long night for the club, kind of sloppy at times in the field, and you hate to see that because that just leads to piling on.
Charlie, this sample could not be smaller, but does it seem like they might have something here in Andres Chaparro?
Well, the guy had a great year hitting the ball for Arizona at AAA in the Pacific Coast League. And, you know, a lot of times people look at the numbers in the PCL because, the city's a high elevation, that it's a hitter's league and you can really have inflated numbers. But he was hot. He went to Rochester, and you don't say that about the IL. And, he had 10 hits in 10 games, and 4 of them were home runs, and he had some doubles. So, we'll see. That was when you talk about a small sample size. David Martinez talked about that's the reason they wanted to get these guys here, guys who had exceeded at the highest level of the minor leagues, but were blocked by their organizations who had players that are established at their positions, and they weren't going to get a chance there. Talking about Jose Tena, also you're not going to play third in Cleveland with Jose Ramirez there for who knows how many years going forward. So. And instead of just having, 1 or 2 of these guys come up in September with a few weeks to go, get them up now where you can get a longer look at them than just a few weeks in September. So, you have about half of August and then the final month of the season to try and gauge whether they can be a part of your future going forward.
Charlie, last night's lopsided numbers are going to make Mitchell Parker's month, second half, even season look a little different. 10 hits. 9 earned runs he was charged with over 3 innings. But it does seem like in the big picture, he's kind of coming back to the pack a little bit, looking like a back of the rotation type starter. Still a revelation, still a nice find for them as a 24-year-old. But what have you made of Mitchell Parker here since his early returns?
A guy who got to the big leagues maybe sooner than he would have if not for the injuries. And you think about it, Grant, guys like Parker and Hurst coming up when they did with injuries, you didn't know how long it was going to be for Josiah Gray, which turned out to be really the whole year after his 2 starts. And when Trevor Williams went down, they didn't think it was going to be for this long. So, those 2 guys have really saved you as far as innings and starts and have, made their turn every time for Hurst, except for the brief time they sent him down just prior to the All-Star break. Now you're watching their innings. Hopefully you get a chance maybe if you have to limit them down the stretch, you get Kate Cavalli back and Williams back who can help you finish the season. But certainly I take everything about those 2 guys as a positive for this year because you didn't expect to see either one of them.
Charlie, I want to ask you about James Wood, who's just tearing the cover off the ball in terms of the exit velocities. They're just ridiculous video game type stuff, but he's not pulling the ball with a ton of authority in the air. He's doing the more difficult thing, actually, right? He's going to left center field, and even the opposite way for all of his power numbers. Some of those easy, backspin and fly balls could sneak out to right field too. Is that something that we feel like is evolutionarily going to happen over the course of his career? He'll start pulling the ball in the air with more authority?
Oh, I think so. I mean, he's not even he just hits the ball where it's pitched. Sometimes he hits a ball that's middle in for power the opposite way.
Yeah.
I was just talking about this with former Phillies manager Charlie Manuel's a hitting guru. He's the only guy Ted Williams would talk hitting with going back. So, I mean, we all know what type of guy he was in talking hitting, and he's very impressed by James Wood. What other people have said, when he learns how to hit home runs, he'll be scary because he's not trying to hit the ball out of the park. He's just trying to put a good swing on the ball where it's pitched and hit the ball hard. And, some of the balls he's pulled have been ground balls and line drives, but you're right. We haven't seen anything like we saw some of those Titanic shots in spring training or the balls we see him hit in batting practice. When it comes, I think it'll come, and it'll come. You'll see a lot of them.
Charlie, storylines.
Time you'll see a bunch.
Storylines you're tracking the rest of the way. Obviously, James Wood's going to be maybe the worth the price of admission for fans and seeing how he develops. What else do you think in this final month plus matters a whole lot?
If how these guys that you brought up, Chaparro and Taylor, perform, and if anybody else comes, like a Dylan Cruz or anyone else of the prospects, if they get up here, that will tell you that they have a real chance to be with the club at the start of next year. So that all remains to be seen. I think we're looking at these guys now, and maybe we'll see the other guys before the end of the year.
Charlie, thank you as always, man. Talk soon. Have a good call.
Thanks, guys.
We will see you. Hit that NFL sounder. Border World. Zach Kruger, our buddy, joins us just to spin around the league. A little fantasy, a little NFL, a little bit of everything under the sun from a fantasy perspective, just because of how it may be thinking about how it might play out in terms of offensive numbers this year for Washington. Who are some of the guys on this roster, if any, that are draftable, ownable roster standouts that you could see making a difference in a league?
Well, what's up, guys? Thanks for having me on again. Let's just go with the easy hitter who's also going to be drafted in a lot of fantasy leagues. We'll go with Jaden Daniels here. He's currently going as the quarterback 11 on Underdog Fantasy. I dug into this a little bit because we know that Jaden Daniels has a lot of good rushing upside. Since 2021, there have been 17 quarterbacks who have rushed for 400 or more yards in the season. Of those 17, 7 of them have finished in the top 5. Now, I will say that consists of a lot of Josh Allen, Jalen Hurts, and Lamar Jackson. But we know rushing upside is important when it comes to fantasy upside and scoring. And for a guy who's going to the quarterback 11, if we think that Jaden Daniels has even a floor of, say, 500 rushing yards, which I think is more than fair, then there's a path for him to, I think, have top 5 quarterback upside as a rookie if all things break in his favor.
Zach, outside of Daniels from a weapon standpoint, McLaurin's obviously going to get his. He does every single year. He's one of, I think, 4 guys who's gone for 1,000 the last 4 seasons or whatever it is. But otherwise, and we're talking a lot about Jahan Dotson this week, De'Ami Brown, Zach Ertz, Austin Eckler. Is there another player that you think could actually be a valuable piece and put up some legitimate numbers, or is it McLaurin and not much else?
The other guy who I would say who didn't mention there would be Brian Robinson, but we kind of know that. I would keep an eye out for Zach Ertz. He's not a player who I particularly love from an efficiency standpoint. He's certainly on the back 9 of his career. He doesn't do much after the catch, but if you're playing in the PPR league, even half PPR league, and if you're not really being aggressive in the tight end room, Ertz is a guy who I think can at least work in the short and the intermediate parts of the field, probably vulture up a couple of valuable targets that turn into receptions and PPR points late in drafts. So if you really are just kicking that tight end can down the road and looking for a way to sneak in and find points in the low double-digit range, I think there's a possibility Ertz provides that specifically late in the season, and then we would have to see if Ben Sinnott comes on and if he interrupts that. But Ertz would be kind of an under-the-radar last-round guy if you really don't want to invest highly in the tight end position.
Who are some guys kind of league-wide that could be offensive stories this year, both thinking fantasy and maybe, kind of real-life football as well, Zach, that you kind of go, hey, this is a good situation that nobody's really talking about a guy stepping up production?
So the one guy that just has stood out to me in fantasy drafts as of lately is Breece Hall, which we know he's good. This isn't exactly a secret, but I think that the ceiling for him is so much higher than what we saw last year, based on some of the poor production that the Jets had last season in a year that was literally without Aaron Rodgers. So last season, Breece Hall, 994 rushing yards, 5 touchdowns, another 591 receiving yards, and 4 touchdowns through the air. This all came on a Jets offense that ranked 32nd in red zone touchdown percentage. And not only were they 32nd, but the 31st ranked team, the New York Giants, were 11.8 percentage points higher than the Jets in their red zone touchdown percentage. So the opportunity is going to be there for Breece Hall. We know that. But if you're looking for a guy who's going to maybe break out and really kind of take the league by storm from a scoring perspective, I think Breece Hall has a really good chance to do that. Even if the Jets are just league average on offense this year with Aaron Rodgers back, I think his ceiling gets incredibly high for both real life and for fantasy production if the Jets can just not be, the worst offense in the league by a country mile.
Wow. I didn't know he had 76 catches last year.
Mm-hmm.
That's crazy.
Yeah,
Now,
it's pretty insane. It's easy to sleep on, though, when he's on the Jets and no one's worried about them.
And he's averaging like 7 a reception, right? It was a lot of like John Beck checking it down to Roy Halou, but still 76 grabs in a PPR league has value. Real quick, Drake May played last night. All of these preseason games early on are cameos to get to see what these guys look like. What'd you think of him? And do you really think he's got a chance to start, as his head coach said?
Yeah, so you did reference, as Gerard Mayo said, that the quarterback competition is far from over. I thought he was solid last night. From what I saw, you can correct me if I'm wrong, but he looked like he played roughly a half worth of football. Only I think it was 47 passing yards on 6 of 11 passing. Also had that rushing touchdown near the goal line on a read option. Don't forget, though, he also had a very nicely thrown deep ball to Javon Baker that probably would have gone for another 40 yards. Baker said after the game that he should have hauled it in. He dove out to reach it. It went off his hands. It was in his grasp. I thought May did a good job of finding his receivers, was clearly working through his progressions, threw a couple balls away on pressures. I thought he looked good. It's a preseason. Some of the guys he was playing against are not going to be starters, if any, come the regular season. But it's encouraging, and it's what you want to see, especially after some of the reports early out of camp that said he was struggling. He did not look to be struggling as much as what they were suggesting earlier.
Zach, along kind of those lines, again, real life football and fantasy, give me a situation you want no part of. Just a player, team that you think this is going to be a struggle. I don't care how many touches he gets. It's not going to be worthwhile.
So if we're looking at the top of the fantasy football board, one of the guys who I'm actually avoiding is Puka Nacua. He's coming off a historic rookie year, 105 catches, over 1,400 yards and 6 touchdowns. Can't really be mad at it. He's currently going as the wide receiver 8 on Underdog Fantasy. But Cooper Kupp is back. He's expected to be healthy, reportedly highly motivated, all that stuff. We know he's a target hog. And then ESPN's Jeremy Fowler actually said last week while he was at Rams camp that the offense, quote, still clearly runs through Kupp. I like Puka Nacua as a player, but as a fantasy value, I do worry that he may not be able to return on his high draft slot at this time. So he's a guy who I'm fading in the first round of fantasy drafts.
Zach, good catching up, buddy. Thank you so much for the time.
Thanks a lot, guys. Have a good one.
You too, bro.
You got it. There's our buddy Zach Kruger on Grant and Danny here on the Fan, writes over at Roto World, covering fantasy football, and that is your Beltway Blitz. I've got a version here I want to play of, does Danny like it? Does Danny hate it? Whatever we want to call this game. All right. Darius, I want you and I to guess. Do we have an open for this? You're staring at the computer like you have an open or something, like you're about to play something.
I was just gonna play game show music.
Oh, okay.
Because we started doing this
Yes.
as a game.
We
for,
played a
for
game.
tickets.
I didn't know that. I was like, oh, did they get an open for this? You guys are ahead of the
It's
game.
time for Does Danny Hate It?
Yeah. Darius was doing his like, I'm about to fire something off right here pose. All right, so here is what I just saw online and my prediction. Players Weekend in Major League Baseball is coming up. Players Weekend, they wear their nicknames on the back of their jersey. They do wear whatever they want, wristbands and socks, and they get to look themselves, basically. They get to show personality, all the stuff that Danny hates, right?
Mm-hmm.
We know that. Players, though, are able to use whatever design bat they want in games this year as well, from what I'm gathering. So, like, there are bats that look like pencils, and it's awesome. It's like glossy. There's an eraser. It looks like a number 2 pencil from when you were a kid. There are bats that are designed like, the Avengers, and they've got Captain America's shield. Bryce Harper has 2 bats that are crayon bats, it looks like, for Players Weekend. He let his kids color them. So they did the design, and then he wrapped the bat with it. And so it's just a cool little dad thing, right? The question, Darius, is, does Danny think it's as cool as I do and most people do that players are able to use awesome, sleek designs on their bats? Or does he think this is stupid and a waste of time? I think he thinks it's stupid and a waste of time. But I love the bat thing. I don't know about you.
This is tough. I
Do you agree with me that it's awesome?
Oh yeah, absolutely. I think it is cool. I wish they did it more than just one weekend. I think there's part of Danny that's a traditionalist and doesn't want to see something fun like that. But for some reason, I have a sneaky feeling that he actually doesn't mind this. So I'm going to go with Danny actually does not hate this.
I think my bat would be, I'd have two different bats maybe that I would use in the game. One would be like a Batman bat. And it would be like just black and yellow, like straight up awesome Batman design. The other would be maybe like football style, where it would be like a football field with an end zone and maybe like a brown football on it or something. Those would be my two glossy, awesome, like personality bats.
Yeah, like I could see Danny would like one in the form of a lightsaber, for example, or maybe in the form of a sword or something.
Oh, he would love that.
I think that's why I think he might like it. I think
Okay.
it's something he could see himself doing if he was in the league.
Maybe I'd have something with my kids' pictures on it, like the wife and the kids. Danny, personalized, specialized bats for Players Weekend, in or out?
I actually think this is incredible. If you watch your coverage on Nickelodeon, what are we doing?
Of course.
The embarrassment. Please be ashamed. Pick up
Ashamed,
pick up
guy?
pick up the Louisville Slugger.
It's a game of 162.
Yeah,
They get to show a little personality.
Let's do
God
Rock and
forbid.
Jocks softball. Have a couple of rappers and internet celebrities throw out first pitches and take ABs. The Louisville Slugger with the grains going vertical, please. Get a little maple, little ash, little beechwood, wherever you like. Please roll pole. Please swing baseball bats. What are we doing?
You don't want to use a lightsaber?
No. For playtime, yes. For Major League Baseball, gimmicky nonsense. Let's have sleeveless jerseys and sideways hats. Let's have your chain.
There are plenty of sleeveless jerseys.
Yeah, we'll just with nothing underneath. Let's just do that. Let's have nonsense. Let's make it a softball game.
It's a game.
It's a professional sport.
No, I mean,
of course it's a game.
One of 162, like an individual.
So strip
game.
poker.
It also is a kid's game if we want to go bigger.
Well, of course, that's my point. Please act like a professional. Stop this. Stop these weird gimmicks that pander to rubes.
No, they don't. They pander to children and young people that you're trying to grow your game to.
They don't. They pander to be like, it's so neat because it's a thing I recognize. We're Crayola crayon drawings. This is like a picture of a beach house on my bed. Stop it. Stop the nonsense.
Darius, when in doubt, assume Danny hates it.
That's a good assumption.
That was the issue that you had here, is you gave the benefit for just a moment that maybe Danny would like something fun because he could do something Star Wars themed.
I can't believe I just fell for that. I'm
you
disappointed in
also played
myself.
the bell
You rang the
sound.
bell.
I thought
It was a premature bell ring.
By the way, I saw that coming from a mile away.
He knows his co-host. He saw the swerve.
He immediately was like big, loud, excited guy. I was like, here we go. Swerve is coming. And Darius he went for it. You were like, hey, Darius, you having a good day? He's like, thanks so much for asking, sir. I'm having a great day. And you're swat him right away. He knew what was coming. Who's going to be the second most targeted wide receiver for the Commanders this year? Next on Grant and Danny. With Danny Rouye, I'm Grant Paulson. This is The Fan. Thank you for listening to the program. In 30 minutes, we will be joined by Jordan Schultz, who is one of the lead NFL reporters breaking news throughout the offseason. Go around the NFL with him at 5 right here on G&D. We're taking you up to 6:10 tonight. Danny, you know I'm not a milkshake guy, just not really in my repertoire. I like my ice cream frozen.
Yeah.
I need my ice cream to not be melted. I find it interesting that people could like ice cream that's mostly melted. Probably why I like scooped over soft serve in general. But also then to me, when everyone's like, you don't like milkshakes? It's not that I don't like them. I'm sure I'd be fine with them. But you're just talking about having a melted ice cream. Like you
Sort
get a
of.
milkshake,
It's
you bring it home to
milkshake,
someone
though.
20 minutes later, and it's now just completely melted and somehow it's better. Like that's not for me.
Right. This is Mount Rushmore for you in terms of holes in your food game, like among your craziest takes.
Ooh.
The milkshake not being the greatest tasting thing that we have. It's the 1 seed on this planet. And
I've never ordered one, as you know.
Right, I do know that.
Do you count a Frosty as a milkshake?
A Frosty is a Frosty. It's a subunit.
Okay, because I love a Frosty, and I've ordered many a Frosty.
If there were no repercussions, I've said this before, and I make this statement. This is, dude, he's being a tough guy. Not at all. There are repercussions, so I can't do it. If there were no repercussions in terms of health, weight gain, stomach digestive issues that would happen, I would never be without a milkshake. You see what I'm saying? From the moment I wake up in the morning to the time I lay my head on the pillow at night, I take one last sip to the very bottom and then go to sleep. And then I'd have somebody deliver me another milkshake
Just
in the morning.
all day long.
I would do nothing but milkshakes.
I've never ordered one. I've had them for sure. I've certainly tried them. It's not like I would turn down a milkshake. I'm sure someone along the way has gotten me a chocolate milkshake or something. I don't know when the last time I had one was. And again, I've never myself ordered one. I don't think I will. But I didn't bring this up to make this about me, Danny.
Of course.
I brought this up because for the first time in 13 years, apparently, beginning on August 26th, Chick-fil-A will once again be selling a banana pudding milkshake.
Boom.
Something it has not done since 2011, 13 years ago.
Now, I'm going to take this one for a second because you probably have no banana pudding file. You've already admitted to not being a milkshake guy,
I
etc.
have a banana pudding file. It's not my thing.
Right. That's what I'm saying. So you're not it.
So go ahead.
I got it. There are certain things that are great. Banana pudding is one of those things, right? Little Nilla wafer, the little bit of cake to go with the actual just pudding. The whole thing is wonderful. Banana pudding is awesome. I don't know if that goes great as a milkshake. Somebody somewhere really smart has figured it out. Like, you wouldn't think, for example, that orange creamsicle is a great milkshake. And yet, I had one at Shake Shack one time, and I was like, well, this tastes like joy. This is what angels drink when they're thirsty. It's perfect. So I bet you it's excellent because if Chick-fil-A does it, it means that's thoughtful and somebody figured it out. And
I bet you they do it with pleasure.
I bet you they do it with, and they say, how may I serve you? And can I take this for you? And please enjoy this so much. So I'm betting that it's great, but it's interesting to me that it was off the menu for a while and now it's back.
Only 13 years.
Yeah, it's a long time.
That is a long time. But people seem to be very excited. It was very popular in the past. Why it went away, I can't tell you. My takeaway from this is, in this whole conversation, why haven't I had a Frosty in so long? That's my takeaway.
Okay.
I need to get a Frosty tonight. Why wouldn't I
Well,
do
there's
that?
now Frosty varieties. You realize that? There's kinds of Frosty.
Which I appreciate. That's fine. I'm going to set that aside for a second.
Okay.
Chocolate Frosty. That's the only one I need. That's the only one I'll get. That's the only one I'll ever order. I don't need any variety. I need the chocolate Frosty. They even do the thing, at least they did many years ago. I don't know if they still do. You know about the little, like, Frosty keychain hook that they give you? So they give you like this little tiny Frosty. It's almost like a fob to get into a building or something. And you just put it on your keychain. And if you keep it there, you can get Frosties for $1 for the rest of the year. You just go through the drive-thru. You tell them, hey, I'm here for a small Frosty. I got my keychain or whatever. Maybe there's a code word they give you. Maybe you have to say like
you have to know somebody.
Viper or something. And then you drive through. And I remember doing this. I used to live right across from a Wendy's. I was 105 pounds when I moved in. True story.
Were you the same when you left?
That was different. No, but seriously, I did go there, and I would have my little guy, and I would hang it out. It sounded weird. I would hang it out the window. I would.
Then you can't go near school now.
I would put my little Frosty
fob
fob
The
out
Frosty
the
fob.
window, and they'd be like, "Oh, you're one of our guys. We know you," and they'd give me my Frosty.
So-
And I would do it semi regularly, and now it's probably been. Has it been 4 years, 5 years since I had a Frosty? I don't remember having a Frosty since the pandemic, and that's not the way
That's
this
too
should
long.
be going.
Am I doing a misremembering Barbara Streisand effect kind of bit here? I just thought it used to be called a Frosty.
It is called
like in other words, it wasn't a. Now, of course, they have so many different flavors. You had to say chocolate Frosty if you want the original Frosty. Wasn't the original Frosty just called a Frosty,
as opposed to
chocolate Frosty? There was no modifier in front of it.
Correct. Well, until recently,
Right.
You're telling me what you're about to tell me. There weren't other flavors. It was just a Frosty
Mhm.
was the chocolate.
And it wasn't like as hardcore a chocolate as you might find in other items.
it's
it was a
very light.
gentle chocolate.
Yeah, it's a milk
right?
chocolate. It's very light.
Yeah.
But I loved a Frosty that was a little bit extra frozen.
Sure.
Or the big move would be, I would just, if I was, when I lived across the street, dash home, put my Frosty right in the freezer, wait about a half hour, and then get into that thing. Now it's like frozen ice cream a little bit.
Yeah, can't do it. That's instantaneous. It's
But
gone before I would get home.
I just can't do the melted version of it.
Right. But again, but that's your weird thing about melted, or the idea that food might end up outside your lip for a microsecond. That's your own sort of weird psycho deal with food.
I would have to wait on the hot food.
Yeah.
So what I would do is I would go through the drive-through. My order was a cheeseburger with just ketchup, mustard, pickle. Because Wendy's puts too much stuff. They like lettuce and tomato and this sauce and that thing. So I would go ketchup, mustard, pickle only. Fry, Diet Coke, because I got to be healthy.
Right. It's the health question.
And then I would get a Frosty. And as soon as I would park, I would eat the Frosty immediately. Get a little throat freeze, brain freeze, the whole works. And then you go get your burger and your fries after. I'd have to eat it in reverse, because if you just stick the Frosty in the car, by the time you get to your Frosty, it's melted and it's ruined.
So
it's a milkshake now. Back to milkshake.
Right, which again, a little bit less spoon, a little bit more straw for the Frosty. But like that Frosty spoon was the iconic thing.
You ever dip the fries into the Frosty?
Yeah, come on.
I wasn't a big fan of the juxtaposition, but definitely tried the salty fry and the very delicious sweet Frosty, if you will.
Of course, the salt and the sweet together. Because again, that it's not so overpowering chocolate that it ruins it. It's like, oh, these go together. We're best friends now. I think my order was the big bacon double, the fries, Frosty, then a side of the nugs.
Wow.
Back in the day, I think that was the standard.
I'm a big side of nuggets guy at McDonald's.
Mm-hmm.
I've never really been a nuggets guy at Wendy's. They're very different.
So it came as 5 instead of 6, which was always a bit of a controversy for me.
You could do 10 at McDonald's.
Right. It was a crispier nugget than the McDonald's one. McDonald's had the boot, which is the naturally occurring shape of a chicken, is that boot shape for good sauce dippage. The Wendy's nugs were more uniform in that kind of egg shape.
I just wanted to get this on your radar.
Okay.
That as a banana pudding guy, which I know you are,
Mhm.
and a milkshake guy.
Yep.
As of about a week from now, Chick-fil-A will have both in one.
That's good public service. And they'll be appearing at our house. My boys eat a lot of the Chick-fil-A.
Dave in Woodbridge, you're on Grant and Danny. How are you, Dave?
I'm good, guys. Hey, since y'all are on this dessert kick, do you all remember the strawberry sundae from McDonald's? I think it's been gone 15 or 20 years. Do y'all remember that thing?
I do not. I do remember McDonald's having softies in the the sundaes in those little plastic cups.
Yeah.
I never really ate
With
them.
the open-topped sundae cup to
Yeah.
prevent spillage, but it'll still allow access.
Yeah, that thing was amazing. So I got one more for you. It's still available. Have you ever been to the Hover Mills on 210 Indian Head Highway in Fort Washington?
No, I've heard
No
Rick
file.
Snyder talk about it before down there in Southern Maryland.
Okay, yeah, so it's fantastic. But my dad, so it was around since like the 50s or 60s, forever. My dad, he knew something that they didn't even have on the menu anymore. It was called a Boston chocolate shake. So it was a hot fudge sundae on top of a chocolate shake. Danny,
Okay.
I think you would have fell in love immediately.
Okay.
Sounds like something that
Yeah,
you could get
that's
behind.
a wheelhouse right there.
That's my commute too, by the way.
Uh-huh.
When I go back to King George, I will never, and I mean never, drive from Northern Virginia to King George on 95 South.
You're not going to do it.
Can't coach with them. Can't win with them.
What if traffic
Can't do
conditions were so adverse on your normal way? Doesn't matter.
I mean, they would never be worse than 95 South. So to go from even like in the Lorton area where I am, which is already part of the way down 95 as it is. I go all the way
You're
across
going east.
495 to Maryland, then go across the Woodrow Wilson, right? I'm going 210 south, Indian Head Highway, if it's still called that. I'm sure they've changed it. I don't know. But whatever it's called.
Sure.
210, all the way down to like Bryan's Road, Bumpy Oak Road.
You got to go over the Harry Nice Bridge.
I got to go 301 south. We're coming out at La Plata. We're driving down across the long Harry Nice Bridge right into Dahlgren, Virginia at the Naval Base. Maybe we're stopping at the Sheets. Maybe we're not. Nobody knows.
So you're going 20 miles north to then loop east and then come back down?
1,000% every single time. And it saves you time every single time.
That's incredible, by the way, that it saves time.
No doubt. I mean, unless you're even, I would be honest. If I'm in Woodbridge, I would do the same thing.
Woodbridge.
Yes.
Woodbridge, Virginia.
Woodbridge, which is like exit 156, 158, 160, and, Occoquan right there. Occoquan right there. All those little exits. I'm still going north
to
the mixing bowl.
Grant.
I'm going east to Merlin.
No, you're not.
Every single time, Danny. Because you sleep. King George, not only do you have to get down to the
It's east. I understand. I respect the fact that it's
you're
east.
getting off on Route 3, and then you're going 35 minutes to Dahlgren where my parents live anyway. So
but
I'd rather move the entire time driving through the woods of Maryland.
Do you look up traffic before you do it? Or you just do it?
Not anymore. No.
You don't even bother.
I'm not joking. I will never drive on 95 South on a weekend. If it was a weeknight, I might consider it like real late. But the last time I went from DC, Northern Virginia, on the Virginia side, 95 down.
Yeah.
It's been years. Every single time it's 210, it's 301, Harry Nice Bridge. They got me with the Easy Pass. Let's go to Eddie in Mechanicsville. What's up, Eddie?
Hey, guys. It's Cue Up the Zorny. I'm a long-time listener, first-time caller.
Oh, well, we appreciate you, bud.
And you're number one on my preset. I was just going to call Danny.
You got to wake Jim Zorn up.
Yeah,
he was
baby,
getting a Frosty. He
wait
was
long
deciding
time
which
for that.
flavor. Yeah.
The Frosty. You buy a keychain for $2.99 at the beginning of the year. You get a free small Frosty free every time you make a purchase for the rest of the year.
There it is.
That's how that works.
I forgot the purchase. Okay. So it's a $3 buy, Danny, just for the item on the keychain. But then you just go through, you get whatever you get. It could be a burger. It could be nothing, right? A drink. And you just, for $1, you get your Frosty. It's the play.
That's pretty good.
B in DC, what's up?
Okay. Danny, I'm going to need you to back me on this one.
Gotcha.
Grant, when you finally break down and get a milkshake, it has to be a malt.
What's a malt?
A malt. It has the malted milk powder in it. Whether I don't care if it's vanilla, chocolate, strawberry, it has to be a malt. If you're going to go for it big.
I've heard that word.
Yeah, I had a malt at the at the beach this past week during my weight gain. I don't know. I've never seen malted milk powder in the wild. I don't know what else they use it for other than like a malted milk bowl or like a chocolate or milk, malted chocolate, whatever. I don't know why it goes so damn well in the milkshake, but it does. Give me a malt 6 days out of 6 and twice on Sunday.
I just want you to know. I know you weren't a big fan of the bats that guys are going to be using. There's a new milkshake coming to you very, very soon. Grant and Danny on the Fan. Let's get back into the wide receivers. Who's going to help out Terry McLaurin? Sounds like this coaching staff is nervous about the rest of the depth chart. This is the Fan. G&D on the Fan, taking you up to 6:10, and that's baseball tonight. Thanks for listening to the show. Jordan Schultz, NFL newsbreaker, top of the hour, right after 5 o'clock here on the Fan. A solo production today by Darius Dameron. He's doing all kinds of things behind the scenes with Ryan's vacation continuing. Let's go to Dan in Fairfax. Wants to hop in on the wide receiver conversation. We know Terry McLaurin will be productive, Dan. Who do you think ends up emerging as the second wide receiver for the Commanders?
I personally think Dwamie Brown's going to get a look. I like what they're kind of putting him outside, kind of where he seems to be more natural. I think maybe raw catch count, Mr. Dawson gets it in the slot, but I think a true number 2 will be Mr. Brown. So I did have a curveball question for you guys.
Sure.
We know they're working with people in different positions. Is there a possibility that Mr. Forbes might ever be able to flex to like free safety, where his read and react might be better without giving all the gash plays up?
I'm sure he'll get a chance there eventually if he can't hack it at corner.
Right.
But we're not there yet.
I mean, he's showed a willingness to come up and try to be physical and tackle, which is, kind of that more essential element of a safety that you have to have. But I don't know that I would want that all the time.
Well, that's the other part I was going to go to is there's no such thing truly anymore as a safety who only plays in center field.
Mm-hmm.
You got to be a little multi-dimensional. Like you play 2 halves of the field, maybe in cover 2. But yeah, there's a guy that's in the box more often. You're traditionally a strong safety. There's a guy that plays deep and roams around in the secondary, more free safety. But normally now, both safeties do both. So how much do you think Forbes can play up around the line of scrimmage or come downhill and make tackles and blow people up and be physical? It's certainly not going to be a strength. And you don't find that many, even free safeties, that are willing to, that are not willing to engage. Not to say, to your point, that he never showed that, but it's just not going to be a strength.
You wouldn't want him to major in it.
The other thing is, the reason that doesn't make sense to me, just kind of off the top, his size, we talk about it ad nauseum, but his weight. He is the lightest corner in the history of the league. There have been a lot of corners that are lighter than safeties that have had success in the NFL. I would say the average, I'm just making this up now, but the average safety in the NFL is probably 10 to 12 pounds heavier than a corner or something like that.
Sure.
The discrepancy between Emmanuel Forbes' size and the really good corners is smaller than his size and the really good safeties. So I feel like his weight would be an even bigger problem if he made that transition.
Yeah, I mean, you
safeties cover tight ends.
I was going to say you could do it in like on a 3rd and 15. Okay, fine. Well, there's no threat of them running it. If they do, it's a give up. But if I'm in a neutral down and distance and I see that guy lined up in the box, that's where we're going. You know what I mean? We're going to check to that.
I can have him outside, like picking up running backs in the flat occasionally, running with wide receivers as big as those guys are. And A.J. Brown, who torched him last year, still going to be rare that a receiver is that big. You're also going to get to run against Devontae Smith or, Olamide Zaccheaus or Jahan Dotson or whatever. If you're a safety, oftentimes the guys you're picking up in the middle of the field are tight ends, and they're a little bit bigger. Let's go to Anthony in D.C. What's up, Anthony?
Yes. Oh, shit. How you doing, man?
Good. How's it going?
I'm good. Love you guys' show. I'm always listening.
Thanks, buddy.
So, number 2 will be Jahan Dotson. We have to understand that there was a somewhat complex offense with a mediocre quarterback last season. So, and it was only his 2nd season.
True.
So, this will be like a rebound year. I see him 50 catches, maybe 600, 700 yards for Jahan Dotson.
All that's true. They're big facts, but this coaching staff right now is seeing something that they don't like. This coaching staff, just based on the rhetoric, just based on what they're saying, the dialogue at the podium, the discussion of the last week that Dan Quinn's kind of jump-started with some cables here, hooked up to a car. They have not reacted to Dotson like me and a lot of people were hoping. After Bieniemy walked and Howell's elsewhere, that he's just going to ascend now. Maybe it happens, but they don't have warm and fuzzies. No, they're talking about Olamide Zaccheaus right now being the most impressive guy as it pertains to non-McLaurin wide receivers. We just had a call on Diami. Diami had the big catch when the starters were in the game in preseason game 1. I still will go back to my point a couple days ago. You find me a wide receiver who never caught 15 balls through 3 years in the NFL as a top 3-round pick, who went on to have a great career, and I'll give you $1. I don't think you're coming and answering that question for me you're not coming back to the table with a name. It just doesn't exist. It doesn't really happen. He's caught 12, 5, and 12 balls as a third-round pick going into year 4 now. I hope he does, but odds are against him.
I just don't see the full skill set. This is a downfield guy, right? And there's usefulness in that. There's something to that. You could think of that Tennessee game, right? There are going to be moments certainly where you can, throw it up, make them right, win a 50-50 ball, et cetera. But to Dotson specifically, I mean, this is what I kept going back to. They threw it over 600 times last year, and he couldn't get to 50 catches. A coordinator trying to fight for his life, a quarterback trying to establish himself. It just didn't feel like it was in their best interest to give him the football more than it did to Curtis Samuel, to Logan Thomas, even to Antonio Gibson and company. Hard for me to believe a breakout's coming. I hope I'm wrong.
Grant and Danny with you on the Fan. Jordan Schultz, newsbreaker in the NFL. What's going to happen with Brandon Ayuk, and what else is around the corner in terms of some big preseason additions for clubs? We'll dive in with him next. Before the update, welcome back to Grant and Danny on the Fan. The exclusive sponsor of this show is the law firm of Condori and Murad. They can guide you and your family in the right direction, help you draft a will, set up a revocable trust, or create a healthcare power of attorney. Schedule a free consultation with their estate planning attorneys at kmlawyers.com. Be sure to tell them G&D sent you. You can score a great discount. kmlawyers.com. Nats back in action against the Phillies tonight. Another RBI yesterday for James Wood. If you don't have your James Wood gear from our merch shop, what are you waiting for? Cruz Wood 24. Dylan Cruz could be coming to the big league soon enough. And we've got Wood shirts both available for you. Get yours now at 1067thefanshop.com. Let's go to the BetQL guest hotline and welcome onto the program Jordan Schultz, NFL newsbreaker and insider, who has been all over all kinds of NFL news over the last few weeks and throughout the offseason. Jordan, you're on in D.C. with Grant Paulson and Danny Rouillet. How are you?
Hey, guys. Doing great. Thank you.
Thank you for the time. We appreciate you. So why don't we start with the big Matthew Judon trade that just went down yesterday? The Patriots sending a legitimate edge rusher. He was averaging a sack a game for a month before he got hurt last year. Double-digit sack seasons back-to-back before that. He goes to Atlanta. They really needed pass rush help, and they gave up a third-round pick back to the Patriots. So what'd you make of this deal from both sides?
So I think you got to start with Atlanta clearly wanting a pass rusher for quite some time. If you go back to last year, they wanted to get Montez Sweat. They were unable to get him. He goes to Chicago. Ironically, Chicago was also in on Matthew Judon. Now, Judon was offered real money from New England, did not want to be there. It was very clear. He's only making $6.5 million next year. And Atlanta's thinking, to your point, here's a guy who, yes, he's coming off of a torn pec, but when healthy is one of the better pass rushers in football. He's versatile. He turned 32 yesterday, still got some juice. And if they don't restructure him, then he hits free agency and he's going to be very motivated, to have a big time season. And I think Atlanta has felt like, and you obviously saw they get Justin Simmons yesterday, that the missing piece for them was a pass rusher. And now you pair him with the Grady Jarrett, a couple of the younger guys they have two solid backers. You have the Simmons Bates 1-2 safety punch. It makes a lot of sense for them. And it was a trade that developed pretty quickly. When I broke the news, one of the things that a couple other teams asked me was, why would Atlanta give a 3 back? It should be a 4 or a 5. And the answer was, Atlanta is really going all in on this season. They already are paying Kirk Cousins real money. They obviously, we just mentioned the Simmons. They have a really good young corner in A.J. Terrell. And then offensively, you're going to see an entirely different offense with Zach Robinson. I think he is going to be the unlock for Bijan Robinson, for Drake London, for Kyle Pitts. And obviously, his play-action system is very quarterback-friendly to a guy like Kirk Cousins. It's similar to what he ran in Minnesota. Kevin O'Connell, also from the Sean McVay tree. So a lot of moving parts, but I think ultimately New England, I don't want to say punting on the season, but clearly realizing they're not going to be a playoff team, and also understanding that now is the best time. If you can get a third rounder for a guy like Judon, it's the right move.
Yeah, Jordan, you led me to my question about Atlanta. If they were in the AFC North, I don't know that I'd advise this course, but they're not. They're in the NFC South, an eminently winnable division. It seems like they're pushing the chips in, and they think they're going to be pretty good this year.
I think that division just became Atlanta's division to lose. I think they're like, listen, to add Judon and Simmons in less than 24 hours, I don't think people realize that Simmons is coming off probably his second or third best year. He's 29, but Bates is the best safety in the league, okay? And then Simmons is a top 5 guy. So Atlanta is looking at the quarterbacks in that division. As someone in that front office told me, you add Judon, he's going to be able to get after Derek Carr. They think he can get after Bryce Young, and they believe that he'll be able to get after Baker Mayfield, because all these quarterbacks, and even Bryce, these are pocket guys. A little scramblers with a Baker, but these are by and large pocket quarterbacks. It's going to make a big difference. And then to your point, having Cousins is just a huge upgrade. I mean, I thought Desmond Ridder was put in a really tough position But Arthur Smith was never and should have never been a head coach, realistically. And I think his offense really held them back. So now you have the new OC, the new head coach, who's a master defensive game planner, schemer, Raheem Morris. And I think the culture inside that building has really changed as well. And then obviously there's the Michael Penix factor. At some point in a year or 2 years, I don't know if it's this season, but he's going to be the guy. And I thought the idea that you can't get a pass rusher in free agency at the trade deadline is just not true. The quarterback, to take a quarterback in the top 10 in Penix when you already invested a lot of capital in Cousins, to me, was the right move if you really believe genuinely that you're not going to be able to pick there again. And if you see now, they're able to get Judon, a top-tier pass rusher, in a trade. So I really like where Atlanta's going.
Follow Jordan Schultz on social at Schultz_report. Breaks a lot of NFL news. An NFL insider joining us here on Grant and Danny. Flip side, we started the show today talking just for a couple of minutes about the Patriots out of market because we watched them in the preseason last night.
Right.
Drake May made a couple of plays. I don't really understand their philosophy this year. This deal makes sense to me because to get a third as a rebuilding team, I love that. But it does seem like they're trying to have their cake and eat it too a little bit with Jacoby Brissett and maybe not starting Drake May. What do you envision for New England this season?
It's going to be, barring something unexpected, Brissett's going to be the one to start the year. And I think Drake May, I really like Drake May. And I think he has all the intangibles. I think he's got a really good arm. And I thought he played pretty well last night. You saw the rushing touchdown. He can move a pocket. He's young, though. He's really young. I think New England's looking at this like, this is year one with Gerard Mayo. He is a defensive mastermind. I mean, I've talked to a couple of guys already in that locker room, defensive players, and they're like, this. There's a reason why this guy was such a good defensive player. There's a reason why he's a head coach, because you're combining the leadership with the football acumen and instincts. I think in many ways, he's similar to Belichick, old school defensive guy, but he's a young, vibrant, guy that can relate to the players in a way that Bill, at this stage, has been one. Offensively, I'm interested to see what happens if Brissett struggles. Let's say they start 1-3, 1-4, and he's not playing well, and he's not upright. Does that mean that they go to May? They don't have a ton of weapons. I really like the Jalen Polk pick. I think he's going to be an instant contributor, as will Javon Baker at a UCF. Both those young receivers I really like. But this is not a team built to win in that division, because you're going to have to score points in that division when you're talking about Aaron Rodgers, Tua, and Josh Allen. So I think New England is looking at this realistically. To your point, we can get a third-round pick for Matthew Judon, and I do think Brissett starts the majority of the year as a result.
Jordan, the Giants executed a trade within the division. It's not a huge deal. It's a 6th and 7th rounder for Jordan Phillips. But it got me to thinking about the Giants. Similar question to what Grant just asked about the Patriots. I kind of don't really know what they're going for this year and maybe even beyond. They're I think they're like 5-2-1 against Washington over the last several seasons, and 30 games under 500 against everybody else. I'm kind of not sure what they think of themselves. I know what I think, but how are they viewing where they are right now?
So I was at their joint practice with Detroit last week, and one of the questions I had was, is this a rebuilding year? Is this a competitive year? Is this a playoff team? Like, what do you realistically believe you are? And they believe, and maybe the rest of the division doesn't, but they believe that they're going to be like a trendy, up-and-coming team. What does that mean? That means that Daniel Jones is healthy. Andrew Thomas is healthy. They're all pro left tackle. And this Malik Neighbors kid out of LSU is a dynamo. I mean, he is, I think he's one of the best football players, young football players I've ever seen. And that's echoing what everyone's telling me from that building. Like, this guy is a superstar. I could see him having 100+ catches, 1,400 yards, 8 touchdowns. I mean, he's going to get a target machine. And then they have this kid at Penn State they love, this rookie Theo Johnson. So I think they're banking on a lot of production from those guys. They're banking on the offensive line being better than it was last year. And then I think the difference is Brian Burns. I mean, he's a star. And obviously they gave up a ton of capital to get him, but they pay him. And I think that helps Kayvon Thibodeau. I think it helps the entire defensive line, which is really good. Obviously Lawrence is terrific. You mentioned the Hicks trade or the Phillips trade. When I put that out, and when I first got wind of it, I couldn't believe it, because it's so rare to see an NFC East or any interdivision trade. But that was simply, we signed him in the offseason. We were familiar with him from Buffalo, but we have a lot of really interesting young defensive linemen, and Dallas really needed a big body, and this is a conditional swap. That was more just fit and need and some of the young defensive tackles they have. But I think overall, yes, the Giants are probably more confident internally than their fans are.
Jordan Schultz, NFL insider on the Fan here in D.C. Brandon Ayuk's name has been bandied about for a few weeks.
You may have seen something on that.
Here in the district, we've been paying very close attention. Now, it seems like Washington, for whatever reason, is no longer interested. But they were one of the 4 teams in. They're one of the 2 teams it seemed like he wanted to play for. First of all, give us any information you have on the Commanders and the sweepstakes for Ayuk from the last few weeks. But then also, how's this going to end? Because it seems like we're in a holding pattern.
Okay, so a lot to unpack. I think he wanted to be a Commander first and foremost. I think he wanted to reunite with Jaden Daniels, who obviously he was with at Arizona State. And I think Washington to him was the number 1 team if it didn't work out in San Francisco. That being said, there was no scenario in which the Commanders were trading Terry McLaurin. And I think the Commanders really believe that they have something special right now with Cliff Kingsbury and Dan Quinn and Jaden Daniels. So that wasn't going to happen. Ayuk, for whatever reason, did not want to go to Cleveland, did not want to go to New England. New England was offering the most money, then Cleveland, and then Pittsburgh. Now, Pittsburgh, I don't believe is going to go ahead of TJ Watt money, which means he's probably going to get 28 from them if that happens. The magic number is to get San Francisco to 28. If San Francisco comes to 28, then he's a Niner. To my understanding, that has not happened, which is why he still doesn't have the extension. I've said the last week, since I reported that he had to sit down with Kyle Shanahan and other members of the Niners organization, that I believed he would be a Niner long-term. But, there's so many unknowns here. And I think the biggest issue is that you're 3 weeks or less away from the regular season, and this is still unresolved. And I'm saying this with great respect to everyone involved, but I think everyone involved is very ready for this to be resolved. That includes Pittsburgh, that includes the Niners, and I think Ayuk just wants to be paid the way that he deserves. And to me, he's a top 7, top 8 receiver. He's coming off his best year. I talked to his personal coach last week. I said, where's he at right now, mentally? And he said, and this is a guy who does not blow smoke up anyone's butt. He said, this is the best he's been. This is the best shape he's been in. And he said something to him that was so interesting. He said, this is Ayuk talking. It's the first time in his NFL career where he can really watch from the sideline and see what other guys are not doing right, what they're leaving on the table, and that he's going to apply that this year. What does that mean for production-wise? I don't know. Where does that mean he ends up? I don't know. But I still believe in my heart of hearts the Niners are going to get there to 28 or somewhere around that magic number.
When I ask you about the Jets and Jordan Schultz, NFL insider with us here on G&D, I think they're going to be good. And I know that's, people aren't used to that. And the Jets are always kind of a punchline. But last year they lost 4 one-score games and finished 7-10 with one of the worst quarterback situations in the world. If Aaron Rodgers is even, late career Green Bay Aaron Rodgers, aka mediocre and fine by his standard, they could still be pretty nasty in a tough division. But they got this Hassan Reddick thing hanging over their head. How does that resolve itself? And give me your Jets outlook.
I agree with the Jets. I think defensively, they're going to be really tough. They were really good last year, and then they let Bryce Huff go, and then obviously made the trade with Reddick. I'll get to that in a second. To your point about Aaron, I mean, if he's average, above average, I think this is a 9 or 10 win team. If he's really good, which I expect him to be, I think they can win 11 or 12 games. I think Garrett Wilson is one of the best young players in football. I think they clearly addressed the offensive line with Morgan Moses and Tyron Smith. And I think Breece Hall, I mean, this guy is a superstar. So they have there's a lot to like about that team. And I think the question marks are, can Robert Saleh win? I don't know if Robert Saleh can win, but I hope he can because the roster's there. And then to your point about Reddick, there's so much to unpack with that situation. But the bottom line is, and I reported I reported some of this last week when I said that this guy is requesting a trade. Here's why, and here's what happened. Before he was traded from Philly to New York, the Jets offered him a deal. He turned it down. When the trade happened, so they went ahead and made the deal anyway. When the trade happened, they told him in good faith to show up to the press conference. We will find a number that best suits you. We will take care of you. They have not talked, fellas, since March 29th. So it's 5 months, over 5 months of no communication, no proposals, no emails, nothing. And so it got to the point where it was so contentious where Hassan saying, look, I'm not going to be here if I'm not going to get what I believe I'm worth. And, I think it's important to consider the only players in the league to have four seasons in a row of 10-plus sacks are TJ Watt, Myles Garrett, and Hassan Reddick. This is the guy who's an all-pro, and he needs to be paid. The Jets have not budged. My interpretation, he's already racked up, by the way, about $2.5 million in fines. So I think he's committed to this process. There's no scenario in my mind where he gets on the field week one without a restructured deal. I don't think an extension at this point is reasonable, but I do think it's possible that come week one or right around week one, before week one, that they can restructure it, put some incentives in there, and they can hopefully move on amicably.
So maybe that's the answer, but that's where I was going to go to finish up, Jordan, is he really doesn't have any leverage to speak of. I mean, if he doesn't show up, he can't accrue the season. If they say they're not going to pay him, then they can continue to fine him. The new CBA makes it really, really hard. And the few guys that have ever really taken a stand, I mean, missing a season, not that he even has the ability to get to free agency anyway, but it can be career altering and in some cases career killing.
Yeah, I mean, the guys that have done it, that have really waited and played hardball, the ones that come to mind, Nick Bosa got $34 million. That's obviously, that's a generational player. But he waited till week one. Burrow waited, obviously. Zeke Elliott waited. He got a big deal. There are instances where it happens, but to your point, I mean, it's not a good scenario. He's a football player. He doesn't want to sit out. He knows how good the team can be. I think at some point, someone's going to blink, and I think it's going to be the Jets because I think the Jets know. When they let Bryce Huff go, they knew they needed to add a pass rusher. They also traded John Franklin Myers, their other pass rusher, to get some cap room. And they know as well that next year, I mean, just think about who's eligible for an extension next year. Jermaine Johnson, who's a really good young pass rusher. They have Will McDonald coming up. They got Breece Hall, Sauce Gardner, Garrett Wilson. All these guys are going to want their money. And so at some point, I do think the Jets are going to have to restructure. I think they need him on the field, and I think they know that even if they won't admit it.
Could just be talk. That statement they put out was about as powerful as I've seen.
It was.
Pretty firm, yeah.
Basically, Joe Douglas, I can read it real quick. He said, we have informed Hassan that we will not trade him, that he is expected to be here with his teammates, and that he will continue to be fined per the CBA if he does not report. I mean, I don't remember them, like a team that quickly going that hard after a trade demand.
Yeah, that was 20 minutes after, so they clearly weren't, stunned by it.
Right.
One of I hear what you're saying, but the Jets what they're trying to do is create the most powerful united front possible to tell the player we're not going to budge. But that doesn't mean that come week one, when he's still not there, that they're not going to say, okay, we can restructure, put some incentives in that won't affect our cap.
Jordan, great to catch up with you, man. Great info. Appreciate the time.
Enjoyed it. Thank you, guys.
Check him out. Schultz_report on social. Does a great job covering the NFL. With us here on Grant and Danny, NFL insider Jordan Schultz. Next on G&D, little fill in the blank NFL style. Darius is going to quiz us, and then we'll get back into the Commanders ahead of tomorrow night's preseason game as the hour continues on the Fan. This is not a drill, people. There is exhibition football. Tomorrow, the Commanders will be on the field. We've got a full breakdown for you coming up in about 15 minutes, but it is time right now to hop around the National Football League, also known on this radio program as the It's time to fill in the blank, NFL style. Producer Darius at the moderation. It will steer us in and out of topics. You and I got to answer the tough questions.
Indeed.
Let's do this thing.
All right. So Kansas City is going to play all their starters again this week. Probably perhaps as much as a full half of action, including the best player in the league, Patrick Mahomes, of course. Fill in the blank, guys. Andy Reid's decision to play his starters so much in the preseason is blank.
Sensible for them. I would recommend it for everybody else, but listen, you get made right an awful lot when you got Pat Mahomes. So whether this would be the smartest thing if they had Trevor Siemian or Zach Wilson, who knows? But you do it your way, and you've got a philosophy behind it. It's not just something they're doing slapdash. They've got a whole process behind it. So they're not getting the same work other teams are with those joint practices and some of the other things. So this is where they need to get their work in, and they're doing so.
Andy Reid's decision to play his starters so much in the preseason is what more teams should do. Here's a weird concept. The best way to get better playing football in games is to play football in games.
Whoa, that's crazy.
It's what Dad did. It's what Uncle Scott did. It's what Grandma Nanny did. It's what I'm going to do. Do you risk injury? Sure. Do you have to be smart? Absolutely. But I think you be as safe as you can. You protect your guys as much as you can. I wouldn't go crazy with the veterans. I don't think I would play Patrick Mahomes a full half, certainly. I wouldn't play Travis Kelce for a half either. Those guys don't really need the games. But I would play a lot more of the percentage of my roster than most teams do, more snaps than they do. A guy like Jaden Daniels in this preseason game for me, if this is his final preseason game, he would play a half of football. We're getting him as many reps to feel things out the first time in a game with low stakes that we can. Teams just don't see it that way anymore. But I love the way Andy Reid operates. And to say, is it a coincidence that the team that does it this way wins the most? Yeah, probably, because you've got Patrick Mahomes. But I also think it's a big part of their operation that they do things, they work hard, they prepare, and September matters to them. So I like that.
There are 5 first-time head coaches in the NFL this season. Mike McDonald of the Seahawks, Brian Callahan of the Titans, Antonio Pierce of the Raiders, Dave Canales of the Panthers, and Gerard Mayo of the Patriots. Fill in the blank here. Blank wins the most games this season of the 5 of those guys.
I don't love any of their chances to have a very good year. I think Dave Canales is in for a super long season.
Might be a tough one for Dave.
Gerard Mayo's not going to have a lot more success. I guess I'll go with Mike McDonald. And I'm not even that high on Seattle, but I think they could be an 8, maybe surprise everyone, win 9-game type team. Let's say they win 8 games. The Raiders are in the 6 or 7 range. The Titans are in the 5 or 6 range. The Patriots and the Panthers are picking in the top 3. I'll go Mike McDonald, who Washington really liked, the former Ravens defensive coordinator, savant defensive mind from Michigan, who was on the Jim Harbaugh staff.
Give me Brian Callahan. He did sell 500,000 brake pads. People forget about that.
Tommy just sold 500,000 brake pads.
He did do that. So people acting like he has no resume. Look again. He sold 500,000 brake pads to Zelensky Auto.
Herbie Hancock.
I think people are sleeping on Tennessee. I think they've kind of revamped. It's sort of a new version, new day. The division is a little bit suspect. I don't think anybody's particularly good. Everyone's crowned Houston. I think they'll, mess around, get to that 8-win plateau. I think Seattle takes a small step back as that division gets a little tougher.
Darius, Ryan's not here, so you're going to get a little something here. You normally avoid these like the plague. This is where Darius could get exposed a little bit, or he could come out on top.
Here we go.
What movie were we just referencing?
No idea.
This is tough.
Is it though?
No file.
Again,
no file.
Normally Ryan sits just smiling at us in that chair and he catches all the heat. Hey, what movie was that? Have you seen that movie? What movie was that? And Darius just sits there so quietly, coasting through. No Ryan today.
Spotlight's on you.
That would be Tommy Boy.
I've never heard of that movie.
Sorry?
Never
what do you
heard
mean? No,
never heard of
you
that.
have.
No.
You just haven't seen it.
Tommy Boy?
You've never heard of the movie Tommy Boy. I'm just going to keep saying Tommy Boy until you pretend that you've heard. Like you've never
Are
heard
you
of.
familiar with Chris Farley?
Of course. Yeah.
You're not familiar with Tommy Boy.
No.
David Spade, Dan Aykroyd.
Guy.
Damn, that's a good cast right there, actually.
Yeah.
I'm gonna need you to watch Tommy Boy. You don't want when I do my little Tommy likey, Tommy want wingy thing, that means nothing to you?
No, I always thought it was a funny bit that you did, but I just never knew where it came from.
I could get a look at a T-bone.
Not so much here or here. More this
Right
region here. Nothing. None of this.
Wow, these are bits that you guys do all the time, and I just never knew where they came from.
Housekeeping.
Even on our trip to Florida, I sang and Darius laughed. Fat guy in a little coat.
Because I've heard that before.
Of course you have.
Oh boy. This is tough for all of us.
It's
All
tough.
right, we'll let you get back to your job.
Richard.
All right. Nope, no foul. There are 12 teams that have never won a Super Bowl in NFL history. Here are the teams: the Cardinals, the Falcons, the Bills, the Panthers, the Bengals, the Chargers, the Vikings, the Titans, the Browns, the Detroit Lions, the Houston Texans, and the Jacksonville Jaguars. Fill in the blank. Blank has the best chance to end its drought in 2024.
The Detroit Lions. As much as it begrudges me to say, as much as it pains me to say.
Coming around on old Motor City Dan Campbell.
I think Dan Campbell is a boob, but they don't play. I'm not going to stop hammering the stat. I cannot believe this. A team that is built to play indoors with the speed and the physicality, like Jared Goff inside, good. Anywhere else, terrible. They don't play outside until November, and they only play 3 games outdoors all year. They have a great chance of getting home field advantage. The AFC is way deeper than the NFC. I think the NFC East is going to fall apart. You probably have to beat one team from there. It's basically you and San Francisco, and you had them dead to rights last year in the NFC title game. Detroit has the best shot to break that streak.
I'll go Bengals, who have been in a Super Bowl, who have played in a couple of AFC championship games prior to the Burrow injury this past year. It felt like they could get there any and every season. Tough division, no doubt about it. You got to deal with Baltimore, top of the AFC North. Cleveland is not fun to play. Another team on this list that's never won a Super Bowl, by the way. But Joe Burrow is a top 3 quarterback. And I think that's kind of where it begins for me. Do you have an elite QB? Joe Cool's a guy in the playoffs that's going to give you a chance every single weekend. So I'll go with the Bengals narrowly over the Lions. Be different, but I certainly think those are the top 2 teams out of the 12.
One of my buddies is listening, and he heard that I hadn't seen Tommy Boy, so he's texting me and giving me a bunch of flack right now. So thanks, guys.
He's giving you some Eric.
But also thanks for listening, which is great.
Which we appreciate.
Unlike Darius's father, he listens to FM radio, which we appreciate.
I got another list of teams for you. This list is teams that were last place in their division last season: Cincinnati, Tennessee, Carolina, New England, Washington, Chicago, the Chargers, and the Cardinals. Of those teams that were last place a year ago, fill in the blank. Blank has the best chance to win its division.
It's Cincinnati. Grant already touched on why. Again, that division is a buzzsaw. Everybody is good. Cleveland, obviously, with the quarterback situation. Pittsburgh, as bad as they were last year, was 10-7. That's kind of what Mike Tomlin does, making chicken salad out of lesser ingredients. But Cincinnati, on paper, good defense, weapons everywhere. If Joe Burrow is healthy, that's a group that could absolutely be an 11 and 12 win team.
I'll set the Bengals to the side because you just set them in. I think it's too easy. But I wonder who you go with next, because you can kind of think about it by division like you did with the Titans earlier.
Yeah.
There's nobody really standing in your way. I mean, the Texans could be great.
They're the best team on paper.
We're not sure. They've been crowned, but how good are they going to be with a bullseye on their back? The Panthers could be horrendous, and I think they probably will be. But if you believe in Canales as a whisperer, you think Bryce Young bounces back, that division is as open as any. Atlanta, Tampa Bay have chances to win, but is there an 11-win team in that division? Probably not. I'm going to settle on Chicago, actually. I think the Bears are going to be pretty good. I think that's a 10-win team. Detroit should finish better than them. But what happens if Goff goes down for a month? What happens if you don't have Amon-Ra St. Brown or something like that for 5 or 6 games? I think Chicago is within a game or two of Detroit. Something quirky happens. They could win the North and the NFC. Caleb Williams looks like he's the real deal so far. All systems go there. They have the best trio of wide receivers in the league. I think they'll move the ball. They'll score points. I like their running back room. And they have a top 10 defense with a defensive-minded head coach who did an exceptional job calling plays defensively when he took over the role last year in Matt Eberflus. So I'm high on the Bears at this point. And there you go. That is Fill It in the Blank NFL edition. It's time for a Commanders stock report ahead of preseason game 2. We'll get that for you next right here on Grant and Danny. Sometimes dreams come true. Party till we die on the Grant and Danny radio program. I don't think of myself as an EDM guy or like one of these dudes who stands in front of a DJ and just like puts his hand in the air.
I do. I think of
waves it
you
around.
as a guy with like a plastic cup filled with like a clear cocktail, holding up a lighter or a cell phone at an EDM show, just rolling.
They play this at Nats Park before the 9th inning when they're trying to rally. It's one of my favorite jams.
So you hear it
ever.
a lot.
Oh, I love it so much. If the Junkies played Hit or Hurting, it's a smash hit. But I always think of like blare it a little bit. Like the ballpark's hopping, and then James Woods like on deck, and he just looks like he just woke up from a nap and is like so emotionless. He's got the ball, the bat resting on his back shoulder. I'm like hopping around in the stands, and James Woods like, oh, maybe we'll have an at bat here. Let's see.
Maybe I'll hit a tracer. Who is this?
I don't know.
He wants to party till he's dead. I'll tell you that.
Party till we die. It's called.
It's
fire.
MAKJ, I think. It's all capitalized. So I'm assuming it's you got to say each
right
letter.
Here. I got it. It's. I'm sure.
There we go.
Yeah, I got
And
it right
Timmy
here.
Trumpet. Timmy Trumpet is the guy that does the song that Edwin Diaz
Exactly.
comes out to.
Wait a minute. So Timmy Trumpet's involved here too?
Yeah.
It's got a little Timmy Trumpet vibe to it. It's not surprising to me.
Huh.
Anyway, it is time for your Commanders Spotlight right now on Grant and Danny here on the Fan. Danny, first player you want to go spotlighting for tomorrow night.
Low-hanging fruit, but we've been talking about it a lot. Jahan Dotson. What do you want to do, man? What do you want? What do you want this to be? You want to be another cautionary tale? You want to be another Josh Doctson? Or do you want to be the guy that took this challenge on and emerged as a bona fide number 2 receiver? It's not your fault you got drafted in the first round. You worked hard, tried to fulfill your dream. But, bro, at some point, you got to step up and start producing. And it's not trending in the right direction for you at the moment.
Spotlight Jaden Daniels, another strong practice in front of the media. Miami media members blown away by the joint session he had. Now you get to go out and play the Dolphins. They won't be mixing a whole lot of coverages. They're not going to be showing a ton, I don't think, in their secondary. Nice little chance to put a couple of more birdies in the hole. Let's continue to string together positive headlines, momentum going into the start of the season.
Spot that left tackle position. Coleman Lucas, the law firm they're in. Let's figure it out. Who we got? Who's the dude? We don't know what we're going to see or if Brandon Coleman is playing. At least I haven't seen an update on that front. But I want some certainty there. I want some comfort there. I want to see what this regime, this front office, this coaching staff, what they saw and let themselves feel. No, we don't have to do anything at the left tackle spot. We got it under control. I'd like to see that.
Spotlight. Rookie DB Mikey Sanristil. He will be your starting nickelback. He, too, had a couple of big moments in the practice yesterday against the Dolphins, reportedly. He's been excellent at camp. I really liked him and noticed him right away when I was out at practices. And then you saw him flying around. I mean, just a physical guy. There was a play. There was only one play I really noticed him in his limited time on the field in preseason game 1. But he came across the formation just unnecessarily, like as a tackle's being made, just complete full extension, Superman dive into the pile. The dude just a football player. Scott McLuhan style. Football player.
At the same position, we referenced Jahan Dotson a moment ago. Dalmy Brown. As the great Herb Brooks once said, great moments are born from great opportunity. You didn't really have an opportunity before because once you were married, rightfully so, there was no reason to pass over some other guys to have you get reps and get looks. When all of a sudden you're in the mix, whether you deserve to be or not, I don't know, but you are. Looks like that you've fallen into some favor with this regime. You got a chance. You go out and showcase and maybe another deep catch, maybe a little bit more down the field, show something in the toolkit. People might be more excited about old number 2.
Spotlight roster bubble Cole Turner. Cole Turner was drafted by the Marty Party and Ron Rivera. That doesn't get you a whole lot around these parts these days. But he was a 5th-round pick, 149 overall, out of Nevada. I was looking for Nevada.
What is Nevada?
24 years old. He's huge, 6'6", 240 pounds, big catch radius, second year. One of the practices I was at, he went up the ladder, made a great catch in the middle of the field. When he got the ball thrown to him in games last season, it was very, very rare. He normally made an athletic play, like made a catch or did something even in the preseason where you thought, this guy's got some game. I think right now he's pretty squarely listed as 4th on the tight end depth chart. Do they keep 4? Ertz, Sharpie. Bates, Sharpie. Sinnott, Sharpie. If you keep a 4th, Cole Turner's got a shot. He could force your hand. Maybe he's not competing against, say, Bates or Sinnott because those guys, as a blocker and as a dual threat draft pick, respectively, are going to be on the team. But maybe he's competing against, say, like Jeremy McNichols as a fourth running back or Michael Wiley or something like that. Maybe he's competing against the 10th offensive lineman they might keep. Cole Turner, have a big game, have a big couple of games here in the next 10 days. Maybe you make this roster.
Newly rebuilt interior of the offensive line. Center Tyler Biadasz, left guard Nick Allegretti. Thought they showed well in the series that they were in that first game. Moving the pile a little bit. Running lanes were there, I thought. Demonstrated good physicality. This is where this team, this org, said, we need to upgrade immediately. Early signings, big money, Biadasz and Allegretti, respectively. That newly formed offensive line going to be key to keep old Jaden Daniels upright.
Spotlight, Jamin Davis, 25-year-old, now defensive end. Used to be an off-ball linebacker. That's changed. 6'3", 234-pound, number 19 overall pick in 2021, 3 years later, fighting for a job. He made a couple of nice plays on his first 2 snaps, if memory serves. Just holding up against the run, made tackles for 1 and 2 yard gains. Otherwise, though, he wasn't overly noticeable. And when you did, it was a busted run around the edge where he didn't keep contained, still learning the position. I'd love to see him win on a passing down.
Yeah.
Love to see him put on a move as a defensive end. We saw him have some success rushing the quarterback as a linebacker on the second level coming downhill. But now, at that position on the edge, going up against a tackle, a lot of times it's stalemate. You're kind of running into a guy and getting locked up with the long-armed offensive lineman. Let's see him win. Put a spin on someone. Put him in the washing machine. You get around him. Club, rip, something. Let's see that you've diversified the portfolio a little bit.
Manuel Forbes, pretty easy. Again, first-round pick last year. Not your fault. You shouldn't have been, but you were. And here we are. The struggles are well documented. I thought there was some good in this first week. There was some bad as well, but got a great test this week, or tomorrow, rather, in Miami. Would love to see him show well.
Spotlight. Washington Commanders, Miami Dolphins, preseason game number 2 tomorrow night. Of course, you can watch the game locally. Our own Brian Mitchell's going to be in the booth on the color commentary with Chick Hernandez on Channel 9. So looking forward to seeing B. Mitch on the call tomorrow. Game is slated to kick off at 8 p.m. And then the very strange, 7 p.m. rather tomorrow, I beg your pardon. The very strange 8 p.m. Sunday kickoff next week.
Weird.
Against the Patriots at home at the X. We'll get you ready for baseball next on The Fan. He's Danny. I'm Grant. This is the Fan. Final few minutes, taking you up to about 6:10. Charlie and Dave pregame at that time. Nats Phillies tonight at 6:45. Game 2 of 4. The Nationals got slapped around by Philadelphia last evening. The exclusive sponsor of this show is the law firm Condori and Murad. They can guide you and your family in the right direction, helping you to draft a will or set up a revocable trust. They can also create a healthcare power of attorney if needed. Schedule a free consultation with their estate planning attorneys at kmlawyers.com. My parents did that and got taken care of very well. They had a great experience. Be sure to tell them, like my parents did, that the Grant and Danny program sent you, and you will get a discount. kmlawyers.com. That is kmlawyers.com. Danny, we asked this question earlier in the show briefly. We'll come back to it next week and maybe do it in more detail and really drill down. Who do you think ends up second on this team in targets at wide receiver?
I think it's Zacchaeus. I think the way the targets are going to go is obviously McLaurin is one so far away. That's sort of beyond discussion. I think second is Eckler. I think third will be that tight end spot, kind of combined with Ertz early, maybe Sinnott more as the season goes. Then I think
if Ertz is healthy, I think it'd be Ertz all the way.
Yeah.
But I just can't see him playing 16, 15 games.
I don't either. But, hopefully there's still more to him than I can't remember who called him this, a catch and fall guy. You hope that there's a little bit more dynamic there as a safety valve. Then I think your fourth place in targets will be Olamide Zacchaeus. People will look at it as you see a number 2. I think the role is going to be, slot receiver is his position. But the way I think about 1, 2, 3, whatever, is target share. It's 3rd and 4. Where are we going? Or, who are we designing looks for? I think you might end up with the 4th most looks overall, 2nd for receivers.
As we close in on a preseason tilt against Miami, it's time to look into our player to lock in on, presented by Baldino's Lock and Key, your one-stop shop for auto keys and fobs. Visit baldinos.com. As we now take the next step in this roster crunch, who you locking in on?
Ooh, that is a good one. Again, it's hard to avoid it, but it's got to be Jahan Dotson. I mean, this is somebody that we thought last year, you and I did, was gonna lead the team in catches, maybe second in yards. McLaurin a bit more dynamic when in terms of getting down the football field, but we thought he'd have 80 some catches last year. Gravely disappointed. There's a million reasons why he's now kind of sliding down and is in a position battle at this point, right? I mean, that's where we are. So he needs a good showing.
Bryson Tremaine, the big 6'4" wide receiver, was on the show last week when you were out. Had a good conversation with him. I've been immensely impressed by him in practice. They brought in Martavis Bryant. They clearly are looking for and want some size in that receiver room. There's a 6th spot up for grabs at least. If they keep 7, there's 2 spots probably there to be had. Bryson Tremaine, who was on the practice squad last year, made a big catch in preseason game 1, is a gem away. He is a 4-catch, 42-yard half away from really putting his name squarely into the mix for the last roster spot at wide receiver. So that's a guy that I would call some attention to in that regard. But I think the competition at the back of the wide receiver depth chart is really, really good. Something we didn't get to today, last couple of days, that I know you've been chewing on and wanted to talk about, was that Ted Leonsis responded to Kevin Sheehan and Tom Lavero when they were having a discussion on a podcast about the Olympics being in D.C. I'm a big proponent, like I think everybody should be, because when you have the Olympics, the amount of problems that get fixed, the amount of things that don't work and aren't efficient, they have to be solved. Stadium stuff that improves is pretty extensive, but obviously a ton of money goes into it as well. And I know you had thoughts on Leonsis, who is very candid and kind of responding, which he normally doesn't do, directly to media analysis.
Yeah, I thought it was, first of all, good for him. And I mean that. I'm not just saying that sarcastically. I mean that. Good for him for, responding directly and sharing thoughts. It's good to have owners that are accessible, not meaning you can go up and talk to them every day, but that are willing to engage in these matters of public discourse. This is sort of bigger than any one team or sport or otherwise.
Basically, it was like a really long, word, basically a full Microsoft Word page comment on what he listened to
on the discussion. So a number of things, though. This is now I put my cynical hat on here after giving him a compliment. He's basically saying we need somebody who's young, fresh, innovative to step up and take care of these kinds of projects and lead us into this. What he's saying is, my translation, we need someone who's willing to spend a boatload of money to do all the things that'll satisfy the International Olympic Committee to build up all the stuff, the infrastructure that has to happen. In theory, the way people always sell this, talking about the Olympics, is we'll fix all of these things and by virtue of the 2 weeks that we house the world and basically all the athletes and everything that comes with it in terms of media and families and everyone extended, we'll then have something that solved all of the problems. And in theory, that sounds great. What happens a lot of time is stuff gets pushed to the side or sort of swept in a certain way. And, it's kind of temporary situations. I mean, again, this is older, but I visited Barcelona a decade after they had their Olympic Games. And there's an empty stadium, whole rows of, kind of now that are worn down, dilapidated things that were supposed to be housing for everybody ended up not being housing for anybody. And it's just this whole suburb and slum that doesn't exist. And it's basically vacant housing.
I'd say Atlanta benefited pretty immensely.
Some cities have. I mean, there's always this push and pull, and economists will agree or disagree about the outlined spending. But he's basically saying in this piece, A, he wants it, which I actually happen to also, but B, we need someone that's willing to sort of lead us into the breach, and a couple of things have to happen. But it's an interesting discussion about if folks would want the Olympics here.
I don't pretend to be smart enough to have all the answers on how to do it or where the money comes from. But if the answer is, hey, Grant, sports fan who loves the Summer Olympics and is from D.C., would it be one of the crown jewel moments of your lifetime to have the globe turn their attention to your backyard for a sporting 2 weeks? I mean, that would just be unbelievable. In addition to the fact that some of the things that don't currently work and aren't helpful would get fixed. Now, there's way more complicated things behind the scenes that have to happen, and I understand that. But I still have hope that inevitably and eventually it does go down. But the difference between LA and the ability to hold this event versus DC is a pretty massive canyon, I would say. And I can't wait for 4 years from now. I mean, I did not go to Paris. I probably will. I have a hard time believing I wouldn't be in LA for some part of the event coming up in 4 years. Let's get you ready for Nationals baseball tonight. We'll give you your starting lineups and pitching matchups presented by the Window Man. Since 1989, the Window Man has been the educational window company. Get your free, no pressure, in-home estimate at thewindowman.com or at their Fairfax showroom.
Behind Patrick Corbin, who's looking to keep that ERA under 6, currently sits at 5.98.
Here we go, Patrick.
Here we go, Patrick.
This.
I say, baby.
Come on now.
Leading off and playing right field, Alex Call. Batting second, playing shortstop. Abram is batting second and left field. The James Wood. Your cleanup hitter and DH, Andres Chaparro. Batting fifth, doing the catching, K-Bear Ruiz. Batting sixth, playing second base, Luis Garcia. And at first base, hitting seventh, Juan Yepez. Batting eighth and playing third base, Jose Tena de Lutzada. Batting ninth, your guy, my guy, our guy, Jacob Young.
Last 3 starts for Patrick Corbin. He's only given up 18 runs in 13 innings.
Okay.
Only 18. So he's been fine.
Yeah.
I would say. Obviously, I kid. 13 hits, 10 runs in the 3 innings against Arizona.
That's tough, yeah.
6 decent innings against San Francisco, and then he got hit around 8 hits, 3 walks, 4 earnings, and 4 walks against the Angels. But as you said, 5.98 ERA. That's the game we're playing with Patrick Corbin the rest of the way. Will that ERA finish under 6? Nats weather presented by Pepco. Storm season's here, and they know a little prep makes a big difference. Get storm informed at pepco.com/stormprep. No Ryan Means, show meteorologist Darius Dameron.
At Citizens Bank Park in Philadelphia, it's warm. It's 87 degrees here at first, close to first pitch. Partly sunny. There will be some cloud cover. Should dip into the high 70s by the end of the game. Stay cool out there in Philadelphia.
Thank you guys for listening to this radio program today and all week long. It means a lot to us. And also, if you don't, then we don't get to keep doing it.
That's right.
And then we have to get real jobs.
I don't want that.
Nobody wants to have a have-to job.
You want me as your coworker?
We like the get-to job. You know what I mean?
Yes.
That's our favorite thing. But seriously, thank you guys for listening. Till tomorrow, Vargas.
Ladies and gentlemen, the weekend.